Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Human Life, Jingxia City, XC District, Dongfeng Chamber of Commerce. Lei Shan, a self-made businessman, rose from humble beginnings and founded this huge chamber of commerce step by step. Because of his clever means and ruthless vision, his peers in XC District also called him Lei Laohu. As a person who is easily satisfied, Lei Shan has worked hard for most of his life and built this family business for himself. If you want to say that he is satisfied, he is actually very satisfied. After all, with the size of Dongfeng Chamber of Commerce, it is not bad in the outer city area. It is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. At least compared to his background, the life in front of him is already something he dared not even think about when he was young. But, if you want to say that there are shortcomings, there are also, and they are extremely important shortcomings. That is, his son Lei Ming is really too outrageous. Lei Shan lost his wife when he was young. His wife died of illness a few years after giving birth to their son. Lei Shan neglected to discipline the son she left behind, because when Lei Ming was growing up, it was also the most important period for him to work hard for his career. He couldn't even find time to sleep every day, so how could he have time to discipline him? This led to Lei Ming being undisciplined since childhood. In the Lei mansion, no one dared to discipline the housekeepers and servants, and he developed an extremely spoiled temper. When Lei Ming grew up, he became even more like a dandy, making friends with some bad friends every day and playing outside. Lei Shan knew about his son's state. It's not that he didn't want to manage him, but when he had the energy to manage him, Lei Ming was already in his 20s and had already had his own ideas. How could he be so easy to manage? Moreover, when he really wanted to take strong measures to discipline him, Lei Ming's words made him speechless. How many words have you said to me in the past 20 years since my mother died? You only remember to discipline me now. What have you been doing before? Indeed, it's too late. Lei Shan felt both pity and guilt for this son. After several times of using both soft and hard methods to discipline him, there was no effect. Now, Lei Shan has almost given up completely and let him go like this. Anyway, the family fortune he has built is enough for him to squander his life like this. Letting him live a carefree life is also worthy of his dead mother. Lei Shan himself is already planning to have a few more concubines and a few more sons. The big one is already useless, so he can only raise a few more children and train them well. He is young and strong, and when the younger son grows up, he can just take over the family business, so that the eldest son will not squander the family fortune. Under Lei Shan's constant indulgence, Lei Ming's behavior not only did not restrain at all, but became more and more dissolute, and he looked like he was going to let himself go. In the past, he used to hang out with those bad friends and gamble, but since when did he start bullying men and women? Alas! Lei Shan sat in the study, looking at the night outside the window, and couldn't help sighing. I just heard that the woman who was defiled by his son and his bad friends committed suicide by jumping into the river a few days ago. Lei Shan found it very difficult to accept this matter. He never thought that his son would do such a thing one day, taking a few beasts to take turns to ruin a good woman. When this happened, Lei Shan immediately locked Lei Ming up and told him to stay at home. No matter who came to plead for him, he didn't let him go at all. At the same time, he went to the Zhu family in person and brought 50,000 taels of silver as an apology. But, although the Zhu family was not a wealthy family, they were very stubborn and refused to accept his mediation. They insisted on suing the government and making their son pay the price. To be honest, although Lei Shan also felt that his son had gone too far in this matter and was worse than an animal, after all, this was his own son. How could a parent bear to let his own flesh and blood go to jail, especially under the premise that Lei Shan himself had the ability to prevent Lei Ming from going to jail? If he wanted to do something to kill his relatives for the sake of justice, that would be a request to a saint. So, Lei Shan used his many years of business connections to let the government block this matter. The Zhu family made a fuss for a few days, but there was no result. Originally, according to Lei Shan's own plan, he wanted to wait a few days, and after the Zhu family accepted this result, he would send the money over. In this way, the Zhu family would probably accept it. But Lei Shan never expected that the woman of the Zhu family was so stubborn. Seeing that there was no one to turn to, she actually jumped into the river and committed suicide. When a person dies, the nature is completely different. The woman from the Zhu family immediately fell seriously ill and was bedridden, and her husband also expressed that he would fight with the Lei family to the end, and would not stop until death. This evil creature is simply going to piss me off to death. Lei Shan thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Then he slapped the table with an angry slap, and his anger was hard to calm down. But after a long while, he sighed again. The newly married concubine was very competitive and was already pregnant. In the past few months, Lei Shan has been waiting for the birth of the new heir, and he has been thinking countless times in his mind about how to educate him well and cultivate him into a talent in the future. As he thought about it, his thoughts went through the blueprint of the future outlined in his mind, and he suddenly realized how failed and inadequate he was in educating his eldest son Lei Ming. If he had been able to cultivate Lei Ming as he expected at the beginning, then the child would definitely not be like this now. Thinking of this, Lei Shan felt a lot more indebted to Lei Ming. After being angry for a while, he sighed again. No matter what, he was his own son, and he, as a father, had to make up for the mess his son had made. It's just. Lei Shan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After this incident is over, no matter what, I must put this evildoer on the right track. Otherwise, he will only make bigger troubles in the future. No. At this time, a faint voice came from the back of the study. Lei Shan's body shook, and he turned around suddenly, and saw a figure in white clothes, who appeared in his study at some point, and said calmly, "Because he has no future." Lei Shan frowned, and felt extremely alert to Chu Yun's appearance, and said, "Who are you?" "I'm from Buping Building. Have you heard of me?" Chu Yun smiled. Buping Tower. Lei Shan's face darkened. The whole day yesterday, everyone in Jingxia City was talking about Buping Tower's annihilation of Black Tiger Mountain. How could he not know? But why did the people from Buping Tower come to their Dongfeng Chamber of Commerce? Could it be? Yes, it's what you think. Chu Yun nodded and said, "I received a commission from the little girl of the Zhu family." As soon as these words came out, Lei Shan's mouth twitched twice, and he didn't know how to answer. If he didn't know what Buping Tower was, it would be fine, but the problem was that he knew. Buping Tower not only had the strength to annihilate Black Tiger Mountain, but also had the support of Zhao Qianli, the second son of the Prince of Qi's mansion. That was the top force in Jingxia City. It only took a word to destroy their Dongfeng Chamber of Commerce. "Sir." Lei Shan took a deep breath, stood up from the chair, looked at Chu Yun very seriously, and said, "My son has already known that he was wrong. I have also taught him a lesson and decided to discipline him strictly in the future. As for the Zhu family, I also plan to spend a lot of money to compensate them. I can give them 50,000, no, 100,000. As long as they are willing to say a number, I will definitely try my best to satisfy them." "Not enough." Chu Yun shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone, "The eldest girl of the Zhu family has jumped into the river and died. This is a living life that can only be filled with life." As soon as the words fell, Lei Shan's face sank. If he was facing an ordinary person, he would have turned his face by now, but facing Bu Pinglu, he could only suppress his anger. "Sir, that's not what I meant. I am deeply sorry and sad that the girl from the Zhu family committed suicide by jumping into the river, but after all, she jumped in on her own initiative, not pushed by Lei Ming. Even if it is handled according to the law, Lei Ming forced the girl, which is just a crime punishable by jail time. Why must he be killed? This punishment is a bit too heavy and unjustifiable." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun swept his eyes with a cold and amusement across Lei Shan's face and said, "You are worthy of being a businessman who started from scratch." These words make the responsibility clear, but do you really think so in your heart? Of course. Lei Shan's heart sank. but he still spoke tough. Chu Yun smiled coldly and said, "If I had come here 3 days ago, your little beast wouldn't have to die. He would have been convicted of a crime and sent to jail. But now, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family has been forced to death by your boss Lei. If she hadn't been desperate and had nowhere to turn to, how could she have committed suicide?" Although your little beast didn't directly push the eldest daughter of the Zhu family into the river, it pushed her into a more cruel hell, and you, as an accomplice as a father, are not innocent either. You should be grateful that I am a reasonable person. I can understand that as a father, it is a very legitimate move for you to keep your son, so I won't hold you personally responsible, but your son must die. I'm not discussing this with you, but informing you. If you have a different opinion, you can say that I'm listening. As soon as the words fell, Lei Shan's body trembled and he slumped in a chair. He clenched his fists tightly, then loosened them powerlessly, and slowly closed his eyes. He was in a weaker position than he was. He was at the mercy of others. What could he say? What could he dare to say? Chapter 202 Li Mansion. You must be regretting it now. Chu Yun looked at Lei Shan and said calmly. After the voice fell, Lei Shan looked at Chu Yun with extremely complicated eyes, and then slowly closed his eyelids. Yes, he really regretted it. But what's the use? What you regret is why you didn't invest more money in the Zhu family at that time to make them give up completely. You have just decided to offer a price of 100,000 taels of silver. What you are thinking is that if you offer this price the first time you go to the Zhu family, they may agree. If it doesn't work, you can add more money. In short, it can be settled. It's just a small family. How much can the maximum psychological price be? You can still pay hundreds of thousands or millions of taels of silver, as long as they are willing to give up. This matter will end here, right? After Chu Yun said this, Lei Shan was silent for a while and did not react. In fact, what Chu Yun guessed was correct. Lei Shan thought so. He blamed himself for not being more aggressive and using a high price to break the psychological defenses of the Zhu family. No matter how tough the bones are, they will definitely not be able to withstand the money offensive. If the Zhu family is willing to give up, the disaster star of Bupinglu will not come to the door again. But, unfortunately, there is no if. You are so wrong. Chu Yun shook his head, sighed slowly, and said, in your opinion, your son made a mistake. You have realized that it is wrong, and you plan to let your son correct it in the future, and then apologize to the victim's family. In your opinion, this is enough. However, totally wrong. Regardless of the rules of wealth, your son's mistake is that he ruined someone else's life and a living life. Perhaps in the eyes of you, Boss Lei, who makes a fortune every day, those families whose annual income is not as much as one meal of yours are not the same species as you, let alone people in your eyes. However, whether rich or poor, people are people. They are not noble because of their wealth, nor are they humble because of their lack of money. Your son lost a life, and you must fill it with your own life. Chu Yun spoke in a strong and sonorous tone. After that, he looked at Lei Shan, who was as disappointed as death, and said, remember to teach these words to your son when you have another son. When you are alive, you should still have a sense of awe at all times. Take care of yourself. After that, Chu Yun left. Lei Shan was left alone, sitting in the study, silent for a long time. In the cemetery, Zhu Binyan knelt in front of a new grave, crying. Behind her, her father and mother had cried into two tearful people, and the air was filled with a sad atmosphere. Sister, those beasts have been executed, you can rest in peace. Zhu Binyan spread out a handful of yellow paper, and the sadness in her heart did not diminish at all, but became more intense. After the great revenge was taken, the pleasure of revenge dissipated quickly, and then followed by a longer sadness than before, and this, only time can gradually smooth out. Ding! Congratulations, the mission is completed. The mission rewards, 2 Earth-grade baits, 10 spiritual-grade baits, and 20 ordinary-grade baits, have been distributed to your system space. Please check them. In the distance, Chu Yun retracted his gaze and turned to leave. One of the 3 commissions was completed here. After talking with Lei Shan in the study, Lei Shan took the initiative to send his son to the government. Lei Ming and all the accomplices were charged with the crime of organizing group crimes and forcing people to death. They were all sentenced to death on the same day. After that, it was the second commission from Zhang Ji. After Chu Yun left the XC area, he went straight to the Zhang family in the South City district. At this moment, the Zhang family was not quiet. After Chu Yun's instructions, Zhang Ji realized that he had been poisoned, so when he returned, he immediately searched his stepmother's room in secret. It would be fine if they didn't search, but once they did, they were shocked. The plain-looking he turned out to be a well-hidden drug-making expert. In his private territory, there was a dark room filled with various instruments and poisons used to make drugs. Immediately, Zhang Ji informed Zhang Qin, the head of the Zhang family, about this matter, and also explained in detail to his father the reason for his decline in cultivation, all of which were directed at his stepmother. When Zhang Qin heard this, his first reaction was naturally to disbelieve it. After all, they had slept in the same bed for so many years. However, when he personally came to his drug-making dark room, everything was clear, and the definite truth made him unable to question it. When stepmother he came back from outside, what was waiting for her was an unexpected trial. In the clan ancestral hall of the Zhang family, Zhang Qin divorced his wife in public and expelled her directly. When Chu Yun arrived at the Zhang family's mansion, he heard a woman's sad wailing coming from the ancestral hall while being led by a servant. After a while, it turned into a vicious curse. But soon, the voice gradually disappeared, as if she was directly expelled. "Mr. Chu, you are here?" Zhang Ji received a message from the servants in the mansion and came to the Zhang family's reception room. When he saw Chu Yun, his eyes lit up and he quickly came forward to clasp his fists and salute. "Yes." Chu Yun nodded and said calmly, "The last commission has been settled. Now it's your Zhang family's turn. Do you have any evidence to prove that the 2 mineral veins that your Zhang family wants to get back belong to your Zhang family?" "Of course there is." Zhang Ji nodded quickly, then found a servant and said, "Go to the ancestral hall immediately to inform my father and tell him that Mr. Chu from Bupinglu is here and wants to see the marriage contract from that year." As soon as the voice fell, the servant hurried to report the news. After a while, Zhang Qin, the head of the Zhang family, came to the reception room with a yellowed paper, and then smiled and wanted to say something to Chu Yun. Chu Yun didn't have much time to be polite to the head of the Zhang family. He took it and took a look. He found that it was clearly written on the paper that the Zhang family used the 2 mineral veins as a betrothal gift to form a baby marriage with the Li family. In the future, the descendants of both parties will be arranged according to age, and the eldest son and the eldest daughter will be married. In fact, the 2 mineral veins have been delivered to the Li family. Zhang Qin, the head of the Zhang family, took out 2 more documents and said, "These are the documents left by our 2 families when we handed over the mineral veins in Tongyu Mansion. These evidences are enough to prove that the mineral veins belong to our Zhang family." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Then, you take these documents to Tongyu Mansion. Can the Zhang family still deny their debts?" Zhang Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Among these documents, only these 2 documents of handover can be recognized by Tongyu Mansion. We wrote the marriage contract privately, and did not ask anyone from Tongyu Mansion to witness it, nor did we stamp it with any seals. Naturally, the government will not pay attention to us." "I understand," Chu Yun responded, took the documents, then stood up and walked out of the mansion. Zhang Qin and Zhang Ji, father and son, hurriedly followed to see Chu Yun out, expressing their gratitude along the way. Although Chu Yun had not yet completed the commission, as soon as Chu Yun opened his mouth, he revealed the true face of the He family and gave Zhang Ji a chance to recover his martial arts talent. From this point alone, the Zhang family deserves to be grateful to Chu Yun, even if the matter of the mineral vein could not be completed. But, for Chu Yun, there is no reason why he cannot complete the system task he has already received. Of course, except for tasks like Zi Yun's to find someone. It's too troublesome. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the same urban area, the mansion of the Li family is not far from that of the Zhang family. After only a few blocks, Chu Yun arrived at the door of the mansion of the Li family. Looking at the huge plaque, the 2 words Li Mansion are written in a dragon flying and phoenix dancing style, which is very impressive. And the courtyard of the Li family is also much more generous than that of the Zhang family. Just from this facade, it can be seen that the Li family has indeed made a lot of money over the years, and compared with the current Zhang family, it is basically not of the same level. "What are you doing?" In front of the Li mansion, more than a dozen guards were standing guard. When they saw Chu Yun walking straight forward, they looked at each other. They were all relatively unfamiliar with each other, so a guard leader stopped Chu Yun. Chu Yun glanced at him and said without stopping, "I am from Buping Tower. I came here to get back the engagement items for the Zhang family. Go and inform your master as soon as possible." As he spoke, he walked into the mansion. "Stop!" Seeing this, several guards naturally wanted to stop him. They stood guard here all day, but they had never heard of Buping Tower. Now they saw a kid who came out of nowhere and rushed into the mansion. If they didn't stop him, wouldn't they, the guards, become useless? And the fact proved that dry food was actually quite delicious. The guards rushed forward and surrounded Chu Yun. Without saying a word, they joined forces to drive him out. But as they stepped forward, they didn't even touch the corner of Chu Yun's clothes. They didn't know what was going on, but their bodies were shaken by an invisible energy and flew backwards. Soon, figures fell to the ground all around the door. Although Chu Yun didn't use much force and was merciful, he still knocked these people to the ground and they couldn't stand up for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 give you a choice. After this encounter, everyone realized that Chu Yun was not someone to be trifled with. So, several guards exchanged glances and hurriedly ran into the mansion to report the news. Not long after, Li Zhangchen, the head of the Li family, who was talking in the study, was attracted by a hurried knock on the door. "What's the fuss?" Li Zhangchen frowned, while Jin Sanda, the chief escort of the Golden Blade Escort Agency, who was sitting opposite him, picked up the teacup, smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was okay and let Li Zhangchen handle the matter first. "Master!" A young boy broke in from outside and rushed straight into the mansion. The brothers at the door couldn't stop him. The guard panted and reported in a hurry. After the voice fell, Li Zhangchen frowned even deeper, but he didn't take it seriously. Their Li family has grown and expanded over the years, and naturally there are many competitors and enemies. It is normal for someone to come to the door to cause trouble, and it is just a matter of sending guards to send the person away. Haha. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Since such a thing happened in the Li family's mansion today, I am embarrassed to stand by and watch. Jin Sandao put down his teacup and laughed. "Oh?" Li Zhangchen raised his eyebrows and smiled. "From what you said, Brother Jin, are you ready to try your hand?" "Of course, it's just right for you to see the strength of our giant Dao escort agency." Jin Sandao laughed, thinking that this was a great opportunity. He came here to represent the escort agency and the Li family to discuss cooperation. The escort agency is engaged in a business of fighting and killing, and there is nothing that can better reflect their strength than taking action directly. "Okay." Li Zhangchen also smiled and said, "Okay, since Brother Jin is willing, then this matter will be handed over to you. Let's go and take a look." As he said that, Li Zhangchen stood up and followed the guard to the garden in front of the mansion to see who was coming. At this moment, inside the garden, the guards of the Li family were lying on the ground in all directions. Seeing the head of the family coming, they all fell to the ground with their eyes half closed and groaned, looking like they were seriously injured and couldn't get up. But in fact, they were just shaken by Chu Yun's chi, and were bounced away before they even got close. The most serious injury they suffered was just a fall. "Good guy, you have some skills." Jin Sanda frowned, seeing that there were many masters of the Wanchai realm among the guards, but he didn't even touch a hair of the other party, and immediately knew that he had met a tough guy. Conservatively speaking, the young man in white clothes in front of him should also be a warrior of the Shanghai realm. Being so young and having such a high level of cultivation usually means that this young man's background is not ordinary. Out of caution, Jin Sandao stepped forward and said, Where are you from? Why are you rushing around in the Li family and committing crimes? I'm from Bupinglu. Chu Yun spoke calmly. His eyes fell on Jin Sandao. His gaze stayed on the golden knife on his waist for a moment, and then looked at Li Zengchen behind Jin Sandao. With Chu Yun's eyesight, he could naturally see that Li Zengchen was walking in the right position, and Jin Sandao's steps followed, obviously with a sense of guest position. As soon as Chu Yun said this, the two people present were shocked. Bupinglu. Jin Sandao's heart trembled, and he said, "Is it the Bupinglu that wiped out the Black Tiger Mountain?" As the chief escort of the Golden Sword Escort Agency, Jin Sandao was naturally very familiar with the mountain bandit branches around Jinxia City, and the one he thought was the most dangerous was naturally the Black Tiger Mountain in the Black Cloud Mountains. Some time ago, the Yang family of Shunfeng Escort Agency was massacring their entire family when they were transporting goods through the Black Cloud Mountains. This incident caused a lot of uproar in Jinxia City, especially in the escort agencies. For a long time, the escort agencies refused to accept orders that passed through the Black Cloud Mountains. It was too dangerous and there was no guarantee of passing. At this time when people were in a panic, the news that Black Tiger Mountain was wiped out suddenly came. The three words Bupinglu that followed were naturally imprinted in the hearts of all the escorts in Jinxia City. There is no other Bupinglu in Jinxia City, right? Chu Yun smiled faintly. After getting a definite answer, Li Zengchen on the opposite side had a completely gloomy face. He had naturally heard of this emerging force, but he believed that he had no intersection with it, let alone any grudges. He didn't know what Chu Yun meant by coming here. While he was thinking, Jin Sanda, the chief escort of the Golden Knife Escort Agency, took a deep breath, clasped his fists and said to Li Zengchen, "Master Li, I'm sorry." "You're leaving?" Li Zengchen was surprised and shocked. They were clearly talking fine just now, and he was almost about to pat his chest and write a guarantee letter to him, but now as soon as he saw him, he hadn't done anything yet, just heard the name, and he was scared away. Jin Sandao looked at Li Zengchen with a serious face, then looked at Chu Yun opposite, and said, "Bupinglu destroyed the bandits in the Black Cloud Mountains, avenged the previous Shunfeng Escort Agency, and also did a great thing for all the escorts in our Jinxia City. In this regard, our Jindao Escort Agency also owes Bupinglu a favor, so today's matter, it is not appropriate for me to take action. I hope that Master Li will forgive me." As he said, Jin Sandao clasped his fists with a face full of shame, and regardless of Li Zengchen's reaction, he walked out quickly, and even the previously agreed cooperation was not mentioned at this moment. The relationship between them is just a cooperative relationship of interests. If dealing with a young man who comes to the door to cause trouble, Jin Sandao will naturally be happy to help, but Bupinglu is a powerful force that destroyed Black Tiger Mountain, and its founder is Zhao Qianli, the second son of the Qi Wangfu. From any angle, this is an existence that cannot be provoked, not to mention that the Golden Sword Escort Agency and the Li family have not had any in-depth cooperation. Even if there is, after the Li family offended Bupinglu, the Golden Sword Escort Agency must quickly remove itself from the situation to avoid being implicated by the Li family. Bastard! Li Zengchen looked at Jin Sandao's fleeing back and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The pressure lingering in his heart became even stronger at this moment. He took a step forward, looked at Chu Yun with a playful look on his face, took a deep breath, and said, "May I ask who you are?" "The deputy owner of Buping Building, Chu Yun." Chu Yun nodded and introduced himself, but did not go into details. He said, "I came here to accept a commission from the Zhang family. You should be clear about their family affairs, Master Li, right?" As soon as the voice fell, Li Zengchen's heart sank. He never expected that Chu Yun came for this matter. He couldn't help but cursed in his heart. This was obviously a matter between their two families. "You, an outsider, had to interfere. What are you doing?" "I have nothing to say about their family affairs," Li Zengchen said stiffly. "Oh?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "Since the head of the Li family intends to play dumb, then I will explain it clearly. At the beginning, your Li family and the Zhang family had a close relationship and had a marriage contract. Now, the Zhang family has fallen because of your Li family, and your Leaf family looks down on the Zhang family and intends to cancel the engagement. Am I right about this? Li Zhengqing's face looked very bad when he heard this. Although this is the case, Chu Yun's straightforward statement made it seem as if their Li family was a group of ungrateful people. Although this is the fact, you can't say it so bluntly. Isn't this a slap in the face? So, Li Zhengqing took a deep breath and said, the matter of engagement must also be adapted to the current situation. We just think that the two families are no longer suitable for marriage. It's just a small matter. Why does Mr. Chu say it so harshly? How shameless. Chu Yun shook his head without hesitation and sighed. Then he looked at Li Zhengqing and said, let's not talk about the fact that your Li family is ungrateful and has done such an ungrateful thing. Just talking about the engagement. The Zhang family gave you the betrothal gift at the beginning, and now you take the initiative to cancel the engagement, but you don't return the betrothal gift. What's the reason for this? Li Zhengqing opened his mouth and was about to say the prepared remarks about how it was a long time ago and could not be investigated in depth, that the Zhang family simply gave it as a gift and it had nothing to do with the engagement, that the document from the Zhang family was forged, etc. But Chu Yun spoke again and blocked his words. Since I'm standing here today, I naturally know something about the situation. Don't try to fool me with any excuses, Chu Yun said, his eyes serious and earnest. He looked at Li Zhengqing opposite him and said in a deep voice, I only give you one choice, return the betrothal gift, or not. You can choose it yourself. After the voice fell, Li Zhengqing clenched his back teeth tightly, and the blue veins on his forehead were exposed. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chu, why do you have to be so ruthless in doing things? To be honest, my Li family has opened up many channels in the inner city, and the relationship with the Tong mansion is also very good. We can obviously sit down and make friends. Why make the relationship so stiff for a mere declining Zhang family? Make friends? Chu Yun shook his head as if he had heard something surprising, and said seriously, you don't deserve it. I even think that the word friend spitting out of your mouth is so disgusting. Don't try to challenge my patience. You can choose not to retreat, but you must also know what the price is. Li Zhengqing was silent. His expression changed for a few moments, but he finally suppressed his anger and the urge to vent. He nodded heavily and said, okay, since it is Mr. Chu's request, I will give Bupinglu this face, and I will return the 2 mineral veins to the Zhang family. Chapter 204 Fishing. It can be seen that Li Zhengqing was very reluctant, but no matter how reluctant he was, he still had to hand over what he had to hand over. Although Chu Yun did not threaten anything openly, Li Zhengqing and the entire Li family could not bear the pressure of the Qi Wang mansion alone. In particular, the current situation is special. The name of Bupinglu has just been made famous. After the Black Tiger Mountain was wiped out, its reputation in Jingxia City was unparalleled. At this time, it was the time when the new official of Bupinglu took office and was in full swing. If he chose to go against Bupinglu at this time, the latter would definitely choose to fight to the death. But at that time, even if he thought about it with his toes, Li Zhengqing knew that their Li family would not be able to bear it. The loss could not even be compared with the gains and losses of the 2 mineral veins. Very good, you finally made a correct choice. Chu Yun nodded. Immediately, he didn't care how ugly Li Zhengqing's face was. He just left a word and turned away. By tomorrow at the latest, return the 2 mineral veins. I will come again after the deadline. After saying that, he left. The next day, the morning sun cast warm sunlight into the house. Chu Yun turned over, not awakened by the sun, but awakened by the system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations, the task is completed. The task reward, 3 earth grade baits, 10 spiritual grade baits, and 30 ordinary grade baits, has been issued to your system space. Please check it. After the prompt sound fell, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that this day was so beautiful. He glanced at his system space and found that there were 5 earth grade baits, 20 spiritual grade baits and 50 ordinary grade baits lying quietly inside. After completing Zhu Binyun's commission yesterday, although the reward had been received, Chu Yun did not rush to fish directly, but put the reward together with the reward of this subsequent commission task. In this way, The experience is naturally double the happiness. He went downstairs and came to the creek in the yard. After taking out the fishing rod, he put a ground-grade bait on it and threw it directly into the stream. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a ground-grade spiritual weapon, the Wind and Thunder Fan. The light flew into Chu Yun's hand and turned into a black and blue folding fan. Chu Yun reached out to catch it and unfolded it. He saw that the folding fan had two sides, the front was wind and the back was thunder. Chu Yun fanned it with his hand, and the wind force on the front of the folding fan rolled and moved, and suddenly a gust of wind blew up, sweeping across the yard. Then Chu Yun turned it over to the back and fanned it again. Boom! In an instant, thunder rolled, and thunder immediately fell from the sky, crackling and hitting the area in front of Chu Yun, blasting the ground black. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded with great satisfaction. This ground-grade spiritual weapon is more like a magic weapon than a weapon. Generally speaking, weapons are used in conjunction with fixed martial arts. For example, the sword spirit weapon must be used in conjunction with sword moves. Swords, spears, swords, and halberds all have specific martial arts. However, fans, especially folding fans, are very difficult to find supporting martial arts for this weapon, so the weapon itself has very strong capabilities. For example, this Wind and Thunder Fan can stimulate the front wind and summon thunder on the back. When it is activated together, it has both wind and thunder, and its lethality is very strong. And the most important point is, it's really handsome. Chu Yun held the folding fan and gently fanned it in front of him. A temperament of a stranger like Jade and a young man without parallel in the world came to his mind. At this time, if there are any blind minions who dare to come forward to make trouble, Chu Yun will lightly wave the fan, and there will be a gust of wind to blow people away or simply kill them with thunder. That's how cool it is, and it's so handsome that people can't close their legs. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Chu Yun smiled and pinned the folding fan directly on his belt. He didn't plan to send it into the system space to collect dust, so he just carried it with him. Immediately, he picked up the fishing rod and prepared to go fishing for the second time. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a seed of the hidden god fruit tree. Another kind of fruit tree reward, which is considered a very good thing among the local rewards, just like the previous flowing light fruit, resurrection fruit, etc., all have different magical uses, and are sustainable renewable resources. The characteristic of this hidden god fruit is that it allows warriors to enter a special hidden god state immediately after taking it, and their own aura will be reduced to a level that is almost undetectable. Even if they use divine thoughts to scan it, they may not be able to scan it out. It is also useful, but it's a pity that Jolie hasn't woken up since she fell asleep last time, otherwise she would be very happy to see the sapling seed. Chu Yun muttered, opened the door of the medicine garden space, and threw the seed of the hidden god fruit tree in, so that Jolie could see it as soon as she woke up. Then, Chu Yun went fishing for the third time. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a dragon binding rope, a spiritual weapon of the earth grade. The ball of light flew into Chu Yun's hand and turned into a golden rope. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pulled it, and found that the toughness and strength of the dragon binding rope were very high. With his strength, he pulled it with all his strength, and the rope became tight, but there was no sign of breaking. It was as steady as an old dog. When Chu Yun tried to probe into the rope with his spiritual power, he suddenly found that the material of the dragon binding rope was made of the dragon tendons of a dragon. In an instant, Chu Yun's martial soul Chi yanked and Long felt it, and then the hot dragon flames burned on the dragon binding rope. The dragon binding rope, which was originally just a dead object, seemed to be injected with the soul of Chi Yang Tan Long when the dragon flames possessed it, and it began to advance and transform like the dragon ancient sword at the beginning. Under the pull of Chu Yun's spiritual power, the rope of the dragon binding rope seemed to have life, flying up and down in the air, and cruising in the air with great freedom and speed. Chu Yun could feel that there was a spiritual connection between him and the dragon binding rope. With just a thought, he controlled the dragon binding rope to bind a big tree. Then, with another thought, the dragon binding rope ignited with raging dragon flames, and immediately burned the thick tree to ashes. TSK 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 TSK. It's really unexpected, The quality of this dragon binding rope has been qualitatively improved after the mysterious blessing of the Scorching Sun Dragon. It has been promoted from a ground-grade spiritual weapon to a heaven-grade spiritual weapon, although its function is slightly inferior to that of a normal heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Its strength and power are not weak at all. Chu Yun was delighted and sighed. At the same time, this incident also gave Chu Yun an inspiration. That is, it seems that as long as the items are related to the dragon, especially the weapons made directly from parts of the dragon's body, such as dragon teeth and dragon tendons, they can resonate with the Chiangtan Long. After being blessed by the Chiangtan Long, their quality will be qualitatively improved. This can also be regarded as another innate ability of the Chiangtan Long, right? It seems that I still have to pay more attention in the future and collect some items related to dragons. Such things, when placed in my hands, have extraordinary effects. Chu Yun thought secretly in his heart. Then, it was the fourth fishing. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the Earth-grade martial arts Lotus Prajnapam. Great perfection. An ordinary martial arts reward. A ball of light flew into Chu Yun's mind, allowing Chu Yun to completely master this completely unfamiliar martial arts at once. After learning about the effects and abilities of the Lotus Prajnapam, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because this martial art can basically be regarded as a reduced version of the Great Sun Prajnapam. The two seem to come from the same place, and are very similar to the Great Sun Prajnapam in all aspects, but the effect is weaker. After all, the Great Sun Prajnapam is a heavenly martial art, while the Lotus Prajnapam is only a ground-grade martial art. Chu Yun has already mastered the former to perfection, so he naturally looks down on the latter. What a loss! Chu Yun shook his head repeatedly, and then the last ground-grade bait, he solemnly hung it on the fishing rod, and then suddenly threw it out and fell into the stream. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the reward of 300 years of martial arts enlightenment. The prompt sound fell, and a ball of light flew into Chu Yun's body, causing his body to be instantly shaken. Another few hundred years of martial arts enlightenment. The last time Chu Yun fished, he hadn't had the opportunity to use the hundreds of years of martial arts enlightenment he gained, and now he has gained another 300 years, adding up to more than 600 years. I have so much money that I don't know where to spend it. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never thought that one day he would face such a dilemma. He had too much martial arts comprehension, but there was no heaven-grade martial arts or skills worth learning. As for the earth-grade martial arts, Chu Yun still had some that he hadn't learned yet, but the ones that he had kept until now were basically not worth learning, and they were overlapping with the abilities that Chu Yun had already mastered. Originally, Chu Yun's plan was that after he opened up the ruins outside the city, he would naturally obtain a large number of martial arts and skills, and then he might not have enough martial arts comprehension. But now, looking at the balance in his account for more than 600 years, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a little excited, and he always wanted to find a place to spend it. Got it. Suddenly, Chu Yun thought of something and his heart moved. He still had a high-grade martial arts that he hadn't mastered thoroughly. It was nothing else but that strange martial arts book, Zhengshan Kinyu. A long time ago, when Chu Yun first got it, he knew that this technique was unusual, because it was the master of the Zhengshan sect who learned it from the Bluestone Gate. Later, after the incident with Yang Jian, Chu Yun's understanding of this technique naturally became deeper. However, the deeper he understood it, the more powerful and mysterious it felt to Chu Yun. So far, Chu Yun still couldn't figure out where this technique came from. Now, since he has sufficient martial arts comprehension, Chu Yun wants to see what kind of strange power this Zhengshan Kinyu has. Chapter 205 Ziwei Emperor. As for the Zhengshan Kinyu, it is quite peculiar to talk about it. At first, when Chu Yun picked it up in the ruins of the Zhengshan sect, it was just an ordinary earth-grade technique. Later, deep underground, Chu Yun found the Bluestone Gate. Through his comprehension and perception of the Bluestone Gate, Chu Yun improved the quality of this technique to a certain extent, reaching the level of the peak of the earth grade. After that, it was the accident caused by Yang Jian, which caused a qualitative change in the Zhengshan Kinyu. and its quality broke through to the level of the heaven grade technique. But Chu Yun knew that the upper limit of this technique was definitely not limited to this. At least, a powerful technique that can contain a small space cannot have an upper limit as low as the heaven grade. Conservatively estimated, it is also the holy grade level, and it is even possible. It is a divine grade technique. Chu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and exhaled slowly. His own divine thoughts gradually focused on the position between his eyebrows to sense the sun mark. Originally, if Chu Yun wanted to comprehend the technique, he could only look at the bluestone gate. Now the bluestone gate has been shattered and turned into two poles of yin and yang, falling on him and yang jian respectively. If he wants to comprehend the technique again, he only needs to comprehend the two marks of the yin and the sun. Ding. It is detected that you have unused martial arts comprehension. 607 Taiwan years. Do you want to use it? The prompt sounded, and Chu Yun nodded. Then, Chu Yun's consciousness sank into the sun mark, and the years of martial arts comprehension were also rapidly consumed, like a leaking dam, quickly releasing floodwaters. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. In this intense consumption, Chu Yun frowned, but he could not feel the passage of time at all. He entered an extremely hot state, not physically, but also mentally. What he felt was an incomparable masculinity. At this moment, Chu Yun's consciousness seemed to be immersed in a golden ocean, surrounded by incomparable warmth and heat, as if it would turn into a raging fire at any time, and also into a piece of warm jade at any time. In this wonderful state, Chu Yun's understanding of the Zengxin Qinyu was also rapidly improving, pushing the upper limit of this technique and making continuous leaps. Gradually, more and more martial arts philosophy and mysteries fell into Chu Yun's mind. At this moment, Chu Yun could already feel that more and more things were being completed and entered into the Zengxin Qinyu. If the Tanpin level Zengxin Qinyu was just a foundation that had just been laid, then through Chu Yun's intense understanding and consumption of martial arts comprehension, a building had been built on this foundation. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Yun's figure was shaken, and the sea of consciousness seemed to have experienced a deep shock. The whole person was intoxicated by it. The profound philosophy and the ancient power made him fascinated. At this moment, the Zengxin Qinyu was completed, and its grade was also upgraded from the heavenly grade to the holy grade. Buzz! There was only a tremor in Chu Yun's mind. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, he was already practicing a new round of this Book of the Righteous God Qinyu, and during this practice, an ancient and vast power appeared in front of him. In the north, the purple star lit up. A pale purple figure, majestic, appeared outside Chu Yun's body, standing there quietly like a guardian spirit. At this moment, in the entire Jinxia city, all the warriors whose cultivation level reached the mountain and sea realm and whose own consciousness appeared felt an inexplicable palpitation and tremor. It was as if an unparalleled emperor had descended and brought his unparalleled majesty. But that terrifying majestic aura only appeared for a moment and then suddenly dissipated. In an instant, countless strong men looked up at the sky, and some even flew directly into the air, as if looking for the source of the aura, but found nothing. Chu Yun let out a long breath and opened his eyes. The biggest change brought by the promotion of the Zengxin Qinyu to the holy product is that it has an additional special talent. It is called, the Zengxin is coming to the world. With oneself, it draws the power of the ancient gods and descends into the world. Just like the pale purple figure that Chu Yun just summoned, it is the legendary Zongxin Beiji Ziwei Taiwang Emperor, also known as Baikan Xingjun, or Ziwei Emperor. At that moment, Chu Yun, as the host who summoned Ziwei Emperor, felt an incomparably powerful energy injection, which increased his combat power by more than several times. But unfortunately, the consumption was too heavy, and Chu Yun's understanding of Zengxin Qinyu was not deep enough, so it could only last for a moment. After a moment, the phantom of Ziwei Emperor dissipated. But at that moment, if I took action, even a Nirvana realm existence, such as Qinwuji, could be killed with one blow. Chu Yun's eyes were solemn, and he whispered without exaggeration. Chu Yun did rely on his own strength to kill Qinwuji through a hard battle that almost cost him his life, But this does not mean that Chu Yun's overall strength can really compete with the Nirvana realm. But, at that moment, Chu Yun could clearly feel that he could kill the Nirvana realm warriors instantly. Not a hard battle, not a confrontation, not evenly matched. It was an instant kill. This is the Holy Grade technique, the power of the righteous God incarnated, unparalleled in strength and extremely domineering. However, this is not the limit of the righteous God Kinyu. After being perfected, the righteous God Kinyu has a total of 9 levels. Chu Yun has only mastered the first level now, so the grade of the technique is holy. However, when he has a deeper grasp and advances his understanding of the technique to the second, third, or even higher levels, the grade of this technique will undoubtedly go a step further. By then, divine grade seems to be just a matter of course. Too strong, too strong. Chu Yun sighed, looking back at the remaining amount of his martial arts comprehension. His warm heart suddenly cooled down, because the martial arts comprehension of 671 years only had 12 years left. Completing the skills consumed 669 years of his martial arts comprehension. Although it was a huge profit after obtaining the holy grade Zhengshan Kinyu, the consumption was too great. Conservatively speaking, if I want to advance the grade of Zhengshan Kinyu to the second level, I will have to consume nearly 1,000 years of martial arts comprehension, right? Chu Yun touched his chin, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said to himself, it takes 1,000 years to advance one level. Is this still practicing martial arts? This is cultivating immortals. Chapter 206, Grace is Greater Than Heaven. In addition to the advent of the true God, the promotion of the true God Kinyu to the holy level has further enhanced its own characteristics, and it can even be said to be a qualitative change. Originally, the characteristics of the true God Kinyu itself were to condense a true God tyrant body, enhance its own defense and mental cohesion, and have extremely strong resistance to both physical and mental attacks. Now, after the true God Kinyu was promoted to the level of a holy level, the power of the true God tyrant body has also increased. Chu Yun exhaled a long breath, and operated the skills to operate the true God tyrant body. In an instant, Chu Yun's body shook, and a purple glimmer rippled, forming a series of fine and mysterious magic words on Chu Yun's body. The light outlined the flow, forming an unparalleled tyrant body. Judging from the appearance alone, the appearance of this god tyrant body is somewhat similar to the figure of the Emperor Ziwei when the god of righteousness descended to the world, but it does not have the majestic aura of the Emperor. Chu Yun tested the defensive power of this god tyrant body and was very surprised. He stabbed the tyrant body with the dragon ancient sword, but it took a lot of effort to stab it a little bit. Moreover, the power of the god tyrant body now is not just as simple as defense, but also has the power of counter-injury. When Chu Yun stabbed himself with the sword, the god tyrant body also reacted, feeding back the severe damage and power to Chu Yun's right hand holding the sword, making it numb and almost unable to hold the hilt. What a strong recoil force! Chu Yun's face was delighted. The god tyrant body, which could only passively take a beating to improve its defense, has now become a counter-injury armor. With extremely strong defense, it can also directly rebound the damage it has received. The role it can play in the battle is undoubtedly a win-win situation. According to Chu Yun's estimation, with this holy grade god tyrant body, its defense is so strong that even a Nirvana realm warrior might not be able to defeat it directly with a full-strength attack. After the attack, the opponent has to bear almost 80% of the attack's recoil, which can almost kill the opponent directly, or at worst cause serious injuries. After all, no one will be on guard against the recoil from themselves when they are attacking with all their strength. It's like a person is concentrating on drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. At the same time as the arrow is shot out, a sword is shot at him from the bowstring. If he is not prepared, he will be knocked down directly. Besides, who would be prepared for such a thing? This is simply against common sense. As for ordinary Shanghai realm warriors, let alone, Chu Yun only needs to open the god tyrant body and then stand there. As long as the opponent's attack cannot break the defense of the god tyrant body, he will have to bear the recoil damage from himself. After a long time, the opponent will kill himself. It can be said that after having this true god tyrant body, Chu Yun can almost ignore any enemy whose attack power is not enough to break the true God tyrant body, no matter how many people come from the other side. Even if it is a round-robin battle and he is surrounded, Chu Yun can lie flat and kill all the enemies without any effort. It is worthy of being a holy level skill. The effect is so strong that it is unreasonable. Chu Yun sighed again and again. With the true God's advent, plus this set of true God tyrant body with anti-injury armor, Chu Yun can be said to be like a tiger with wings. When facing the Nirvana realm strongman next time, he is almost completely confident. With the true God's advent, he can instantly kill the Nirvana realm enemy. And with only the true God tyrant body, he can also deal with the Nirvana realm more easily. The existence of this holy level skill can be said to have completely pulled Chu Yun's combat power to the level of a Nirvana realm warrior, and even many times it is a more terrifying existence than the Nirvana realm. Master, at this time, a nervous voice with some surprise came from outside the courtyard gate. Chu Yun looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Yang Jian was running over quickly. Disciple, what's wrong? Chu Yun smiled slightly. Yang Jian seemed to be guilty and whispered, Master, I don't know what happened just now, but my understanding of the Zengxian Qinyu suddenly increased. Just now, it has reached a terrifying height that I have never touched before. Chu Yun was also stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that it was because of the connection between the two marks of Taiyan and Taiyang that the two people's understanding of the Zengxian Qinyu was synchronized. Before, when Yang Jian's understanding of the technique improved and he had new insights, Chu Yun also felt that his grasp of the Zengxian Qinyu had deepened. Now, Chu Yun used his martial arts understanding to advance the Zengxian Qinyu, and Yang Jian immediately became a beneficiary. Don't panic, disciple, I just practiced the Zengxian Qinyu again. Now it is no longer a heavenly grade skill, but a holy grade skill. Chu Yun smiled faintly and patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Although he was comforting him, he saw that Yang Jian's mouth gradually opened and became big enough to fit a duck egg. Holy ... holy grade? Yang Jian was stunned. This was the first time in his life that he had come into contact with such an existence. He had never even heard of it before. Yes, it is a holy grade skill, Chu Yun said, patting Yang Jian's cheek with some dissatisfaction, saying, You are my disciple, and you have mastered the world's #1 skill, the Wu Jigong. Is it worth making such a fuss about a small holy grade skill? Yang Jian was a little confused when he heard this. He wondered if Chu Yun was joking or not, but in short, the shock in his heart did not diminish at all. After being stunned for a long time, he heard Chu Yun say, Now, you and I, the master and disciple, should have the same understanding of this Zengxian Qinyu. When your understanding deepens, your master will also benefit. Now, your master will advance the skills, and you will also benefit. But unfortunately, only this Zengxian Qinyu is like this, otherwise your future will be limitless. Chu Yun couldn't help but smack his lips in regret. He himself has the ability to quickly max out skills with martial arts comprehension, but he can only use it himself, except for Zengxian Qinyu. Even if he learns other skills, Yang Jian can't enjoy it. However, Yang Jian shook his head and said, Master, you are joking. I am lucky to have been gifted with this technique. I can now feel that my mastery of this Zengxian Qinyu has reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, I have mastered an extremely powerful ability. Although it can only be used for a moment, at that moment, I have unprecedented power. Yang Jian said, as if he was recalling the past. Oh? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, knowing that Yang Jian was talking about the state of Zengxian's descent to the world, and he couldn't help but be curious, wondering if Yang Jian's Zengxian's descent to the world was the same as his Zengxian's descent to the world. So, Chu Yun raised his chin and said, Come on, disciple, show your true God's descent to the world. Let the master see how powerful it is. Okay. Little Yang Jian nodded, and naturally trusted Chu Yun immensely, even though he knew that his power was extremely terrifying when he was in the true God's descent state. No matter how terrifying it was, it could not be more terrifying than the young master in front of him, so he had no pressure to perform it. Little Yang Jian exhaled deeply, and the divine light around him shook. A majestic aura spread from the colorful light and turned into a light blue light. The light condensed into a figure, wearing silver armor, a black cloak, handsome face, a cloud pattern like the eye of heaven on the forehead, holding a three-pointed two-edged spear in his hand. Erlang Shen. Chu Yun saw the figure, and his mind was immediately shocked. The image of the true god was exactly the same as the mythical figure Erlang Xiansheng Zhenjian in Chu Yun's impression. Moreover, the phantom of the righteous god condensed by Yang Jian was clearer than the image of Ziwei Emperor condensed by Chu Yun. Although it was far less powerful and imposing, it was clearer and the face of the phantom could be clearly seen. It looked exactly the same as Yang Jian, just a little older. "Master, I'm coming," Yang Jian said, taking a step forward, and the phantom of Erlang Shen behind him stabbed out with a gun. Hiss! The gun tip cut through the space, making a piercing buzzing sound. The speed of the gun was so fast that it could not be compared with lightning, and its terrifying power suddenly erupted in an instant. Chu Yun stretched out a finger and pointed at the gun tip. The two touched each other, making a fierce metallic clang. From the explosion point of the force contact, a violent energy tear was formed, and the surrounding spiritual power tide was stirred and shattered, and the debris splashed and splashed, destroying everything around. The next moment, with a click, the tip of the three-pointed, two-edged spear cracked open, and then the entire figure of Erlang Shen also shattered, like an ice cube, dissipating like a phantom. Chu Yun looked at his finger in silence, and there was a tiny drop of blood on it. Although this was not a serious injury, but Yang Jian's righteous god could actually cut his skin? Who? The moment Erlang Shen's figure shattered, Yang Jian suddenly gasped for breath, and the whole person seemed to have been drained of strength all of a sudden, and he half knelt on the ground weakly. Chu Yun stepped forward, picked up a pill for auxiliary recovery, handed it to Yang Jian, then patted his shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Very good. The power of this attack is enough to kill any Wanshai Realm warrior in seconds, even if it is against Shanghai Realm. If the opponent is not prepared, you may be able to kill him with one blow." How is this possible? Yang Jian was stunned. He could feel that in the state of the righteous god's descent, his combat power was very strong, but no matter how strong he was just a warrior who had just entered the Qianjun realm. How could he have the ability to kill any Wanshai Realm warrior in seconds, or even have the opportunity to kill Shanghai Realm warriors? This is not in line with common sense. I also think this is unlikely, but in fact, this is the fact. Chu Yun smiled bitterly, patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, and said, "Ordinary Qianjun Realm warriors, like you, even if they have high talent, can't fully master a ground-grade technique, and don't even think about getting started with a heaven-grade technique, but you have completely mastered a holy-grade technique through the gains of your teacher. You can imagine how terrible this concept is. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no one before and no one after." Chu Yun smiled bitterly again, but couldn't help sighing in his heart. His biggest golden finger is the magical fishing system of all things, and Yang Jian's biggest golden finger is Chu Yun himself. As a master, Chu Yun provided Yang Jian with a strong foundation that was unprecedented and unparalleled, allowing Yang Jian to master the holy grade technique when he was in the Qianjun realm, and even did things that Chu Yun couldn't do at the beginning. This is called, the disciple surpasses the master. But of course, there are also some pity, that is, only when Chu Yun has mastered it, can Yang Jian master it. At least in the field of Zhengshan Kinyu and Ju, Yang Jian cannot surpass Chu Yun. Master, this is really, I don't know how to repay you. Yang Jian lowered his head, and after feeling the profound meaning of it, he also felt an unspeakable pressure. He is not a person who can accept gifts from others with peace of mind, no matter who it is, even the closest parents. As long as the other party gives him a little, he will definitely think about giving it back. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Although Chu Yun has known him for a short time, his kindness is greater than the sky. Not only did he help him avenge the extermination of his family, but he also accepted him as his personal disciple, taught him the world's #1 technique, and even let him fully master a holy technique when he was only in the Qianjun realm. It can be said that any of the above favors, if taken separately, are enough for Yang Jian to repay for his whole life, and it is not a pity to go through fire and water and die. When all of them are added together, Yang Jian no longer knows what to do to repay Chu Yun's favor that is higher than the sky. Don't think about those messy things. Chu Yun shook his head. He looked at Yang Jian with a serious face, and said, "You and I are master and apprentice. Once a teacher, you will be a father for life. Why should we care about whether to repay or not? I guess you must be thinking now, if there is an opportunity to help the master, the price is that you have to die. You will definitely agree without hesitation, right? But, I tell you, even if there is such an opportunity, the master will never choose to sacrifice you. The master-apprentice relationship is about inheritance, not repaying a favor. If one day, you can practice the master's philosophy and carry it forward, that will be the greatest blessing in the life of a master." Chapter 207 Drill. The next day, a great news came from Jingxia City. Master Lin Duanya, a master from the Beijing Formation Master Guild, was invited to Jingxia City by the palace lord. Although everyone in Jingxia City knew nothing about Master Lin Duanya, it did not affect their knowledge that the purpose of Lin Duanya's visit was to break the seal of the ruins formation outside Jingxia City. Since the relic appeared in the world, all the people in Jingxia City have been trying their best, but no matter who they are, they can't open the protective formation. They can only watch the treasures in the ruins, which are right in front of them but cannot be touched. And now, Lin Duanya from the Beijing Formation Master Guild is here to solve this problem. His arrival has made all the forces in Jingxia City jump, no matter who they are, as long as they are warriors in Jingxia City. They all hope that Master Lin Duanya can open the formation and allow all the warriors in Jingxia City to enter the ruins. It is conceivable that under such high expectations, the arrival of Lin Duanya would cause a sensation. That night, the palace master Zhang Tanyang announced that he would hold a grand welcome party for Master Lin Duanya in the Tanyang courtyard to welcome him. What a coincidence! I didn't expect that the person the palace master invited was him. Inside the Buping building, after hearing the news, Dao Qianli seemed to be a little sad. He still picked up a cup of tea and pretended to drink it. He took a sip, but it went straight into his throat and he started coughing. Chu Yun glanced at him and said, "From what you said, it seems that you have had some kind of intersection with Master Lin Duanya from the capital?" "Yes." Dao Qianli touched his nose and said, "The one who said that I had a talent as a formation master in the capital was him." Chu Yun couldn't help but smile and said, "That's quite a coincidence. I often wonder, if I hadn't listened to my father and followed Master Lin Duanya to learn formations from the Formation Masters Guild, would what happened 3 years ago have been different?" Dao Qianli exhaled slowly, his expression a little complicated, and said with a smile, "However, when I think of this matter before, I feel regret and uncertainty. But when I think of it now, the answer is very simple. If I were given another chance, I still wouldn't go to the Formation Masters Guild." "Why?" Chu Yun asked. Dao Qianli turned his head to look at him, grinned, and said, "Of course it's because I wouldn't meet you that way. Compared to my personal success in cultivation, the philosophy of Buping Lu and this ideal career are what I hope to do and have more. Compared with this, everything else is not worth mentioning. Moreover, even if I join the Formation Master Guild, I may not be able to obtain a better formation secret book than the Tantu Formation Complete Record. In this case, why should I go?" As he said that, he jumped up from the chair with a carefree look on his face, blinked at Chu Yun, and said, "The welcome party will not be until the evening, and now we have time. Help me take a look at my formation. How about it?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "Formation? What grade?" "Spiritual grade." Dao Qianli looked proud. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard that. He said with some surprise, "It's only been a few days, and you have already mastered the spiritual grade formation?" It seems that Master Lin Duanya was not just being polite when he said that you have a talent for formation masters. Dao Qianli snorted twice. If he had a tail, then this tail would have been up to the sky now. The core requirement of a formation master is the control of mental power and soul power. Although my cultivation is very weak, I am surprisingly strong in these two aspects. After a few days of hard training, I finally mastered the first spiritual grade formation, which is called the Sky Wind formation. Come and help me try it, Zhao Qianli said impatiently. Okay. Chu Yun smiled and nodded, and went to the martial arts field outside the yard with Zhao Qianli. You can start to set up the formation, Chu Yun said. When a formation master is fighting, it takes some time to set up the formation, because it needs to be prepared. Once the formation is formed, the power is very strong. However, if it is an unprepared encounter, and a formation master encounters a warrior directly, the result will be very dangerous. Okay, Zhao Qianli said, clapping his hands together. There was a mixture of spiritual power and mental power in his palms, emitting a faint glow. Then, as Zhao Qianli's hands moved, he quickly drew a series of formation patterns in the air. In just a few breaths, the formation was formed. Chu Yun looked at it, nodded and said, the speed is not slow. It took a total of 7 breaths. Then, let me see how powerful this Danf formation is. As he said, Chu Yun stepped forward and saw Zhao Qianli standing opposite him, surrounded by formation runes that were running on their own, with almost no dead angles. Just like the field, if you want to attack the formation master himself, you must enter his formation and break it. Generally speaking, the spiritual level of the skills corresponds to the Wanshai realm warriors. Once the formation is formed, it is difficult for ordinary Wanshai realm warriors to break it. Therefore, Chu Yun suppressed his own cultivation and reduced the power of his attack to the level of the early Wanshai realm. But even so, his own strength is equivalent to the peak of the ordinary Wanshai realm. Pay attention, Chu Yun said in a deep voice, strode forward, and walked into the formation range of the Danf formation. The formation runes around immediately lit up one after another, and the various runes inside were activated. With the command and operation of Zhao Qianli, they attacked Chu Yun. First, there was an extremely strong wind pressure, which squeezed towards Chu Yun from all directions like a wall, causing great pressure on his body. At the same time, in this strong wind pressure, there were also sharp wind blades, which strangled Chu Yun closely. Well done. Chu Yun nodded. Under the control of wind pressure and the attack of wind blades, ordinary Wanshai realm warriors would find it difficult to resist, especially when they could not evade or defeat so many and so dense wind blades while getting rid of wind pressure. Zhao Qianli knew that Chu Yun's strength was far stronger than his and he would not be hurt by him, so he went all out as soon as he attacked, without any fancy moves, and showed all the results of his hard training in front of Chu Yun. Chu Yun thought for a while, and faced with the strong wind pressure, he rushed forward with both fists, and the wind whistled out. He used the spiritual grade martial arts skill, the wind-breaking fist, to break the wind pressure, and then he quickly approached and attacked Zhao Qianli at the core of the formation, trying to cross the formation and directly attack the formation master's body. This is a very common situation in the battle between warriors and formation masters, because in many cases, compared with the airtight formation, the formation master who operates the formation is obviously a more controllable target. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This is exactly the reason. The close combat ability of the array master is basically negligible compared to the warriors of the same level. As long as a warrior of the same level approaches, he will basically be captured. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, array masters usually make a series of preparations to prevent the possibility of this phenomenon. At this moment, after realizing Chu Yun's intention, Zhao Qianli immediately made the most correct response. While strengthening the control of wind pressure, he stretched out his hand and threw out several recorded array diagrams. Instantly, several low-level arrays of ordinary level were unfolded and those scrolls one after another, turning into a one-time pure killing array, killing Chu Yun. The power of the array burst out, hitting a rain of fire, ice explosion and lightning, forcing Chu Yun to flash back and miss this good opportunity to get close. Zhao Qianli seized the hard-won opportunity and prepared for the next wave of close-range attacks in advance. He no longer set about constructing wind blades, but instead strengthened the wind pressure in front of his body, forming a series of solid wind walls to block Chu Yun's possible close-range attacks. A very wise choice. Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction. From the perspective of a pure Wanshai realm warrior, Zhao Qianli's response was indeed flawless. If you didn't know, you might think that Zhao Qianli was an experienced old formation master, and his various means of response were very mature and sophisticated. But, next, I'm going to get serious too. Are you ready to accept the impact? Chu Yun smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then, he crouched slightly, like a cheetah ready to go, and rushed towards Zhao Qianli in the center of the formation. He dodged all kinds of wind pressure and wind blades along the way at the fastest speed. If he couldn't avoid it, he would use brute force to collide and break it. Although it was blocked for a while, Chu Yun's overall speed was still advancing. After seeing this scene, Zhao Qianli felt full of pressure and quickly concentrated his attention, mobilizing the maximum resources to form more wind walls and wind blades to fight against Chu Yun. The next battle was a top-level tug-of-war between resources and confrontation. Chu Yun's forward speed was slowed down, but he was still moving forward. Zhao Qianli tried his best, but in the end, Chu Yun was still close to him within 7 steps. In such a short distance, a warrior in the Wanshai realm, if he was not as weak as Zhao Qianli before, would only need less than a breath to twist the head of the formation master off. The victory or defeat has been decided. Chu Yun walked forward and wanted to pat Zhao Qianli on the shoulder and say a few words of comfort. However, this pat on the shoulder was empty. The figure of Zhao Qianli in front of him was actually fake. Chu Yun slapped down, but in the end, he only hit a ball of air. The shadow of Zhao Qianli that he hit showed him an innocent smile. Array Masters never fight unprepared battles. This is what the founder of the Array Master Guild, the first generation of the Array Master Guild president, said. I think it makes sense. Zhao Qianli's voice came from the corner of the martial arts arena. Chapter 208 Zheng Yang Courtyard. To be honest, this is a bit embarrassing. Chu Yun turned his head with a strange look on his face, looked at Zhao Qianli with a cunning look behind him, and took a deep breath. Good fellow, I was really fooled by you. Chu Yun just suppressed his own strength to the level of the Wanshai realm, and his spiritual perception and spiritual strength were also suppressed to the strength of the early Wanshai realm. With such a realm, it is naturally difficult to see through Zhao Qianli's tricks without observation. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and the method of Array Masters using array light and shadow to condense phantoms can be regarded as one of their old professions and their signature skills. Okay, I have to admit it. Zhao Qianli chuckled and said, I actually mastered more than one spiritual formation. The illusion I just created was a variant of another formation. I haven't been able to fully master it yet, but I can also create a substitute in my own formation to confuse the enemy. Now it seems that the effect is good. Chu Yun also nodded and said, it's indeed very good. Even I was fooled. The offensive and defensive strength of your 10th formation has reached the level above the Wanshai realm. At least from my point of view, more than 90% of the Wanshai realm warriors cannot forcibly break the formation and threaten you. As he said that, Chu Yun walked forward, patted Zhao Qianli on the shoulder, and said, congratulations. You have truly mastered the power of the Wanshai realm, and this is just the beginning. After the words fell, Zhao Qianli, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly became more serious. He exhaled slowly, raised a curve at the corner of his lips, and said, yes, after so many years of being promoted to the Wanshai realm, I finally have the power of the real Wanshai realm. But, as you said, that's just the beginning. In the way of formation, Zhao Qianli showed an extraordinary talent. In just a few days, he mastered the Tan formation and the variant of the substitute phantom formation. This is enough to prove that he can go on this road. And with Zhao Qianli's character and perseverance, as long as he walks on a proven path, even if the progress is slow, he can stick to it. Not to mention that this is a fast lane. At night, the lights are on. In the inner city, outside Jinxia Avenue, several wide main roads are blocked by luxurious carriages. Even though it is late at night, the whole area is still brightly lit. Although it is not as bright as day, it also reflects the lights and feasting. This is the area where Zheng Yang Courtyard is located. Zheng Yang Courtyard is the residence of Zheng Tan Yang, the Lord of Daming Mansion. It is the only place in Jinxia City and even in Daming Mansion that can be compared with Chi Wang Mansion in terms of specifications. At this moment, Because of the arrival of Master Lin Duanya, various forces in Jinxia City, celebrities of all sizes, have arrived to welcome Master Lin. The luxurious carriages drove into Jinxia Avenue. Before approaching the location of Zhengyang Courtyard, they had to stop at the periphery. Everyone walked into the courtyard to show respect for the lord of the mansion. It's really a big show. Chu Yun walked on this wide street, looking at the rows of luxurious carriages parked neatly on both sides. The carriages inlaid with gold and silver, a piece of scraps at random, are enough for ordinary people to live a carefree life. But such luxurious carriages can be seen everywhere on this street as if they were rotten cabbages. After he came to this strange world, the grandest banquet he had seen was the 100th birthday banquet of the city lord Qin Wuji in Linghai Giant City. Compared with this welcome party, Qin Wuji would cry out in injustice in his 9 springs. The gap is too big. Compared with this, he is just a bumpkin. Calm down, it's just a small scene. Now Qianli held his head high, with a state of I'm so familiar with it. How can you describe the posture of walking on this wide avenue? It's simply not recognizing relatives. Seeing this, Yang Jian hurriedly covered his face and lowered his head, and moved to the side of his master, as if he was afraid that others would notice that they came together. In this welcoming banquet held by the lord of the mansion for Master Lin Duanya, Bupinglu only sent 3 people, that is, Dao Qianli, Chu Yun and Yang Jian. Well, now there are only these 3 people as the official members of Bupinglu. Chu Yun had always said that he was the deputy owner of Buping Building, but before Yang Jian joined, he counted on his fingers and found that there were only 2 people in the entire Buping Building, 1 main owner and 1 deputy owner. To be honest, it would be a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. I used to come to this Zhengyang courtyard often. How should I put it? Although the area is larger than that of the Prince Chi's mansion, it is far behind in terms of heritage and pattern. Dao Qianli walked in front, pointing at the surrounding environment while telling Chu Yun and his apprentice about his understanding of architecture. He spoke 3 sentences in a fluent manner, revealing a sense of coquettishness. While talking, the 3 of them had already arrived at the north gate of Zhengyang Courtyard and followed the crowd into Zhengyang Courtyard. It was called a courtyard, but in fact it was like a huge palace, with various palaces stacked up in layers, distributed in a dense garden scene. Walking in was like walking into a forest. The environment was pleasant and extremely fresh, which really opened Chu Yun and Yang Jian's eyes. Is this where the mansion owner lives? It's really so grand. Little Yang Jian sighed and murmured, "Tsk." Now Qianli was a little unhappy, curled his lips, reached out and grabbed a handful of little Yang Jian's hair, and said, "Little guy, you really haven't seen a good place. I'll take you to the Qi Wang mansion later. Isn't it much more grand than here?" The 3 of them walked forward and followed the crowd to the banquet venue prepared by Zhengyang Courtyard. It was in the middle of the lake, surrounded by wide bridges and corridors leading to the island in the middle of the lake. On the island, there was a majestic palace, and in front of the palace was an extremely wide square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the crowd entering Zhengyang Courtyard stepped onto the corridor one by one and came to the island in the middle of the lake. Chu Yun and the other 2 were among them. After passing the corridor and climbing onto the island, the 3 saw that the square inches front of the palace had been set up with seats, but there were different levels. The area below is larger, but the terrain is lower. On the side close to the palace, the topography of the square presents a tendency to lift up. The terrain of that area is higher, and there are fewer places above, but it is undoubtedly more spacious, and the wine and dishes prepared are also higher. Only the forces in the inner city are qualified to climb up there. Dao Qianli snorted twice and laughed. As he said that, he took a big step and led Chu Yun and the other 2 to climb up the stairs. Jinxia City has a strict hierarchy and is divided geographically. The most core area is naturally the inner city. The other 4 outer city areas are just younger brothers, and all have to be in the lower area. Stop. On the steps leading to the upper area, a row of soldiers responsible for maintaining order issued a warning to Dao Qianli. Since the inner city and the outer city do not take the same road when entering the Zhengyang Courtyard, people from the outer city will be in the lower area when they climb the island, while people from the inner city will be directly in the upper area when they climb the island. Since the boundaries have been set, People from the outer city will naturally not be allowed to climb up. Zhao Qianli naturally didn't listen, and didn't stop. Seeing this, the soldiers in the row did not hesitate and drew their swords at their waists. There was a sound of clang and the bright swords pointed at Chu Yun and the other two who were climbing the ladder. "You are blind, and you don't even know who I am?" Zhao Qianli raised his head. The soldier who drew the sword frowned and didn't remember for a while, but the soldier next to him exclaimed, hurried forward, pressed the man's hilt, and whispered, "This is Zhao Qianli, the second son of the Qi Wangfu, the owner of Buping Tower." After the voice fell, the soldier's face was shocked, and when he looked at Zhao Qianli again, he remembered it all at once, and was immediately scared and sweated. Immediately, all the soldiers put away their weapons, lowered their heads, retreated to the left and right sides, and made a wide passage for Zhao Qianli and the other two to pass. "HMPH, you're quite sensible." Zhao Qianli nodded in satisfaction, turned around and sent a smug look to Chu Yun, then continued to walk up the steps with a step that didn't recognize any relatives, and came to the upper area of the inner city banquet. Chu Yun followed Zhao Qianli, and it was obviously not an illusion. He heard muttering from the back, a useless prince who was beaten away by a Qianjun realm warrior. How dare he come here to show off? The voice was very light, but Chu Yun still heard it. Turning his head, he saw a soldier with his head down, shrinking back a little unnaturally. "Hey!" Zhao Qianli paused. Obviously he also heard the muttering. If it was before he met Chu Yun, it would be enough to ruin Zhao Qianli's mood if he was poked in the wound like this. But now, he patted Chu Yun's shoulder without caring, and then walked in front as if nothing had happened, without even looking at the soldiers. What is the air? Zhao Qianli does have reasons and confidence to be arrogant now, but he can't compare with those ordinary soldiers. They are not on the same level at all, and he is too lazy to waste words on them. Chapter 209 Conspiracy Theory. As Zhao Qianli and Chu Yun, the master and apprentice, entered the banquet, the surrounding environment obviously changed due to their arrival. Everyone who saw Zhao Qianli showed an unexpected look, as if seeing Zhao Qianli in such an occasion was a very surprising thing. After all, since that incident, Zhao Qianli has not appeared in the public eye for more than 3 years. As for Zhao Qianli, apart from those old things, the most noteworthy thing is naturally only 3 words: Bupinglu. The emergence of this force shocked all parties in Jinxia City, and many forces in the outer city were shocked and frightened by it, because in order to wipe out the Black Tiger Mountain force that had been entrenched in the Black Cloud Mountains for many years, the power required to mobilize was extremely amazing, which could prove the strength of Bupinglu. As for the various forces in the inner city, that is, the real big forces in Jinxia City, through the Bupinglu incident, they saw complicated signs. Because first of all, according to common sense, it may be a bit too much to say that Zhao Qianli alone has pulled together a force, but no matter what, it is impossible to destroy Black Tiger Mountain. The only explanation, the reasonable explanation, is that the Qi Wangfu played a major role in it. So now, the question is, why did the Qi Wangfu do this? Or, why did the Cheng Prince do this? The people of the major forces in the inner city knew that the uneven building created by Zhao Qianli was just a joke. In this case, why would the Cheng Prince use such power to support his youngest son's nonsense? Is it excessive doting, or other reasons? Considering that the uneven building has become famous recently and has a high positive popularity in the eyes of the people, many people with conspiracy theories can't help but wonder if this is the Cheng Prince of the Qi Wangfu, using Zhao Qianli's hand to expand his influence, or even to win the hearts of the people. A royal prince wins the hearts of the people by doing good deeds. To be honest, this is an extremely dangerous signal, and it even touches the most sensitive nerve that no one should touch. You are a member of the royal family, and it is fine if you live a leisurely and affluent life honestly. It is your luck to be born in a good family. Now you are not satisfied and want to win the hearts of the people and gain a good reputation in the eyes of the people. What do you want to do? The old man hanged himself. Is his life too long? Many people smelled the breath of danger through this incident, so when they saw Zhao Qianli at this moment, They had a subconscious feeling of retreating and unwilling to have any contact with him. Even those forces that were on good terms with the Qi Palace were unwilling to come forward and say anything to Zhao Qianli at this moment. Before they figured out what was going on, it was simply too dangerous to do so, just like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Oh, it's quite quiet now. Zhao Qianli walked for a while and exchanged glances with many people. However, when he glanced at them, the other party either nodded perfunctorily and looked away, or simply pretended not to see it. After walking for a long time, no one came forward to chat, which made Zhao Qianli feel a little strange. He thought that after what happened 3 years ago, he should be given extra attention now that he has returned. No matter whether it is good or bad, he should not be idle. But these people now acted as if he did not exist. This is a bit embarrassing. Zhao Qianli found a spacious seat and sat down. Yang Jian next to him whispered, "Brother Qianli, are you not familiar with these people? They don't seem to know you." Unintentional words are the most heartbreaking. Zhao Qianli only felt his gums a little sour. He hummed twice and said, "People who know me haven't come out yet. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are these?" This sounded very arrogant, but Zhao Qianli is indeed qualified to say so. Born in the Prince of Qi's mansion, there are very few people in Jinxia City who can be equal to him in terms of status. Although these forces in the inner city are already all-powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, they are just a group of background boards at best in Zhao Qianli's place. In Jinxia City, it is actually very simple to measure whether a force is a top-level force that can be on the table. There is only one way, that is, to see whether there is a strong man in the Nirvana realm in the force. Because of the existence of Nirvana pills, there is a huge gap between warriors who have reached the Nirvana realm and warriors below the Nirvana realm in this world. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference between forces with Nirvana realm warriors and forces without Nirvana realm warriors. Looking at the entire Jinxia City, there are not many forces with Nirvana realm warriors. There are Nirvana realm warriors in each of the 6 armies, and some particularly strong armies even have 2 Nirvana realm warriors. In addition, there are also several masters of Nirvana in Tanya Mansion. Secondly, there are the first-class families in Jinxia City and some large chambers of commerce across the various giant cities of Daming Mansion, which also have masters of Nirvana. The above are the top forces in Jinxia City, and they are also worthy of Zhao Qianli's attention. However, at this moment, the people of these forces did not appear here. Zhao Qianli looked around and soon saw that a group of people came out of the palace gate of the island in the middle of the lake. He was very familiar with every face. Chu Yun looked over and saw a familiar figure among them. Among this group of people, he only knew this one person, that is, Zhao Qianli's brother Chu Yun. As the eldest son of Qi Wangfu, he naturally had a lot of face in the crowd and walked close to the center, but he was just close, because the protagonist of today's banquet was not him. Lin Duanya, Master Lin. Zhao Qianli looked at the figure walking in the middle. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful face in a white robe. He wore loose clothes, had a full forehead, but was a little thin. He looked like the Nanji Xian in the storybook. He looked around while walking. He was not arrogant, but very charming. And next to Master Lin, there was another figure walking side by side. He was strong and dignified, and his majestic body seemed to contain thunder-like power, which made people tremble at a glance. Needless to say, the only person who could have such momentum and oppression in the entire Daming Mansion was the mansion master Zhang Tanyang. He walked beside Master Lin Duanya with a faint smile on his face. He was not ostentatious, not tepid, but had a feeling that no one could ignore his existence. "Everyone, let me introduce this person. This is Lin Duanya from the Beijing Formation Master Guild, Master Lin." Zhang Tanyang spoke in a deep voice and said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, all the forces on the square stood up to greet them, saying loudly the words of welcome, so that Master Lin Duanya could feel the enthusiasm of Jinxia City. The group entered the venue, and with Zhang Tanyang's introduction, Lin Duanya immediately became the core of the crowd. People around him rushed over and started chatting. The people who came out of the palace with the Lord of the Palace and Master Lin Duanya were all from real big forces. They had talked with Master Lin Duanya long before, so they naturally would not squeeze with others at this moment. so they took the opportunity to disperse. "You are here." Zhao Yun broke away from the crowd and came straight to his younger brother Zhao Qianli. He glanced at Zhao Qianli, then at Chu Yun and Jiang Jian, and a smile appeared on his face. Zhao Qianli touched his chin, glanced at Chu Yun, and said, "He told me a long time ago that I should pay attention to the ruins, otherwise I would not be interested in coming." He. Chu Yun smiled and expressed his pleasure in accepting the blame that Zhao Qianli threw at him, because that was the fact. "Anyway, it's good that you're here." Zhao Yun nodded, patted his brother on the shoulder, then looked at Chu Yun and said, "Brother Chu wants to go to the ruins outside the city to take a look. You can be prepared now. Master Lin Duanya will announce later that the protective formation of the ruins outside the city must be broken within 5 days." Within 5 days, Chu Yun paused slightly and said, "It seems that Master Lin is very confident." "Of course." Zhao Yun nodded, then looked around, came over, and whispered, "In fact, this Master Lin has already come to Jingxia City a long time ago, but he has never shown up before." "Didn't show up? Why?" Little Yang Jian on the side heard it and couldn't help asking. Chu Yun snorted and laughed, saying, "Maybe he is making preparations to come and see the quality of the protective array in advance. He will only show up if he is sure that he can break it. Otherwise, if he shows up today and can't do anything with the protective array in the future, wouldn't that ruin his reputation?" After he finished speaking, Zhao Yun smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to know so much. But this is also the unspoken rule of this industry. If you invite someone from other places to help, they are famous, so they must first conduct a field investigation to confirm that they can take it, and then they will show up in public. If they can't take it, they will make an excuse that they have something to do and go home directly. In this way, there will be no negative impact on their own reputation. As far as I know, this Master Lin Duanya may have been here for more than 10 days. It was not until recently that he was finally sure of breaking the array, so there was today's welcome party." As he spoke, Zhao Yun had a playful look on his face, as if he found it very interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Zhu Bingala. Having said that, Master Lin Duanya is still a capable person, otherwise, he would not appear here. No matter what kind of twists and turns have happened in the middle, as long as Master Lin Duanya appears here at this moment, it means that he is capable of solving the problem. That's enough, isn't it? As long as the ruins outside the city can be opened, Chu Yun can enter the ruins through the map that has been prepared long ago and called the Wind and Rain. While several people were talking, several figures were gathering on the seats on the other side, and they looked over from time to time. Among them, there was a figure who had been staring at Zhao Qianli with malicious eyes. "This stinky bug. Why doesn't he stay in the gutter and run here?" Zheng Yuang frowned, his eyes full of boredom and disdain. 3 years ago, it was he who planned to make Zhao Qianli lose face at the coming-of-age ceremony of Ms. Zhu's family, so that he has not appeared in public for several years. Now, 3 years have passed, but Zhao Qianli seems to have no memory and appears in front of everyone again. It must be said that this makes Zheng Yuang very unhappy. And the next scene makes Zheng Yuang even more unhappy. I saw. In the crowd, there was a heroic and agile figure, walking towards Zhao Qianli, or in other words, walking directly towards Zhao Qianli. "Zhao Qianli, long time no see." The figure had a calm face, and the opening words were just the simplest greetings. But as soon as these words came out, Zhao Qianli's figure trembled, and a very complicated expression appeared on his face. Bingala. Zhao Qianli had a complicated face. Looking at the figure, it seemed that there were many things he wanted to say, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back and turned them into a simple greeting. "Long time no see." To be honest, the atmosphere at this moment was really a bit awkward. Not only Chu Yun felt it, Zhao Yun felt it, even the little Yang Jian who had no experience in this even felt it. Obviously, this heroic and vigorous figure is the daughter of the Minister of War, Ms. Zhu Bingala. At the same time, She is also the object of Zhao Qianli's admiration. Chu Yun observed and found that Zhao Qianli's vision is still very good. This Miss Zhu is very different from those traditional ladies. The most obvious and simple thing is, the other women present, regardless of their status and position, are all dressed in fancy clothes, like blooming flowers, and this Miss Zhu actually came in a military uniform, with a set of bright blue metal armor and a long sword hanging around her waist. If you don't say it, others will not think that she is here to attend the banquet, but will think that she is going to march to fight. And Zhu Bingali's temperament is also very unique, with a kind of crispness, neatness and decisiveness that belongs only to soldiers. She looked at Zhao Qianli and said, "This is the first time we have met since my coming-of-age ceremony. Don't you plan to say anything?" Ahem. Zhao Qianli coughed and said, "Actually, it's not the first time. It's just that the previous ones were a bit informal." As soon as he said this, his voice became lower and lower, as if Zhao Qianli just blurted it out subconsciously. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it a little. His voice became lower and lower, and his heart was beating fast. He just hoped that Zhu Bingali would pretend not to hear it. But Zhu Bingali nodded. "I know you came to see me a few times, peeping outside the barracks when I was training." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Qianli's face suddenly became like a monkey's butt, very red. "Since you have nothing to say, then I will say something." Zhu Bingali was swift and decisive. As soon as she opened her mouth, she got straight to the point and said, "To be honest, I am very disappointed with you for what happened 3 years ago." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Qianli's body trembled and his face turned pale. 3 years ago, at Zhu Bingali's coming-of-age ceremony, Zhao Qianli was defeated on the spot by a warrior who was 1 realm lower than him in front of his beloved, and he lost miserably. This incident has long been an indelible pain in Zhao Qianli's heart, and now that Zhu Bingali has spoken of this matter to him in person, it is equivalent to stabbing him in the face. "I'm not disappointed that you lost. I know your own conditions very well. It's not easy to cultivate to the Wanshai realm. It's normal for your combat power to be low." Zhu Bingali's tone was calm, but what she said surprised Zhao Qianli so much that he couldn't help but say, "Then what are you disappointed about? You haven't come to meet me since then." Zhu Bingali said in a deep voice, looking at Zhao Qianli and said, "You and I grew up together. Do you think I'm a snob who hates the poor and loves the rich, and doesn't want to associate with you because you are weak in martial arts? Then you look down on me too much." Zhao Qianli couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard it. What Zhu Bingali said today was something he had never thought of before. For a moment, he was filled with guilt and self-blame. He opened his mouth and was about to say something to Zhu Bingali, but on the other side, the banquet had already officially begun. A row of maids with delicate makeup and graceful figures lined up and walked into the venue. At the same time, the music around them gradually sounded, indicating the official start of the dinner. The people who were still standing around and talking also sat down at this moment and returned to their seats. Zhu Bingali frowned, as if she had something to say, but the situation at the moment was obviously not suitable for her to continue. So she glanced at Zhao Qianli, left only one sentence, and then left. "After the dinner, go to Zhu's house to find me." After saying that, Zhu Bingali walked back to her seat. His departure seemed to have taken away Zhao Qianli's soul. Zhao Qianli's eyes were always staring at Zhu Bingali's back. "Wake up, everyone is gone." Chu Yun stretched out a hand and shook it in front of Zhao Qianli. Zhao Qianli's brother Zhao Yun also left with Zhu Bingali. As a representative of the Qi Wangfu, he naturally couldn't sit down, even if he wanted to. It was unreasonable. So, Zhao Yun patted his brother's shoulder, nodded to Chu Yun, and walked to the chairman's seat and sat on the left of the mansion owner Zheng Danyang. The person on the right, needless to say, is the protagonist of today's banquet, Master Lin Duanya. "Good brother, what do you think Bingali meant by telling me this?" Zhao Qianli was uneasy, and his eyes kept glancing at Zhu Bingali, as if he was eagerly waiting for an answer. Seeing his flustered look, Chu Yun couldn't help but laugh in his heart and said, "Didn't Miss Zhu make it very clear? She was very disappointed with what you did 3 years ago, but she was not disappointed that you lost, but that you never took the initiative to find her again after that." In other words, Miss Zhu actually hopes that you will continue to find her to get along with her after that. Is that what you mean? Zhao Qianli muttered uncertainly, and then slapped his thigh suddenly, making a crisp sound, with a smile on his face, and said, "You're right, that's what she meant." Suddenly, Zhao Qianli seemed to come alive, like a fish swimming into the sea, happily shaking its tail and raising a stream of water. "She wants me to find her. She still has me in her heart. She still has me in her heart." Zhao Qianli looked excited, and the flame that had been extinguished in his heart for many years seemed to burn again with a bang. "She also asked me to go to Zhu's house to find her after the banquet," Zhao Qianli said. His whole face was distorted by his smile, and the corners of his mouth were stretched to the back of his ears, which made Chu Yun couldn't help shaking his head. "Are young people who are in love so crazy?" While he was talking to Zhao Qianli, Master Lin Duanya had stood up on the main seat on the other side and made a meaningless speech. "I feel the enthusiasm of Jingxia City, and I will definitely complete your trust," Master Lin Duanya said, speaking calmly, with a confident aura. "I have already visited the ruins outside the city. Although the protective formation is extremely exquisite and powerful, it is just a piece of cake in front of this master. After today's dinner, at the latest 5 days, this master will be able to break the protective formation, and then you will get what you want," Master Lin Duanya said, and the applause and cheers below shook the earth. Fortunately, this is an open-air scene, otherwise this fanatical momentum might have overturned the ceiling. At this time, the owner of the mansion Zheng Tanyang, who was sitting aside, also slowly spoke. "Master Lin came to Jingxia City and worked hard for our Jingxia City warriors to seek benefits. If we don't repay Master Lin well, it would be a bit too unreasonable." As the voice fell, the various forces around him secretly said in their hearts, "Inviting a master-level figure from the Formation Master Guild in the capital to come to help, this favor is naturally not for nothing." Although the guests were invited by the Mansion Lord, the cost could not be borne by the Mansion Lord alone. In the end, all the forces in Jingxia City must pay for it together. After all, those who can come to this dinner are going to make a profit in the ruins. The entrance fee to the ruins must be paid to Master Lin Duanya. Then, someone shouted, "I am willing to invest 5 million taels of silver to thank Master Lin." As soon as these words came out, it was equivalent to setting a tone for everyone present. The various forces in the inner city must offer a minimum bid of no less than 5 million taels of silver, no matter how much benefit they can get after entering the ruins. These 5 million taels of silver must be paid. Chapter 211 3 Flaws. As for the first person who spoke, it was clear that the mansion owner had arranged it in advance, because at this time, only the mansion owner can set a clear standard. It would be wrong for others to ask more or less. When the price of 5 million taels of silver was announced, the forces in the inner city had a plan in mind and agreed. Because this number is really not much money for the real big forces in the inner city, as long as you enter the ruins, any opportunity and treasure you get is much better than 5 million taels of silver. At this time, in the banquet area below, the president of the East City Chamber of Commerce stood up with a kind face and said, "Master Lin has contributed to Jingxia City. I see it in my eyes and feel sympathetic. But the East City Chamber of Commerce has been operating poorly recently. I can only take out 1 million taels of silver to thank Master Lin. I hope you don't mind." After the voice fell, many forces in the surrounding outer city looked at the president of the East City Chamber of Commerce with very strange expressions. Everyone knows that the East City Chamber of Commerce is backed by the Tonga Mansion and has the support of the Lord of the Mansion. It is the first Chamber of Commerce in the outer city district and makes a fortune every day. If such a situation is still said to be poor management, then other chambers of commerce might as well close down directly. Anyone with a discerning eye can also see that the president of the East City Chamber of Commerce is speaking to set a standard for the various forces in the outer city district. The forces in the inner city district need to pay 5 million taels of silver, while the forces in the outer city district only need to pay 1 million taels of silver. Sure enough, as soon as the president of the East City Chamber of Commerce said this, Master Lin Duanya immediately nodded and said yes. At this point, the standard has been set, and then the city lord came forward and sent maids to collect money from each family. Among them, some people gave happily, Some hesitated, but in the end, no one dared to default. When it came to Zhao Qianli, the maid of the city lord's mansion came up to collect the money. Zhao Qianli happily took out a silver note of 1,000,000 taels of silver and placed it on the tray in the maid's hand. The maid was stunned when she saw this. She looked around and whispered, "Did you take the wrong banknote?" "No," Zhao Qianli said calmly, touching his nose, "we are Bupinglu, a force in the North City district." After the words fell, the maid's expression became even more confused. As a young maid, she had not been in Zhengyang courtyard for a long time. It was the time when Zhao Qianli retired from the world, so she did not know the situation of the prince. "Isn't this the banquet area in the inner city? If you are from the outer city, you should be down there. The scenery is good up there. I can't come up to see it. Hurry up, hurry up. The people behind are still waiting." Zhao Qianli urged her in a serious tone. The maid's stay here was also noticed by many people. After listening carefully to the conversation between the two, they found that what Zhao Qianli said was right. Although sitting in the banquet area in the inner city district, the Bupinglu represented by Zhao Qianli was really a force in the outer city district, and it was reasonable to pay 1,000,000 taels of silver. It's just, a group of people thought of Zhao Qianli's identity and felt very strange. According to Zhao Qianli's previous personality, he would definitely not miss this opportunity to pretend to be rich. Chu Yun glanced at his good brother and knew what Zhao Qianli was thinking. For Zhao Qianli, whether it was 1,000,000 taels of silver or 5,000,000 taels of silver, there was actually not much difference. However, since he became an unbalanced person and had a deep understanding of the lives of the lower class people, Zhao Qianli's view of money has changed. He used to not regard money as money, but now he knows how difficult it is for the poor to have no money. How many brothers and sisters, relatives and friends, fought to the death for a meal that he didn't even look at, and the difference of 4,000,000 taels of silver was enough for Zhao Qianli to help many people in need. After collecting the silver, the scene was full of joy, and the welcome banquet was officially started. The maids in the Zhengyang courtyard, holding silver trays, came in a row, bringing delicious dishes that ordinary people had never heard of or seen. For a moment, the entire island in the middle of the lake was filled with the aroma of delicious food, which made people salivate. When the dishes were served, there were also wonderful performances. At the call of the lord of the palace, all the famous masters in Jingxia city, and even the famous prostitutes in the brothels, came here to sing and dance. After eating and drinking, a strong and powerful young man walked to the center of the banquet, bowed to the lord of the palace and Master Lim Duanya, and said, "Junior Yanghui Army Lizu, recently learned a heavenly martial art called the Falling Wind Divine Spear. I would like to ask the lord of the palace for some guidance, which can also be regarded as helping Master Lin." After the voice fell, the lord of the palace smiled faintly, holding a small jade wine glass in one hand, nodded, and said, "Go ahead, let me see the strength of the young commander of the Yanghui army." The Tanji dynasty has a strong martial arts style. It is normal to wield swords and guns at banquets. Now that the lord of the palace with unfathomable cultivation has come here in person, if there is a chance to get his guidance, it will be a great benefit for everyone. Such an opportunity does not come every time. Even if you are lucky enough to meet the mansion master, the mansion master may not be interested in giving you advice. At this moment, Zheng Tanyang nodded, and Lizu immediately showed a happy expression, then took a deep breath, and completely emptied his mind and state. Clang! There was a metallic clang, and the spear in Lizu's hand was unsheathed, and the spear tip cut through the air, making an extremely sharp hissing sound. Then, Lizu did not hesitate and stabbed the mansion master on the main seat with a gun. With this gun, a strong wind suddenly arose, carrying extremely thick wind pressure, sweeping towards Zheng Tanyang. When many people saw the power of this gun, their faces suddenly changed, and they were shocked in their hearts. If they were in the position of the mansion master Zheng Tanyang, facing this fierce gun, they would definitely suffer a lot, and it would be good to be able to keep their lives. Not bad. His cultivation is solid and steady, and he has mobilized more than half of the power of this martial art with his full strength. If I guess correctly, Lizu's mastery of this heavenly martial art should have reached the level of great success, and he is only one step away from great perfection. Chu Yun looked at the shot. His expression did not change, but he commented with interest. "Master, I feel I can't dodge," Yang Jian said with a pale face. His personal combat instinct is very sharp. At this moment, he is concentrating on watching Lizu's attack, and naturally puts himself in the position of the master of the mansion, and he knows that if it were him, he would almost certainly die under the power of this shot. At most, he can use the anti-injury characteristics of the righteous god's body to make Lizu seriously injured, and the result of both sides being injured. "Silly boy, what are you talking about? Of course you can't stop him." Lizu has nothing in his mind except practicing spears. His cultivation has reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm, not to mention that he used the heavenly martial arts. Even if he didn't use any moves, you couldn't dodge it. Dao Qianli looked weird, as if he couldn't understand why the little guy Yang Jian was so arrogant now, and actually compared himself with a warrior at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, especially with Lizu, the martial arts madman. While the two were talking, Chu Yun's eyes were also fixed on Zheng Tanyang. With his eyesight, Lizu's move could only see 3 flaws or places that needed to be improved and done better, but he wanted to know how much could he see from the perspective of the palace master. Ding! The palace master faced Lizu's fierce shot with a calm expression, just raising the cup in his hand. The jade cup that would break directly when it fell to the ground was now in direct contact with Lizu's spear. Under the sharp force, the jade cup was completely intact. Not even a particle or powder fell off. Wow! Exclamations rose from all around, and everyone was shocked by this shocking scene. Even the strong men in the Nirvana realm were shocked. Facing Lizu's spear, the warriors in the Nirvana realm were naturally not afraid, and could withstand it with their own strength. But it was too difficult to do it as lightly as the owner of the mansion, Zheng Tanyang. Being able to do it and being able to do it with ease and effortlessness are two completely different things. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference between them. As the attacker, Lizu, at this moment, the power of this spear was blocked in front of the small jade cup. It was as difficult as moving a mountain to push the power forward an inch. The mansion master's expression did not change much from beginning to end. He just nodded lightly. "Not bad." As he said that, Zheng Tanyang stretched out his hand and flicked it. With a gentle force, he immediately pushed the orphan Lizu out. After taking a few steps back, he landed safely in the original place. Lizu landed on the ground, exhaled deeply, clasped his fists to the mansion master Zheng Tanyang, and waited for the mansion master to make comments and instructions. "There are 2 flaws in your shot, both of which can be improved." Zheng Tanyang put the jade cup that blocked Lizu's gun to his lips and took a sip, and continued. "The first is your right ankle. When you were using your luck, there was an unnatural pause there. I guess you were injured earlier and have not recovered completely, so there is a hidden injury that is not obvious. If you can heal the hidden injury here, your moves will not be dragged down when they are running, and the speed of your shots will be faster and more powerful." The second flaw, or the point that can be paid attention to unchanged, is your disregard for the surrounding environment. Any martial arts related to the elements can be used as long as the elements exist in the combat environment. For example, your move of the falling wind spear mobilizes the wind element, which is an extremely common element. If you can fully mobilize it and mobilize the wind energy in the environment to attack together, the power will definitely change. Apart from other things, you should know which is faster and more natural, attacking with the wind or against the wind, right? After these words came out, Lizu suddenly felt enlightened. He immediately clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude to the palace master Zheng Tanyang, saying, "Thank you for your advice, Lord Palace Master." Before this, I only vaguely felt that there were some unnatural phenomena when I was trying my luck. After your advice, I know where the problem lies, and this second flaw is a field worthy of deep study by the younger generation. Not only him, many people present couldn't help but marvel after hearing what the Palace Master said. They were obviously observing Lizu's moves, but Palace Master Zheng Tanyang could see Lizu's flaws, and there were 2 of them, while they didn't see anything. If you have to say it, you can only say it's awesome. This is the gap. Among the crowd, only Chu Yun frowned slightly. Only? 2. In addition to the bad luck on the ankle and the lack of use of the environment, from Chu Yun's perspective, there is another problem with Li Zu's shot, that is, the use of wind pressure is not at a relatively good level, and the method used is relatively primitive. In Chu Yun's view, the precise use of the power in one's own moves should be a compulsory course for warriors, and Li Zu failed in this regard. Why didn't the house owner say it? Did he deliberately not say it, not wanting Li Zu to know too much, or the house owner didn't see it? When thinking of the second possibility, Chu Yun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, wondering if this is possible. It seems it is possible. Most of the warriors present are not as strong as Li Zu, so when this shot was fired, no flaws or areas for improvement were seen, and some of the warriors in the Nirvana realm can see a flaw. Zheng Tanyang, the house owner with the strongest cultivation, can see 2 flaws. This seems reasonable, but with Chu Yun's speculation about the level of the house owner, it is natural to think that the house owner should know more. At least there should be more than the 3 flaws he found. But, in fact, is this really true? Not necessarily. At least in terms of understanding and mastering martial arts, Chu Yun is definitely a bug-level existence. The number of martial arts he has mastered is really too many, and the variety is diverse, and each of them has been directly mastered to the level of great perfection, which makes his understanding of martial arts more than one level higher than that of ordinary people. Let's take Li Zu as an example. He is 27 or 28 years old this year, and his cultivation is at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. He doesn't have enough time to practice at ordinary times. Although he also practices martial arts hard, his time resources are limited after all. So far, Li Zu has only been able to fully master one heaven-grade martial art, which has been cultivated to the level of great perfection, and this Falling Wind Divine Spear is his new learning and the project he is focusing on recently, and his great perfection and great success are already one of the best in the circle of top geniuses in Jinxia City. Some other people can't even master a great perfection heaven-grade martial art. In contrast, Chu Yun now has mastered too many heavenly martial arts to count, and each one is perfect. How can this be compared? Perhaps I should admit that in terms of understanding martial arts, among all the people present, no one is wrong, they are all rubbish. Chu Yun thought strangely in his heart, perhaps the cultivation of Palace Master Zheng Tanyang will be better than mine, but in terms of mastering and understanding martial arts, he is not good enough. Chapter 212 Sun Long Fi. After Li Zu, several people came out of their seats and asked the Palace Master Zheng Tanyang for some guidance. For such a good opportunity, the many young talents in the city would naturally not let it go. Although they said that they wanted to entertain Master Lin Duanya with their performance, everyone knew what they were up to. But not everyone can ask the Palace Master for some guidance. After the young marshals of the 6 armies had been instructed, Zheng Tanyang waved his hand and said, "You young people should play with young people. Let Master Lin see how the rising stars in our Jinxia city compare to the talents in the capital." As soon as the voice fell, everyone present looked solemn, realizing that this was a great opportunity. On such an occasion, in front of people from all walks of life in Jinxia city, how glorious it would be if they could show a bit of style. Moreover, the Palace Master said rising stars. If those already famous talents were asked to come out, this word would not be used. Zheng Tanyang's intention was to let the younger generation in Jinxia City, that is, those teenagers who were not yet adults, come out to compete in martial arts, so that Master Lin Duanya could come and watch. There was no lack of the intention to let Lin Duanya select talents. After all, in the Tanji dynasty, the status of a formation master was very high. A master-level formation master was treated with great courtesy even by the mansion lord-level figures who were the governors of a region. If Master Lin Duanya picked a teenager in this demonstration and brought him back to the formation master guild in the capital to train him, then this would be a good thing for the entire Jinxia city and even the Daming prefecture. So, when these words came out, the young people present could not help but be moved. Soon, a young warrior from the army stepped out, bowed to the Palace Master Zheng Tanyang and Master Lin Duanya above, then looked around and said, "I am Shen Mo of the Divine Power Army, and I would like to ask you for advice." As soon as the voice fell, Many young men were shocked, and then someone jumped out of the seat immediately. "I will fight with you." As he said, he bowed to the palace master and Master Lim Duanya above, and then fought with Shen Mo. The two were not very old, about 16 or 17 years old, just teenagers, and their cultivation had not reached the mountain and sea realm, but around the 10,000 stone realm. Among them, Shen Mo's cultivation was slightly inferior, only the 6th level of the 10,000 stone realm, while his opponent was a warrior of the 8th level of the 10,000 stone realm. At the beginning of the battle, the two fought very fiercely, and both wanted to show their talents and heroic appearance in front of so many people. Among them, what is more surprising is that Shen Mo, who has a lower level of cultivation, has been suppressing his opponent. Every time the opponent counterattacks, he is exquisitely resolved. After a long time, the opponent feels the pressure and wants to take risks. As a result, he is also seen through by Shen Mo, who predicts and attacks in advance and breaks the opponent's moves. Then, he no longer pursues the victory, stops his hand, and says with a fist, "Thank you." The opponent is convinced of the defeat and is also infected by Shen Mo's demeanor. He nodded, walked down, and returned to his original seat. Then, Shen Mo stood on the stage, and someone came to challenge him. Shen Mo also defeated him neatly, and his martial arts ethics are very good. Every time he stops, seeing that the opponent is losing, he seizes the opportunity to prove that he can defeat the opponent, and then he no longer takes advantage of the situation to suppress others. Therefore, although the warriors defeated by Shen Mo feel pity and unwilling, they are always convinced in their hearts, "This young man is not bad." On the main seat, Master Lim Duanya nodded slowly and said, "The warrior in the army is really very dignified. It's a pity that his spiritual power talent is average and not suitable for practicing formations. Let's continue to practice martial arts." As soon as these words came out, Shen Mo below naturally heard them. He felt a little pity in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. So, he defeated the opponent in front of him again, and then planned to step down and leave the opportunity to others. But, just as Shen Mo was about to go down, a laugh rang out. "Brother Shen, why are you in a hurry to leave? Let me ask you for your tricks." As soon as the voice fell, Shen Mo turned his head and saw a young man wearing the uniform of an official of the Tong Mansion, who stepped out of his seat and came to the opposite side of him. "It's him." When Zhao Qianli saw that figure, his face suddenly changed a little, and his fists clenched. Seeing his look, Chu Yun frowned slightly, and soon thought of something, and asked in a low voice, "Is this the person who defeated you at Ms. Zhu's coming-of-age ceremony?" Yeah. Zhao Qianli took a deep breath and nodded, although he advised himself not to care. When he really saw the person's face, the memory of that year suddenly emerged clearly again. The young man who challenged Shen Mo in front of him was named Sun Longfei, the son of Sun Tan, the director of the Public Security Department of Tong Mansion. 3 years ago, at the suggestion of Zheng Yuang, Sun Longfei challenged Zhao Qianli of the Wanshai realm with his cultivation of Qianjun realm, and ended up beating Zhao Qianli very badly, losing face in front of everyone. Now, 3 years have passed, and Sun Longfei has grown to the cultivation of the 7th level of the Wanshai realm. When Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli were talking, there was a person in the opposite seat with a playful look on his face, looking at Zhao Qianli's expression playfully, as if he thought it was very interesting, and this person was none other than Zheng Yuang. From the moment Sun Longfei showed up, he had been paying attention to Zhao Qianli's expression. As expected, he was not disappointed. Trash is trash, and in a moment, it was enough to be beaten back to its original form. Chapter 213. Just right. Shen Mo fought 2 rounds in a row, and although he performed very well, he decided not to continue the competition because Master Lim Duanya said that he did not have the talent of a formation master. If it were not for Sun Longfei's call, he would not continue to stand here. "Then, let's have the last fight." Shen Mo slowly exhaled and made a gesture of invitation to Sun Longfei. "Hey!" Sun Longfei's lips slowly curled up a little, and then his whole body quickly rushed forward. The speed that burst out at that moment was shocking. Shen Mo's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately sensed the danger. He originally planned to confront head-on, but he retracted his mind and dodged to the side to avoid the power of Sun Longfai's attack. Seeing that Sun Longfai flew overhead on, and Shen Mo dodged to the side, the first wave of confrontation between the two sides should have passed between the two. But Chu Yun, who was outside the field, frowned slightly, shook his head, and said, "He is thoughtful and has rich combat experience." As soon as the voice fell, Dao Qianli, who was standing by, thought that the person Chu Yun was talking about was Shen Mo, and was about to say something in agreement. Beside him, Yang Jian had a solemn face. He saw some clues from Sun Longfai's footsteps and whispered, "Then Shen Mo is in danger." As soon as the voice fell, he saw Sun Longfai, who was rushing towards Shen Mo, suddenly accelerated and suddenly came in front of Shen Mo at a speed far exceeding the previous one. Shen Mo was shocked. He never expected that Sun Longfai would hide part of his strength in such a fast starting speed, confuse him at a slower speed, and then suddenly burst out with all his strength and launched a fierce attack when he was caught off guard. Although he had realized it, for a warrior of his level, the speed of his body was often far behind the speed of his mind. Bang! Sun Longfai punched Shen Mo in the chest. The latter tried to block with his arms, but only blocked a small part. Shen Mo's shoulder was in great pain. However, Sun Longfai's attack was far from over, or it could be said that it had just begun. Bang! 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 A series of fierce attacks, like raindrops, hit Shen Mo continuously. At the beginning, Shen Mo could still resist, but as the saying goes, one step slow, all steps slow. From the seventh punch, Shen Mo could not keep up with Sun Longfai's attack rhythm, and from the 10th punch onwards, almost every punch and every palm hit Shen Mo solidly. In just a moment, Shen Mo had been hit by Sun Longfai for no less than dozens of punches. The whole person was already seriously injured. If it weren't for Sun Longfai's left and right punches to maintain balance, Shen Mo would have been unable to stand at this moment. The reason why Sun Longfai did this was certainly not because he was kind, but because he enjoyed the feeling of manipulating his opponent in his hands, which made him feel enjoyable. All around, on the seats, many people looked unhappy when they saw this scene, especially those young people who had fought with Sun Longfai before. Some of them even had livid faces. In the eyes of these rising stars, among all the geniuses of the same age, whether Sun Longfai is the strongest one is still debatable, but he is definitely the one that everyone recognizes and least wants to be an enemy with. The reason is also very simple. Sun Longfai probably doesn't know what martial virtue is. As for the battle in front of him, if the two were in different positions and Shen Mo had the advantage, then Shen Mo would definitely not attack again, at most at the 10th punch, because according to the concept of fighting to the point, if two warriors of the same realm fight, one can hit the other 7 punches close to each other, which is already an absolute advantage. By the 10th punch, there is no suspense, so it is time to stop. But Sun Longfai was different. He enjoyed the process of torturing others immensely. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of stopping, he even wanted to enjoy it thoroughly and did not want Shen Mo to fall down too early. Shen Mo was beaten black and blue. He was originally a tough and handsome boy, but now he was turned into an ugly monster beyond recognition. Perhaps because of Sun Longfai's personal bad taste, every time he attacked, he would specifically pick out those places of Shen Mo that were easy to attract attention. And Shen Mo also realized that Sun Longfai was enjoying torturing him. While he was angry, he was helpless. After experiencing many attacks, he no longer had the ability to withdraw from the battlefield on his own initiative. Even when Shen Mo was about to admit defeat and end the competition several times, Sun Longfai would immediately increase the intensity of his attack, beating Shen Mo speechless. Enough. At this time, a cold voice sounded with hidden anger. Sun Longfai glanced and saw that between the seats in the distance, Ms. Zhu Binglai, the daughter of the Minister of War, had stood up and was looking at him unkindly. Boring. Sun Longfai shrugged his shoulders indifferently, glanced at Shen Mo in front of him, and kicked Shen Mo's chest hard, kicking him out. There was a burst of praise from all around. Many people praised Sun Longfai's performance in this battle, even if Sun Longfai's performance was not humble at all, and had nothing to do with the point. But, who cares? In this world, strength is always king. Young people with strength can be respected by others if they are humble and polite, and even if they are arrogant like Sun Longfai, they will be cheered and applauded. The only constant variable has always been their own strength. If Shenmue can keep winning, keep a humble and polite attitude, and keep talking to others, then many people will appreciate his style and his personality. But Shenmue lost to Sun Longfai. His modesty, his martial virtue, his sense of restraint, compared with the strength shown by Sun Longfai, were not worth mentioning. At Zhu Binglai's signal, several guards stepped forward and carried the seriously injured Shenmue away. As the daughter of the Minister of War, Zhu Binglai has been circulating in the Six Armies for many years. She is relatively familiar with Shenmue's situation in the Xinhua army. This young man's family is not good. It is said that he lost his parents at a young age. He fought in the army all by himself. Compared with his colleagues who came here, he was not very familiar with them. There was even an internal competition relationship. So when Sun Longfai was violent just now, no one in the Xinhua army stopped him. But she, an outsider, opened her mouth. It's really hateful. On the other side, Dao Qianli was itching to see his teeth. He stared at Sun Longfai with his eyes, took a deep breath, and planned to stand up and challenge the other party, but was stopped by Chu Yun. What are you going to do? Chu Yun asked. Dao Qianli said in a deep voice, I want to teach this kid a lesson. It's not time for you to go yet. Chu Yun shook his head. His eyes passed Sun Longfai and fell on Zheng Yuang, who was looking amused in the back, and said, that Sun Longfai is indeed a hateful guy, but at best, he is just a knife of Zheng Yuang. You go down and fight him in person, which is too much of a face for that kid. After the voice fell, Dao Qianli was stunned, and then couldn't help but smile bitterly twice, saying, Good brother, I can't tell whether you are serious about what you said. From what you said, my real opponent should be Zheng Yuang. Of course. Chu Yun nodded heavily in a matter-of-fact tone. Dao Qianli touched his nose and said, although I did think so, it's probably unrealistic. Zheng Yuang's cultivation is about to break through to the Nirvana realm. What can I use to fight him? The complete record of the heavenly map formation, Chu Yun said, extending a finger, pointing at himself, and said, and your good brother, I, with the complete record of the heavenly map formation, will show you the way, and with my assistance, it won't be long before Zheng Yuang and his ilk will be defeated by you. Listening to Chu Yun's confident words, Dao Qianli just smiled bitterly and said, okay, I still believe this, but by the time I can defeat Zheng Yuang, it will be an unknown amount of time. What about now? Should I let this kid be so arrogant? Of course not. Chu Yun shook his head, turned his gaze, and looked at little Yang Jian, and said, Disciple, what realm have you reached now? Replying to Master, I'm in the second level of the Qianjun realm. Little Yang Jian said a little embarrassedly. It has been a while since he came back from Black Tiger Mountain, but he has only broken through one level and reached the second level of Qianjun realm. This made him feel that he seemed to have failed Chu Yun's expectations. It's already very fast. Chu Yun nodded, not disliking anything. After all, not everyone is like him, who can directly obtain a large amount of martial arts cultivation and rise like a rocket. Ordinary people practice step by step. In such a short time, it is already quite good to be able to break through to the second level of Qianjun realm. He patted little Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, your current cultivation level can be said to be just right. Go and teach that guy a lesson and vent your anger for your brother Qianli. As he said that, Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pointing to Sun Longfai, who was the center of the banquet and attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 214 Broken Finger. What? Chu Yun had just finished speaking, and Yang Jian had not yet reacted. On the other side, Dao Qianli seemed to be furious. He stared at Chu Yun with wide eyes, as if to say, are you still sleepy and confused? What's the big deal? Chu Yun smiled. Dao Qianli's eyes widened even more, pointing at Sun Longfai on the other side, and then looking at Yang Jian, saying, Sun Longfai is a warrior in the Wanshai realm, and Yang Jian is only a second-level Qianjun realm. You actually let the two of them fight? Why? Because that's what those people did back then, Chu Yun answered calmly. After the voice fell, Dao Qianli fell silent, and the scene when he was defeated by Sun Longfai, who was a Qianjun realm cultivator, came to mind. He took a deep breath, his eyes were a little bloodshot, and he said very seriously, "Good brother, I know you are thinking about me and want to use the same method to avenge me, but this thing will not work at all. You are joking with Yangjian's safety. That Sun Longfai is a heartless little beast. No matter who he attacks, he will not have any scruples. Yangjian will be the least seriously injured when fighting him. Knowing that Yangjian came for me, Sun Longfai will only be more excited and hit harder, and it is even possible to kill Yangjian directly. I know your good intentions, but you can't let Yangjian risk his life for this. I will not accept this. Brother Qianli, it's okay." Yangjian pulled Qianli's sleeve, looked up at him, and said, "I should be able to win. Even if I can't win, they can't do anything to me." Qianli heard this and thought, "What do you know, you little brat? You look 16 or 17 years old, but you are actually just an 8 or 9-year-old child. You haven't practiced martial arts for a few days. How can you know that the world is dangerous?" If it were someone like Qianli who was in the Wanshai realm, there might be some hope, but Sun Longfai was a real Wanshai realm warrior with a solid foundation, very sharp means, and very rich combat experience. Even if Yangjian had the cultivation of the second level of the Wanshai realm, Qianli didn't believe that he could compete with Sun Longfai, not to mention that Yangjian was only a second level of the Qianjun realm. But Qianli was about to say something, but he found that Yangjian had disappeared from his side. When he turned around again, he saw that Yangjian had jumped out of the crowd and came to the opposite side of Sun Longfai. Sun Longfai was shouting around, waiting for the next challenger, but before he could finish his words, he heard some noises nearby. When he turned around and saw Yangjian, he was slightly startled. Little Yangjian did not hide his cultivation aura, so anyone could see that his actual cultivation was only at the level of the second rank of the Qianjun realm. "Boy, what are you doing here?" Sun Longfai frowned. With the age shown by little Yangjian, he was only at this level, which was too weak. He couldn't even enter the circle of core members of ordinary family forces. "My name is Yangjian, and I come from Buping Tower." Little Yangjian looked at Sun Longfai, holding the Overlord soul-locking spear tightly in his hand, pointing the spear forward, and said, "I came here to teach you a lesson on the orders of my master." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence for a while, and then there was a burst of laughter. Even those who usually disliked Sun Longfai couldn't help laughing and sweating at this moment. They didn't know where this ignorant boy came from. With the cultivation of the second level of Qianjun realm, he came to challenge a warrior in the late Wanshai realm, and even made a bold statement that he would teach Sun Longfai a lesson. This is no longer the level of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger. This is simply a fool, right? If you want to attract attention in this way, congratulations, you have done a great job. Sun Longfai also smiled, a very playful smile. His eyes wandered all over Yangjian's body, as if he was examining a prey, holding the butcher knife in his hand, as if thinking about where to start the knife, so that he would feel the most comfortable. "I don't talk to people who are weird," Yangjian said seriously, and the tip of his gun shook, and a sharp gun flower was thrown out, saying, "You can make a move." Although on the surface, Yangjian seemed very calm, in fact, in his heart, he was also wondering whether he could beat a real Wanshai realm warrior now. Previously, when he was on Black Tiger Mountain, Yangjian had killed a Wanshai realm bandit with his own hands under the watchful eyes of Chu Yun, but at that time, Yangjian used certain means, such as deception and surprise, to finally kill the bandit, using a tricky method. And now, Yangjian knew that since he came back from Black Tiger Mountain, his strength has been greatly improved. The most important part of it is that he has directly mastered the Saint-level Zengxian Kinyu through the increase of his master Chu Yun. Based on this, Yangjian is full of confidence in challenging the Wanshai realm warrior, but he just doesn't know how far he can go. After all, Sun Longfai is not an ordinary Wanshai realm warrior. "Don't pull me, let him come back." Qianli was a little anxious at his seat. Seeing that Yangjian was about to fight with Sun Longfai, he was panicked. Chu Yun patted his shoulder and said, Relax, my own apprentice, I know it in my heart. With Yang Jian's ability, it's just a matter of grasping to deal with a mere Sun Longfei. Even if you don't believe Yang Jian, don't you believe me? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Qianli hesitated. Indeed, since he met Chu Yun, he has never seen Chu Yun unreliable or bragging about anything. As for how much Chu Yun likes Yang Jian, this apprentice, everyone can see it. Zhao Qianli also knows that Chu Yun will definitely not push his precious apprentice into the fire pit. But, no matter what, this is too exaggerated. Letting an 8-year-old child, with the cultivation of the second level of Qianjun realm, challenge Sun Longfei, who is in the late stage of Wanshai realm, isn't this courting death? No matter how much he believes in Chu Yun, Zhao Qianli dares not believe that Chu Yun can make a child who has just been exposed to the martial arts for just 1 month have such ability. This is not reasonable at all. On the other side, Zheng Yuang saw Yang Jian coming out to challenge Sun Longfei, and his brows were slightly frowned at first, but soon, he couldn't help showing a playful expression. This uneven building is really interesting. Zheng Yuang sneered faintly. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a stern face looked at Zhao Qianli with icy eyes and said, "Back then, you let Longfei defeat Zhao Qianli with his Qianjun realm cultivation. Now, they let a Qianjun realm warrior fight to defeat Longfei in the Wanshai realm and avenge the past." Zheng Yuang nodded and agreed with the middle-aged man's guess, but soon, he couldn't help but sneered and said, "It's just that their brains seem to be a little bit wrong. They really think that other Wanshai realm warriors are the same as that waste Zhao Qianli. Just say cross-level challenge will be enough." Although it's shocking, the people in the Prince Chi's mansion are not fools. There must be something extraordinary about that kid. If you are not careful, you may suffer a big loss, the middle-aged man said, and nodded to Sun Longfei in the center of the banquet, indicating that while he should go all out, he should be careful to guard against the methods of little Yang Jian to avoid being ambushed. Strangely enough, Sun Longfei, who looked like he didn't accept anyone, nodded slightly at the middle-aged man's signal, indicating that he understood, and then turned his head to look at Yang Jian. Needless to say, the identity of this middle-aged man was already obvious. He was Sun Longfei's father, one of the 3 great Nirvana masters of Tongyu Mansion, and the director of the Public Security Department, Sun Tanb. The most striking feature of this man was that he had only 3 fingers on his left hand, and the index finger and middle finger were missing. Judging from the incision, it had been decades old. The person who cut off his 2 fingers was really the Prince Cheng of the Prince of Qi's mansion. Speaking of this past, it was a long time ago. There was a large-scale riot in the Tangji dynasty. The capital was surrounded by rebels, and various troops went to the capital to rescue the emperor. At that time, the person leading the team in Jingxia city of Daming Mansion was the respected Prince Cheng, who led the army to the capital as the commander-in-chief. The story behind Sun Tan's 2 broken fingers happened on the way to the capital. The specific details are no longer clear after many years, but what has been preserved along with the 2 broken fingers is a deep hatred. It is well known that Sun Tan, the director of the Public Security Department of Tongyu Mansion, is at odds with Prince Cheng of Qiwang Mansion. So when Zheng Yuang wanted to attack Zhao Qianli, the man he borrowed was Sun Tan's son Sun Longfei. If it were someone else, they might not be willing to agree to such a thing that offended Prince Cheng. But as for Sun Tan, it's just that too many lies don't itch. Anyway, he has already broken with Prince Cheng and Qiwang Mansion. This kind of trivial matter of fighting between descendants is even less of a big deal. At this moment, all the previous battles failed to attract Sun Tan's attention, but as soon as Yang Jian came out and reported the name of Bupinglu, Sun Tan has been paying close attention to Yang Jian's situation. In the eyes of outsiders, Bupinglu is a force created by the Qi Palace through Zhao Qianli, and no one knows what it is used for. Others may underestimate the Qi Palace and the work of Prince Cheng, but Sun Tan will never make such a low-level mistake. Whenever he dreams at midnight, thinking back to the reason for going to Beijing to defend the king, Sun Tan can't help but feel frightened by the means of Prince Cheng. Now, Bupinglu or Qi Palace has launched such a little guy of the 2nd rank of Qianjun realm. To be honest, Sun Tan doesn't know what the door is in it, but he knows one thing. That is, the ordinary-looking Jiang Jian is definitely not a simple character, and the facts have proved that Sun Tang's guess is completely correct. Although the process is a bit wrong, the final result is still rounded up. Jiang Jian, really, is not simple. Chapter 215 Unbelievable. At the beginning of the battle, Sun Longfei's performance was different from every previous battle. In every previous battle, Sun Longfei would choose to take the initiative to attack, with the most ferocious offensive, wave after wave like a wave, destroying the enemy's defense and also destroying the opponent's confidence. However, in this special battle, Sun Longfei chose to stay where he was and wait for Jiang Jian to take the initiative to attack. It is natural to be so uncharacteristic, and the reason is very simple, that is, Sun Longfei intends to let Jiang Jian feel what despair is. He has made up his mind. No matter how Jiang Jian attacks, he will only defend and not attack. When Jiang Jian has exhausted all his tricks but still can't do anything to him, he will make a move and defeat Jiang Jian in the most cruel way. Killing people and destroying their hearts is the truth. However, Jiang Jian on the opposite side seemed to have adopted the same tactics as Sun Longfei, and did not rush to take the initiative to attack, but stood quietly in place. As if he had waited for a while, Jiang Jian saw that Sun Longfei had no intention of attacking, so he suddenly stepped forward. Swish, a sharp cold light flashed, and the Overlord soul-locking spear in Jiang Jian's hand had already stabbed towards Sun Longfei. Before this attack, there was still a distance between Jiang Jian and Sun Longfei, but at the moment he attacked, Jiang Jian's feet suddenly burst out with a strong force, causing him to rush towards his opponent's body quickly. The series of rapid footsteps were so powerful and heavy that they were like stones floating quickly on the water, causing waves. A question mark appeared in Sun Longfei's eyes. He was obviously just a second-grade warrior in the Qianjun realm, so why could he burst out with such terrifying power and speed? This was beyond human common sense. The next moment, Sun Longfei was also unambiguous in the face of this fierce gun. While leaning down to avoid the gun tip, a golden iron color emerged on his palms, and his hands turned into a pair of iron palms, grabbing Jiang Jian's gun. Jiang Jian's long spear is like a dragon, but any long-handled weapon is always most afraid of the handle below the blade being captured, which will be an absolute weakness. But Jiang Jian's gun has been accumulating momentum for a long time, and it suddenly exploded. How could it be so easy to be restrained? The gun tip smashed down, and the reaction was incredibly fast. It directly passed the area where Sun Longfei could grab with both hands and smashed into Sun Longfei's wrist. There was a click sound, which seemed to be the sound of a broken bone. Sun Longfei's face turned slightly pale, and he felt that his wrist was painful as if it was about to break. The attack was far from over. After the attack was successful, Jiang Jian struck while the iron was hot. The long spear in his hand flew up and down, dancing freely, and his sharp momentum was undoubtedly revealed. Every move was aimed at the vital points. On the other hand, Sun Longfei had always been in an advantageous position in those previous battles, but now he was suppressed by Jiang Jian, a second-grade warrior in the Qianjun realm. Without hesitation, Sun Longfei immediately stepped forward. At the previous distance, Jiang Jian could exert the greatest combat power with a weapon in hand, and he, who practiced fist and palm kung fu, would inevitably suffer a little. Now, Sun Longfei has shortened the combat distance between the two sides, from medium distance to close combat, and Sun Longfei's fist and palm kung fu can naturally be fully exerted. There is a saying that goes, "This time is different from that time." At this moment, Sun Longfei took great pains to shorten the distance between him and Jiang Jian, but he completely forgot what he was thinking before the battle began. At that time, Sun Longfei was still planning to stand still and wait for Jiang Jian to come and attack him. Now, Jiang Jian did come, but as soon as he attacked, Sun Longfei felt a little overwhelmed. Although he was only at the second level of Qianjun realm, he didn't know what medicine Jiang Jian had taken wrong. No matter his strength or speed, he was amazingly strong, and most importantly, Jiang Jian's fighting instinct was extremely sharp and extremely venomous, just like a dangerous venomous snake, lurking in the dark. No matter when, As long as a flaw was revealed, he would immediately jump out and bite. You are a young man who can only rely on the power of the weapon to show off your ability. Now that I am within 3 steps of you, you can only wait for death. Sun Longfai sneered in his heart. When fighting with long weapons, the closer the distance, the more restricted the long pole weapon is, the slower the attack speed and the weaker the power. Yang Jian obviously knew this, so when Sun Longfai approached to a certain distance, he immediately pulled back, and at the same time, he used the Overlord soul-locking spear to sweep and pick, blocking Sun Longfai's pursuit. Want to run? What a wishful thinking! Sun Longfai sneered, and then flashed away, chasing Yang Jian. After all, he was a warrior in the Wanshai realm, and Sun Longfai's absolute speed was still faster than Yang Jian, and he caught up easily. Swish! Only 2 sharp wind-breaking sounds were heard, and Yang Jian's spear swept over, cutting through the air and making a sharp sound. Facing this obstruction, Sun Longfai was also calm in the face of danger, and jumped up to dodge, and then kicked Yang Jian's chest heavily with a flying kick of spiritual power. Bang! Yang Jian's figure swayed. After all, he was inexperienced and was kicked by Sun Longfai. If it were an ordinary second-grade warrior in Qianjun realm, he would have been on the verge of death after being kicked in the chest by Sun Longfai. Yang Jian's figure swayed, and most of the force was dissipated. The spiritual power attack contained in this kick was completely resolved by Yang Jian's demon-breaking spirit body. Therefore, after this, everyone except Chu Yun, including Sun Longfai, thought that Yang Jian had been seriously injured. Then, after this blow, Sun Longfai should immediately seize the opportunity and defeat Yang Jian completely while the iron is hot. But, for some reason, Sun Longfai's expression was extremely unbearable. The foot that had just attacked Yang Jian was actually shaking, and it seemed that he could not stand up. Others were confused by this, and even Sun Longfai himself didn't know what was going on, but Chu Yun, who was watching the game from the sidelines, knew it clearly. At the moment before being kicked, Yang Jian activated his own godly tyrant body, and with the characteristics of the godly tyrant body's anti-injury, he directly sent back Sun Longfai's attack power, acting on Sun Longfai's right foot. What is going on? Why is there such a strong recoil force, as if I was kicking myself? Can that kid, who is only a second-grade cultivator in the Qianjun realm, have such a strong defense? Sun Longfai was in doubt, and then looked at Yang Jian, who was staggering backwards after being kicked by him. He realized that this was a great opportunity, so he immediately gritted his teeth and launched a second attack on Yang Jian. This time, Sun Longfai used a martial art of the Earth grade, called the Long River Penetrating the Sun Fist. This move is one of the few martial arts that Sun Longfai has mastered to the level of great perfection. Because it consumes too much energy when used, it is usually not used easily. Now, in order to completely defeat Yang Jian, Sun Longfai was willing to do whatever it took to defeat Yang Jian. But Chu Yun, who was sitting in the seat below, could not help but shake his head slowly, thinking, isn't it better to live well? If this attack misses, it's fine, but if it hits directly, Yang Jian has a demon-breaking spiritual body, and his defense against spiritual attacks is almost immune. He will only withstand the impact and the influence outside of spiritual power, but in short, it can be said to be negligible. But Sun Longfai is just an ordinary physique, and the situation is different. If such a full-strength attack hits Yang Jian and is rebounded by the godly tyrant body, Sun Longfai will be seriously injured on the spot. Bang! Finally, this punch was thrown, and the fluctuations of spiritual power were stirred and rolled, forming a forward tornado, which was wrapped in terrible power and rolled towards Yang Jian's chest. Seeing this, Yang Jian exhaled deeply, and while inserting the Overlord soul-locking spear into the ground, he suddenly raised his arms and put them together to block in front of him. In an instant, the terrifying spiritual power and fist wind came whistling together, and hit Yang Jian's arms head-on. With such a surging force, if it were an ordinary second-grade warrior in the Qianjun realm, he would have been dead at this moment. However, Yang Jian stood there steadily, and except for his pale face due to the impact of the fist wind and the impact, He hardly took a step back. The situation of Sun Longfai opposite him was not so good. At the moment when Yang Jian was hit, he clearly saw that a godlike figure appeared between Yang Jian's body, forming a tight shelter. All his strength rushed over, but was blocked outside by this godlike phantom, and then it actually bounced back. Wow! Sun Longfai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale in an instant, and his body was about to fall. After that punch, Sun Longfai almost single-handedly took on the attack he had thrown, so naturally he could not bear it at this moment. With a bang, Sun Longfai's body staggered and fell directly to the ground, making a muffled sound. There was silence all around, and many people opened their eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. As spectators, the most difficult thing for them to understand was what Sun Longfai was doing. Why, after punching or kicking Yang Jian, he seemed to be beaten. This was even more exaggerated. After a punch, Yang Jian stood there, and there was no difference, but Sun Longfai himself fell hard. Incomprehensible, unbelievable. Chapter 216, Witchcraft. However, among the many bigwigs present, there were naturally some people with excellent eyesight who could see the trick. Those who couldn't understand it thought it was incredible, and those who understood it were even more unbelievable, because if they were not mistaken, what Yang Jian had just used was actually the method of using the opponent's own method to fight back, which could return the opponent's force to him intact. Damn, what kind of incredible ability is this? Those bigwigs frowned, and after thinking about it in their minds, they confirmed a result. That is, they had never heard of anyone having such an ability before. Even on the high platform, the owner of the palace, Zheng Tanyang, saw this scene, and his expression became very strange. For the first time, he showed a curious and serious look on his face. Beside him, Master Lim Duanya took a deep look at Yang Jian, smacked his lips, and said, "Brother Zheng, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in your Daming mansion." He. Zheng Tanyang smiled and said nothing. On the surface, he looked unfathomable, but in fact, he himself didn't know where Yang Jian, this tiger, came from. As for Yang Jian's methods, he couldn't help but feel curious and had some deeper thoughts. This idea has nothing to do with martial arts, but with people, because Yang Jian is from Buping Tower, which is equivalent to the lineage of Qi Wang Mansion. Now that Yang Jian has shown such an ability, does it mean that the hidden Prince Cheng has now entered a more profound realm? Thinking of the strong throbbing that all the warriors in Jingxia City could feel a few days ago, Zheng Tanyang has already had many guesses in his mind. It is said that invisible brain supplement is the most deadly. Zheng Tanyang was thinking deeply at this moment. On the other side, "Well done, it's so beautiful." Zhao Qianli jumped up from his seat and laughed. His mouth was stretched to his ears. He couldn't close his mouth. When he looked at Yang Jian, his eyes were full of enthusiasm and ecstasy. No one could understand Zhao Qianli's mood at this moment. At Zhu Binglai's coming-of-age ceremony, Sun Longfai defeated him severely with his cultivation of Qianjun realm. 3 years later, Zhao Qianli saw Sun Longfai in Wanshai realm defeated by Yang Jian with his cultivation of Qianjun realm. This is really a good turn of events. No one can escape from the fate. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. Humphrey, trash. Zheng Yuan couldn't help but snorted coldly. He didn't know whether he was scolding Zhao Qianli or the defeated Sun Longfai. Maybe it was both. On the other side, Miss Zhu looked at the little Yang Jian in the field unexpectedly, and then looked at Zhao Qianli behind. She really didn't expect to see such a scene. Zhu Binglai thought she knew Zhao Qianli very well, but now, only 3 years have passed, and Zhao Qianli seems to have an invisible veil on his body, covering many things, making Zhu Binglai a little confused. But I believe that everyone present will basically feel this way. Zhao Qianli, who returned after 3 years, has indeed become very different. As for the indifferent and self-reliant little Yang Jian in the field, the mood of all parties has also changed. Some people couldn't help but show greed in their eyes. Genius. What is a genius? Sun Longfai once defeated a warrior in the Wanshai realm with the cultivation of Qianjun realm, but not many people think he is such an excellent genius, because the Wanshai realm defeated by Sun Longfai is a weak chicken. Zhao Qianli, But now, Yang Jian defeated Sun Longfei with the strength of the second level of Qianjun realm. The difference is too big. If it is just strong strength, there are many such geniuses. Every 10 or 20 years, there will be amazing people appearing, like crucian carp crossing the river. However, no one has ever seen a genius like Yang Jian, who has unique abilities as soon as he appears and can treat others with his own methods. Many people can no longer restrain themselves and want to use some ideas to lure people back to their own forces, but such ideas only last in the minds of a few people. Most rational people choose to remain silent, because Yang Jian comes from Buping Tower, and behind Buping Tower is the Qi Wang Mansion. When Yang Jian first appeared, he said that he came to teach Sun Longfei a lesson on the orders of his master, which means that there is an extremely powerful master behind Yang Jian. Although this person was only mentioned by Yang Jian, it is not difficult for everyone to imagine that if the apprentice is so powerful, how can the master be worse? It will only become stronger. But, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. In the crowd, on the seat next to Zheng Yuan, Sun Tan, the director of the Public Security Department, suddenly stood up, and with a big hand, he grabbed Yang Jian in the field. He shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to use magic to run wild in Jinxia City. Do you really think that there is no one in my Damien mansion?" Before the voice fell, everyone was shocked when they saw the posture of his attack. And when they heard clearly what Sun Tan said, they couldn't help but be surprised in their hearts. Magic? Sun Tan actually said that the special ability displayed by Yang Jian was the magic of the demon clan. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Sun Tan looked at the frightened Yang Jian, and a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. What kind of magic or not is just a cover he made up casually. In fact, Sun Tan, like everyone else, knows nothing about the anti-injury ability displayed by Yang Jian. But not knowing does not mean that he cannot frame someone. The hatred between him and the Qi Wang mansion has been going on for a long time, and Yang Jian, as a member of the Qi Wang mansion, has shown such a talent that he can defeat his son in the Wanchai realm with the cultivation of Qianjun realm. This kind of thing has happened. How can Sun Tan bear it? Naturally, he has to think of a way to cause some trouble for the Qi Wang mansion. The entry point chosen by Sun Tan is also very particular, that is, the magical anti-injury technique that no one can understand. With Sun Tan's vision, he can almost be sure that no one has ever used such a secret method in the entire Tangji dynasty. Since this technique has never appeared on the human side, isn't it a reasonable speculation for Sun Tan to push it to the demon clan? Of course, if we only speculate, it is not enough to do it. So after capturing Yang Jian, Sun Tan will say that he has seen a big demon who used such means, and he suspects that there is a connection between Yang Jian and the big demon of the demon clan. As the director of the Public Security Department, Sun Tan's daily task is to prevent any existence that may threaten Jinxia City and Daming Mansion, and the demon clan is naturally among them. With his status, it is reasonable to do so. If Yang Jian can be detained, then whether it is torture or finger-snapping secrets from Yang Jian's mouth, it is a routine operation. "Old man, you dare." Now Qianli froze in place with a smile on his face. He was about to run out to welcome Yang Jian, the little hero, back, but he saw Sun Tan attacking Yang Jian. For a moment, he couldn't help cursing in the street, and his heart was anxious, but he had no time to do anything. The speed of the Nirvana Realm strongman's attack was too fast, and only the existence of the Nirvana Realm could stop it. The Nirvana Realm strongman in the Qi Wang mansion had not arrived at this moment. The eldest son Chu Yun on the high platform also stood up with his eyes wide open, but with his cultivation, he could not have any effect on Sun Tan's attack. The owner of the mansion, Zheng Tanyang, naturally had the ability to stop Sun Tan, but, after he took a deep look at Sun Tan, he quickly understood Sun Tan's plan. Because he was curious about Yang Jian's technique, Zheng Tanyang thought for a moment, remained silent, and did not attack. Among all the people in the field, only one person showed an extremely excited expression on his face. This person was none other than Sun Longfei, who was just defeated by Yang Jian. He watched his father suddenly attack and grab the hateful boy in front of him. His heart was full of expectation and excitement, as if he had seen the miserable situation of Yang Jian next. But soon, the next scene shocked Sun Longfei completely, and he would never forget it. A bright sword light flashed by, the sword energy came in an instant, and it passed straight through the area between Sun Tang and Yang Jian, and a clear bloodline burst in the air. Then, before Sun Longfei, who was lying on the ground, could change his expression, he saw that his father's big hand with 5 intact fingers was actually cut off by the sword light. Directly, when the sword light flashed, Sun Tang's big hand that was stretched out was completely broken and fell to the ground from the wrist. The broken hand rolled on the ground for several times with the inertia of forward movement, and was covered with dust and dirt. When Sun Tang stretched out his hand completely, he looked down and could not see his 5 fingers. He could only see a bare forearm, with blood gushing from the wrist, and the palm and fingers had all disappeared. Not only that, at the broken end of the wound, there was an extremely hot flame burning, which directly ignited the forearm of his arm. Sun Tang roared in pain. The pain of the broken hand was secondary, the burning of the terrifying dragon flame was what he could not bear. The pain was so severe that it hit his soul. Amid the piercing screams, the surroundings became silent. The crowd stared at Sun Tang with his broken hand in astonishment. Some of them wondered if they had not woken up and saw it wrongly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Apology. Has anyone ever told you that it's embarrassing for an old man like you to interfere in the competition between the younger generation? A cold voice followed. A figure in white clothes, whiter than snow, stepped out of the crowd, holding a domineering dragon ancient sword in one hand. Master. Little Yang Jian's eyes showed surprise, and he hurriedly went to meet him and came to Chu Yun. When Sun Tang attacked him just now, the terrifying pressure at that moment made little Yang Jian unable to move, and he was very nervous. But the next moment, with the master's attack, all the pressure disappeared, and the claw that Sun Tang stretched out to him was also chopped off by the master with a sword, which was really gratifying. You did a good job and didn't embarrass the master. Chu Yun smiled, touched little Yang Jian's hair, and then gently patted his shoulder, indicating that he should go to the back, next to Zhao Qianli. Yang Jian walked over obediently. Seeing this, Zhao Qianli quickly pulled him over and looked left and right, fearing that Yang Jian had just been injured by Sun Tang. After seeing that he was fine, he let out a long breath and felt relieved. The crowd around him, with shocked eyes, all looked at Chu Yun, who came out, surprised at his strength, and was surprised at his age, which was so young. The 6 young marshals who had first asked the mansion master for advice all frowned at this moment, looking at Chu Yun with great fear and curiosity, and a storm of waves in their hearts. Their age was about the same as Chu Yun, and many of them were even older than Chu Yun. But, no matter who it was, they didn't have the ability to cut off Sun Tang's hand with a sword. As a warrior in the mountain and sea realm, it was a very difficult thing to hurt a strong man in the Nirvana realm. How did this white-clothed swordsman do it? No, what should be said is, why can someone do it? As the top geniuses in Jingxi, a city of Daming Prefecture, the talents and strengths of Li Zhu and others are considered the best in the entire Tangji dynasty. Only in the capital city, there may be geniuses who are stronger than them, but at most they are only a little stronger. But the person in front of them is already strong to a degree that they cannot understand. Why is he so strong? Why is he so strong? Sun Tang gritted his teeth, sweating all over. Looking at the wound on his broken hand, his whole arm was shaking. He finally extinguished the dragon flame on his wrist with all his strength. The terrifying heat and the domineering aura that crushed everything made him tremble in his heart when he recalled it. Immediately, he raised his head suddenly, his eyes bursting with endless anger, staring at Chu Yun, and the hatred in his heart had reached a peak. Once on the march, Prince Cheng cut off several of his fingers with a military order, and now, in full view of the public, Chu Yun actually cut off one of his hands. The two are not even on the same level. Who are you? The spiritual power around Sun Tang surged like a vast ocean, and the terrifying power of the Nirvana realm surged at this moment, ready to burst out at any time and drown Chu Yun. To be honest, at this moment, Sun Tang really wanted to make a move and kill Chu Yun directly. Although Sun Tang was wary of Chu Yun's strength, he was definitely not afraid. Being able to cut off his wrist with a sword was certainly a power that a warrior in the mountain and sea realm could not do, but he was just attacking Jiangjian in the Qianjun realm, and he was not serious at all, and his vigilance was not high. If the two were fighting head-on, it would be almost impossible for Chu Yun to cut off one of his wrists. But, again, he didn't know why Chu Yun was so strong. There may be many reasons for a person to be powerful. Perhaps it is talent, perhaps it is opportunity, or perhaps it is understanding. However, there is only one reason for a person to be so powerful. That is, behind this person, there are definitely unimaginable resources to support him. This resource includes cultivation resources, such as spiritual medicine, elixir and other auxiliary, which can allow warriors to break through to a higher level of cultivation at a young age. It also includes the resources of powerful teaching staff. Otherwise, it is difficult to comprehend those martial arts and techniques by oneself. When Chu Yun stood up, he showed his strength comparable to the Nirvana realm. What he represented behind this is already an extremely clear image. A big force, undoubtedly a big force. At least in the Tangji dynasty, no force has ever cultivated such a terrible genius. And Chu Yun dared to attack him, the director of the public security department, in full view of the public, which also proved that Chu Yun was fearless. Why was he not afraid? Because there was someone behind him. This is a very simple truth. So before figuring out Chu Yun's background, Sun Tang did not dare to act trashly. The more people who are determined to take revenge for their flaws, the more they cherish their lives. Sun Tang was furious after having his hand cut off, but in this world, it is not impossible to be reborn after a broken hand. The most important thing is to keep your life. Are you asking who I am? Chu Yun smiled and said lightly, you don't deserve to know. Sun Tang was silent. His anger was like roiling magma, about to erupt in a shaking volcano. Chu Yun looked at him and said, I want to ask, why did you attack my apprentice? If I heard it correctly, you said that my apprentice used witchcraft. Interesting. This is really interesting. If those old guys knew, their expressions would definitely be very interesting, Chu Yun said with a smile, but the meaning hidden in his words made Sun Tang silent. The meaning of this statement is very clear. The moves used by Yang Jian were taught by Chu Yun, and behind Chu Yun, there are some old guys. Is this your personal understanding, or the intention of Jingxia City? Chu Yun slowly spoke, and purple air rippled around him, turning into a figure of the Zhongwu Emperor. In an instant, the Zushan stars rotated, and the northernmost Ziwei Emperor star shone. Purple air came from the east, and the powerful power of the Emperor swept the whole audience. He said in a deep voice, my skills are sorcery? The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone stared at the phantom of the Ziwei Emperor, shocked and speechless. All the Nirvana realm masters present were shocked, and only then did they know that the terrible breath that swept the whole city a few days ago came from here. And when the phantom of the Ziwei Emperor appeared, the terrible power that emerged shocked everyone present, and even the Nirvana realm masters clearly felt an extreme threat. Even without mentioning him, even the lord of the palace, who was sitting high above the main seat, narrowed his eyes. Sun Tang, who was standing opposite Chu Yun, was completely confused. He was the one who bore the heaviest pressure from Emperor Ziwei. At that moment, he could clearly feel that if Chu Yun were to make a move, he would be close to death. That terrible power had reached the limit of the Nirvana realm. Even it had reached a higher dimension that he had never touched. What kind of terrible power is this? How could there be such a terrible power? With the power of a warrior in the mountain and sea realm, he could actually have the ability to kill a Nirvana realm warrior in seconds? And such a terrible existence. Sun Tang actually said that this was a sorcery. A sorcery. Sun Tang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of those old guys mentioned by Chu Yun. There was no doubt that any one of those people could crush him to death like crushing an ant. At this moment, everyone present was convinced that Chu Yun's origin was definitely from a big force outside the Tangji dynasty, those truly powerful sects. This world is called the spiritual world. No one knows how big the whole world is, and the Tangji dynasty is only a small part of it. Beyond this, crossing the Misty Sea in the south or the Hidden Mountains in the north, you can go to a wider world, a real spiritual world. And what kind of forces and existence exist in that big world is unimaginable to everyone in the Tangji dynasty. Chu Yun in front of him, at a young age, has the strength comparable to the Nirvana realm, and also has such a terrible skill. Such a person, without a doubt, can only come from the outside world and come to the Tangji dynasty to travel the world or experience. Director Sun didn't mean that. At this time, on the main seat, the owner of the mansion, Jiangtan Yang, was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Many years ago, a big demon appeared in the Tangji dynasty. He had the ability to rebound the enemy's damage and had caused some trouble." Director Sun just mistakenly thought that your little apprentice used such means, but now it seems that Director Sun made a mistake. As he said, Jiangtan Yang looked at Sun Tang and said in a deep voice, "Why don't you apologize to him quickly?" Sun Tang widened his eyes. He never expected that Jiangtan Yang would ask him to apologize to Chu Yun. You know, the person who had his wrist cut off just now was not Chu Yun, but him. He is a powerful Nirvana realm, the director of the public security department of the Tongya mansion of Jingxia City, Daming Prefecture, and a well-known big man in the Tangji dynasty. Now that one of his arms has been cut off, he actually has to apologize to others. This old face, can he still keep it? Jiangtan Yang frowned, and his eyes became more and more unfriendly. Just now, the reason why he tacitly agreed that Sun Tang would attack Yang Jian was mainly because he wanted to know whether this magical skill was related to Prince Cheng. If this skill was created by Prince Cheng, then he would definitely pay attention to it. But now, Chu Yun stood up and stated that the origin of this skill came from a powerful force outside the mortal world. So this result was a sure thing. As Chu Yun said, if the huge force with such a terrifying skill knew that someone said their skill was a sorcery, then the consequences would be unimaginable. If you meet a broad-minded person, you may just laugh it off and not care what these little people say, but if you meet someone like Sun Tang who will report any flaw, then it will be a disaster. Faced with such a choice, Jiangtan Yang naturally did not hesitate to throw Sun Tang out and let him apologize to Chu Yun to end this trouble. Otherwise, maybe the whole Jingxia city will be unlucky because of Sun Tang's words. Jiangtan Yang could not accept this consequence. As for the big monster from many years ago, it was just a random lie to give Sun Tang a way out. If there really was a big monster with such strange abilities that caused the turmoil, it is impossible for everyone present to know nothing about it. Under the gaze of the mentioned lord, Sun Tang felt the blood rushing to his head, and he was so angry that he felt dizzy and felt as if he would faint at any time. However, a higher rank can crush a person, not to mention that the mansion lord has always been his backer and pillar. Now that his backer has spoken, if he doesn't agree, he can't bear the power of the landslide. "Yes, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Sun Tang took a deep breath, and every word he said was like a knife cutting out of his heart, and he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. "Hey!" Chu Yun sneered coldly, glanced at him, and said, "You said that the person who used the witchcraft was not me, but my apprentice. What's the point of apologizing to me now?" Sun Tang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to point at Chu Yun's neck and scold him for going too far, but after seeing the stern and threatening look of the mansion master, he really had to grit his teeth and swallow it. When he closed his eyes, he felt that he was about to roll his eyes. Then, he suppressed his anger, looked at Yang Jian beside him, and said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." "Well," Yang Jian responded, nodded, and said, "Be more careful next time." This intimate reminder, in Sun Tang's ears, seemed to be the most hurtful sarcasm, which made Sun Tang's fingers tremble a little, and now he only had 2 or 3 fingers left. Picking up the severed hand on the ground, Sun Tang glared at Sun Longfei fiercely and said, Why don't you leave? Are you embarrassed to stay here? Sun Longfei was also confused and at a loss. In the past, he was arrogant and domineering outside, and his biggest backer was his father Sun Tanb. As the son of the director of the Public Security Department, he could be the biggest factor of public security instability without restraint, but no one dared to control him. But now, Sun Longfei watched his father's hand being cut off, and watched his father helpless with the other party, and watched the owner of the mansion force him to apologize to that person. Or apologize twice in a row. Sun Longfei felt that the unshakable mountain in his heart collapsed. In front of Master Chu Yun and his apprentice, all his pride and arrogance were shattered, but he could do nothing. Someone once pointed at his nose and said, "There are people outside people and there are heavens outside heavens. You are so arrogant and domineering, and you will definitely hit the wall and bleed in the future." At that time, Sun Longfei rushed up and broke the man's fingers, then sneered and said, "I am the highest mountain, no wall can stop me." Now, it has been blocked. The iron wall is broken, the head is broken and blood is flowing, and the pain is excruciating. Chapter 218 Flood. After the Sun family father and son left, the banquet was silent. Chu Yun, as the focus of attention, calmly looked at the mansion master, nodded, and then returned to the seat next to Zhao Qianli, neither humble nor arrogant, as if nothing had happened. The mansion master Zhang Tanyang just nodded to Chu Yun, and then said nothing. For this kind of genius from outside the Tangji dynasty, if there is a chance, Zhang Tanyang still wants to make friends. But, unfortunately, Chu Yun has already established a connection with Prince Cheng. Because of some well-known reasons, the relationship between Prince Cheng and the mansion master Zhang Tanyang has always been not very good. Now that Chu Yun has been related to Prince Cheng, Zhang Tanyang naturally can't make any close moves to avoid counterproductive. Afterwards, the banquet continued. However, after Zhang Jian, no one came out to compete, and everyone even forgot the real protagonist of this dinner, Master Lin Duanya. What they were thinking about in their minds were all things related to Chu Yun. If you don't make a sound, you'll be amazing. This is probably what it means. Afterwards, the dinner ended hastily. On the way back, Zhao Qianli was a little hot, because of excitement. His ears were red. In the car, he looked at Chu Yun and then at Zhang Jian, and was very excited. Too amazing, so amazing. Zhao Qianli looked at Chu Yun. In the past, he only knew that Chu Yun was young but very powerful, but he never thought that Chu Yun would be so strong. The sword cut off the arm of the Nirvana Realm warrior, and then the terrifying phantom of the god revealed made all the Nirvana Realm warriors present feel terrified. And Zhang Jian, under Chu Yun's training, also showed amazing strength. He was able to forcibly defeat Sun Longfei of the Wanshai realm with the cultivation of the second level of Qianjun realm, and he gave him a good vent. It's just a small scene, don't get excited. Chu Yun smiled slightly and made a gesture of pressing down, signaling Zhao Qianli to calm down his emotions. But Zhao Qianli could hardly calm down and said, "Did you see how ugly Zheng Yuang's face was when he left? It was like the bottom of a pot. It was so satisfying. It's rare to have such a satisfying time in this life. It will be more satisfying if you defeat him with your own hands in the future." Chu Yun smiled slightly and said, "With the complete record of the Tantu formation, and if you are given some time, you will also grow to a very high level. By then, Zheng Yuang will be completely in your hands. That's for sure." Zhao Qianli laughed loudly. If he had some doubts about this before today, then now he completely believed Chu Yun's words. With Chu Yun's pearls and jade in front, Chu Yun said it can work, then it must work, and it's okay if it doesn't work. At this time, the carriage stopped. Zhao Qianli was a little confused. He lifted the curtain and saw the figure of Miss Zhu standing there quietly. Bingalai. Zhao Qianli was a little nervous, and quickly jumped off the carriage, saying, "Why are you here? Didn't I say I would go to Zhu's house to find you later?" Zhu Bingalai looked at him and said, "I asked you to come to Zhu's house to find me because I wanted to talk about your matter, but now, I have something else that I want to ask you for." As she spoke, Zhu Bingalai looked at Chu Yun in the carriage. He. Chu Yun smiled and said, "It just so happens that we have nothing to do recently, so why not go to Zhu's house and sit for a while?" I wonder if Miss Zhu welcomes you? Of course. Zhu Binglai nodded, and then got on the carriage directly, but she didn't avoid suspicion at all. If an ordinary woman got on another family's carriage alone, especially when there were other men in it, she would definitely be cautious. Once something bad got out, her reputation would be ruined. However, Zhu Binglai is different from ordinary women. She is more like a man. She doesn't like red dresses but prefers to be armed. Her personality is the same. She is straightforward and never does those empty things. She speaks directly when she has something to say. She rarely restricts her actions because of rumors. When Zhao Qianli saw Zhu Binglai got on the carriage, he hurriedly followed her. The spacious carriage suddenly seemed a little narrow because of Zhu Binglai's entry. Originally, one side could accommodate 2 people. Now Zhu Binglai came and sat on one side. After Zhao Qianli followed in, he instinctively wanted to sit next to Chu Yun and Jiang Jian. Why are you squeezing here? Just sit over there. Chu Yun smiled slyly and pushed Zhao Qianli to sit opposite, almost next to Zhu Binglai. Seeing this, Zhu Binglai didn't care at all and said, "May I know this person's name?" Chu Yun. Chu Yun said with a slight smile, "I'm Zhao Qianli's good brother and the deputy owner of Buping Tower." "Miss Zhu, you can call me by my name directly. If you need any help, just let me know." "Okay, then I'll make it short." Zhu Binglai nodded and said, "Just a few days ago, there were some accidents in the Sunset River in Kangnan area of Daming Prefecture. A powerful monster came to the river, causing a storm, stirring up the river to flood, and destroyed a dam, causing several cities to be flooded. Among them, the 2 cities hardest hit by the flood were Qingxi Giant City and Lingyi Giant City. The surrounding fields and forests were flooded, and the situation was very serious after a few days. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yun in the carriage became serious, and Zhao Qianli, who was sitting opposite him, also became serious. When he was sitting next to Zhu Binglai, he was a little nervous, but when he heard the business, he quickly forgot about those things. "How serious is it? What's the situation in the city? Is it all flooded?" Chu Yun asked. Zhu Binglai nodded and said, "According to the information we just received, the flood has completely overflowed. The walls of Lingyi Giant City have been washed away. Half of the city is now completely submerged in the flood. The Sunset River is not only the largest river in Kangnan Domain, but also the largest river in the entire Daming Prefecture. Once it completely overflows, the consequences will be disastrous. The few domains closest to the Sunset River will basically not be spared." Hearing these descriptions, Zhao Qianli, who was standing aside, had a completely gloomy face and said, "For something like this, we are in Jinxia City, but we didn't hear any news." Given the distance between the Sunset River and Jinxia City, this matter should have been reported to the Tongya Mansion 2 days ago. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present knew what was going on in their hearts. The bigwigs in the Tongya Mansion didn't care about this matter at all. Anyway, no matter how the flood overflowed, Jinxia City was thousands of miles away from the Sunset River, and it was impossible for it to be affected. At most, some flooded victims would wander over. However, Jinxia City has always had its own way of dealing with this kind of situation. As long as the city gates are closed and a small amount of food is released, all life in the city will not be affected. It's not without reason that Jinxia City was previously established as the capital. The terrain here is flat and the water source is abundant and stable. Even things like earth dragons turning over have never happened. It's peaceful and comfortable to live in it, but we can't just ignore what's happening outside. Zhao Qianli frowned and said, "Binglai, you work in the Tongya Mansion, so you naturally know the situation. How does Jinxia City plan to deal with this matter?" "Local autonomy." Zhu Binglai exhaled slowly and said in a deep voice, "At present, the flood situation is only rampant in the Kangnan area and has not yet affected the other areas. According to regulations, only when a disaster affects 2 areas or even a wider area, Jinxia City, as the capital city, must make every effort to treat it, and the rest can be left to the local authorities to deal with. But now, the people in the city haven't even heard about the flood situation, so it's obviously handed over." "Then, can the Kangnan area handle it?" Zhao Qianli asked again. "It's very difficult." Zhu Binglai shook her head and said, That monster is causing chaos and making trouble in the Sunset River. If it is not eradicated, the flood situation will never be calmed down. Mobilizing materials for disaster relief is important, but if the source of the disaster is not cut off, everything will be useless. However, the monster seems to be very strong and good at hiding itself. It often lurks in the water of the Sunset River. The domain lord of Kangnan Domain went there several times but found nothing. And according to reports from my subordinates in Kangnan Domain, some of them have witnessed the traces of the monster, and it looks like a black dragon. You said, dragon? At this time, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and a serious look emerged in his expression. Yes. That's what it says below. Zhu Bingli nodded and continued. It's hard to confirm whether it's true or not. Maybe that person just saw it wrong, but if it is really a dragon, it must at least have strength comparable to the Nirvana realm. In the main field of the river, a Nirvana realm warrior of the same level will definitely not be able to defeat it. Now, the domain lord of the Kangnan Domain has not fought with the monster yet, but if it is really a dragon, the domain lord will definitely not be able to defeat it in the main field in the water. If that happens, the Tonga Mansion will naturally take it seriously and mobilize the army to destroy the dragon, right? Now Qianli asked. Yes, Zhu Bingli nodded and said, but it will take at least a week for the news to get back and forth. After the news of the dragon's rebellion is reported to the Tonga Mansion, it will be a long time to decide which army to mobilize. Conservatively speaking, if we can send people to support within 10 days, it will be considered fast. We can wait for these 10 days, but how can those victims in dire straits wait? If we delay for one more day, countless civilians will die in the flood. So, what do you want us to do to help you? Chu Yun took a deep breath and asked. I hope you can go to Sunset River and find out whether the monster in the river is a dragon. If it is, please come back immediately and tell the Tonga Mansion. Zhu Bingli looked at Chu Yun seriously and said, under the flood situation, every day of delay means countless lives. If the monster in the river is really a dragon, few warriors below the Nirvana realm can come back alive after seeing it. So this commission is very dangerous. If you don't want to go, I can understand it completely. I will go and think of other ways. I will go. Chu Yun nodded calmly without hesitation. There are many reasons for agreeing. First of all, this matter itself is a very worthwhile thing to do, which can save many lives. Secondly, taking people's lives for no reason is the greatest injustice in the world. If Chu Yun doesn't care about such things, then there is no need for this pupping building to exist. As for the last reason, ding, mission triggered. Special mission, uneven building mission target. Go to Sunset River to investigate the situation. Phase 1. Mission time limit, none. Mission reward, 8 Earth grade bait, 50 Spirit grade bait, 100 Ordinary grade bait. Such an urgent situation, such a generous reward. If Chu Yun didn't go, he must have a brain problem, so he almost didn't hesitate. But, in a few days, the ruins will be opened, and you leave now. Now Qianli looked at Chu Yun, and was not surprised that Chu Yun would agree to it. But soon he couldn't help but think about Chu Yun, because he knew that Chu Yun had said a long time ago that he wanted to enter the ruins to take a look. Now that there are only a few days left, the ruins will be opened. Chu Yun's leaving at this time is too much of a loss. Nothing. Chu Yun shook his head. If he really missed it, it would be a pity, but compared with the two, the flood situation was more urgent. At most, after dealing with things here, Chu Yun can enter the ruins later. After all, he has a map of the entire ruins. He knows where the treasures and mechanisms are. Entering is just like going back home. No matter what it is, he will buy it all. Didn't Master Lin say that the ruins will be opened within 5 days? On the bright side, I still have 5 days, enough to go to Sunset River and back. If I just want to confirm the identity of the monster in the river and come back, it won't take much time, Chu Yun said. However, he knew in his heart that the requirements of the system task were probably more than just confirming the identity, because the reward this time was too generous. 8 Earth grade baits, 50 spiritual grade baits, and 100 ordinary grade baits. Oh my god, if Chu Yun fished all of them, his arms would be sore. Such a generous reward is also marked as Stage 1. so there will definitely be stages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. By then, I really don't know when I can get it back. But things in the world are like this. There are gains and losses. As long as you make a good choice, there is nothing to regret. Chapter 219 Heading Creek. The sound of wheels stopped in front of an ancient house. Two tall stone lions looked very old and exuded a sense of historical vicissitudes. One after another, figures got off the carriage and were led by Zhu Bingala in front, entering the Zhu mansion together. In the Tangji dynasty, the 6 ministers were very high-ranking officials with great power, but the former residence of the Minister of War looked very simple and unadorned. Along the way, Chu Yun and Yang Jian did not see any rare treasures, and there were not many bright flowers in the garden. Although it was neat, it was a bit too simple. In this way, they came to the study, which was Zhu Bingala's own study. After pushing the door open and entering, Zhu Bingala did not politely ask them to sit down, but went straight to a large desk with a map on it. It was obvious that this was a map of a river, with a wide river as the center and extending to the surrounding areas. This map is the map of the western part of Daming Prefecture. The river that looks the widest is the entire Sunset River area. There are some things marked on it. You can take a look. Zhu Bingala came to the desk, leaned over and stretched out a finger, pointing at the map on the table. There were several crossed-out places, which were relatively close to the river bank. There was a place marked as a dam, and a red cross was drawn on it, which was obviously damaged. Now is the high tide season. After this dam is destroyed, the river water will spread from here and it will easily flood all around. After observing for a while, Chu Yun frowned slowly, and looked at the other dams around him, and said, compared with the other locations, the damage caused by destroying this dam is the greatest. Does this mean that the monster is deliberately destroying it and wants to cause a disaster? It's possible. Zhu Bingala nodded, and her finger moved outward from the location of the dam, pointing to 2 cities very close to the river bank, and said, "This is the Lingqi Giant City and the Qingxi Giant City. Now they have been submerged by water. The nearest Lingqi Giant City has almost collapsed, and it is difficult to live in the city. As far as I know, after the disaster, the people in the Lingqi Giant City moved to the highlands in the north. They should have arrived in the Guiling Giant City. The Qingxi Giant City, which is close to it, will also go to the Guiling Giant City once the flood situation is serious." "No, there are too many people." Gao Qianli shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Guiling Jiqing is a small city, not a grain-producing area. The daily food supply mainly depends on the surrounding grain-producing cities. Now that the population of 3 giant cities is stuffed in at once, the food will soon be unable to support it. In addition, this year's autumn harvest is still some distance away, and Guiling Jiqing will definitely be short of food." "You are right." Zhu Bingala also looked heavy and said, "Moreover, this is not the most important thing. If things are really as Chu Yun said, the monster deliberately chose the target to destroy and create a disaster, then he will definitely attack several other dams next to create a greater disaster. By then, the several giant cities submerged by the flood will be difficult to protect themselves, and the food will be consumed rapidly. Even if Jinxia City or the court gives money and food for disaster relief, it will be difficult to have any effect, because once there is a shortage of food, the most troublesome thing will appear. The people will scramble for food, and the merchants will hoard food to make money. As far as I know, the grain merchants in Daming Prefecture are already collecting food everywhere, waiting for the flood to spread so that they can make a lot of money." "What abomination, a bunch of beasts." Gao Qianli couldn't help but curse, but it was just a complaint. He knew that businessmen pursued profits, and there were too many people willing to do such unscrupulous things as long as they could make money. Food is the first necessity of the people. The people have to open their mouths to eat at all times. Once there is no food, people will die, and many people will die. Starving to death can be said to be the cruelest way to die in the world. "I'll solve the problem of food," Chu Yun said slowly. "You come?" Gao Qianli was stunned for a moment, and said, "Good brother, what can you do?" "I can't transfer grain from other places." Chu Yun said, "I have the ability to transport a large amount of grain and quickly travel between the 2 places. Apart from anything else, It should not be a problem to supply the entire disaster area of Daming Prefecture. If there are really unscrupulous merchants who intend to hoard grain, let them do it. As long as there is no shortage of grain in other places in the Tangji dynasty, there will be no shortage here. After the voice fell, Dao Qianli and Zhu Binglai looked at each other, and they all felt incredible and surprised. They were surprised by the promise in these words, and at the same time they couldn't help but wonder, what kind of ability can be achieved to the extent that Chu Yun said? How could it be possible to transport grain to supply the entire disaster area of Daming Prefecture with only manpower? Okay, I believe you. Zhu Binglai nodded, then looked at Dao Qianli and said, I'm already using my connections to collect grain from other places. If you're willing, you can join me in collecting grain. Once the disaster spreads, we'll sell the grain at a fair price to maintain the price of grain. Dao Qianli patted his chest and said, I'll do my best to collect grain. When the disaster really spreads, I'll give it away for free. Every life saved is a life. That's not necessary. Zhu Binglai shook her head slightly and said, the amount of grain we're going to collect is going to be supplied to the entire disaster area in Daming Prefecture. If we use such a large amount of silver and just give it away for free, I'm sure Prince Chengde will not agree. So, we just buy at a fair price and sell at a fair price. As long as the price of grain can be maintained, it will be the biggest contribution to the disaster. But then again, it's not the same thing for us to just make repairs here. The truly effective means is to cut off the disaster at the source. Chu Yun smiled and said, no need to wait. I will leave immediately and go to Sunset River. If there is any situation, notify Yang Jian immediately. He can contact me at any time. Chu Yun patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, winked at his apprentice, and said, come out with me. I have something to tell you. Yang Jian immediately understood and followed Chu Yun out, leaving Zhu Binglai and Dao Qianli alone in the study. As soon as they went out, Chu Yun and Yang Jian came to a remote place. Master, what do you have to tell me? Yang Jian asked. Chu Yun said, Master, I will go to Sunset River first. You wait for me in Jingxia City. If there is no accident, I will go to the portable space every half an hour to meet you. If there is any emergency, I will know it at most half an hour later. Similarly, you have to enter the portable space every half an hour to contact me. Do you understand? I know, Master. You can go with peace of mind. Yang Jian nodded immediately. Because of the existence of the portable space, Chu Yun and Yang Jian can each open a portal to quickly reach each other's location and communicate information in time. Chu Yun said earlier that he could transport a large amount of food in a short time. This is exactly what he meant. As long as he arrived at a place where food was abundant, he could go through the portal. The master and apprentice, one bought outside, and the other collected in Daming Mansion. How much was bought outside? Daming Mansion could receive as much. Therefore, the food shortage problem, which was a top priority in Zhu Binglai's eyes, was not a problem at all for Chu Yun, and it could be solved in minutes. Soon, Dao Qianli came out of Zhu Binglai's study, his eyebrows full of seriousness and earnestness, and he was still thinking about the problem while walking. Seeing Yang Jian waiting outside, Dao Qianli said, Where is your master? Has he left? Yes, Brother Qianli. Yang Jian nodded. Dao Qianli smiled bitterly and said, Your master is really, I don't know how to describe it. He is strong, kind-hearted, and so helpful. Sometimes I really doubt what he is doing these things for, or I really doubt how there can be such a good person in the world. Master is the best master in the world. Yang Jian said seriously. That day, Chu Yun rode the Pegasus Unicorn Ziabai and left Jingxia City at the fastest speed, heading to the Sunset River in the west. To be honest, Chu Yun was very interested in the dragon in the river. Because of the existence of the fiery sun dragon, anything related to the dragon clan can burst out with a strong power in Chu Yun's hands, such as the dragon ancient sword and the dragon binding rope. If there is really a dragon in the Sunset River, then for Chu Yun, this is a mobile treasure house. The dragon clan is full of treasures, especially when it is placed on him. It can be treasured on top of treasure. If such an opportunity is missed, it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. When he set out, The dinner in the Zhang Yang courtyard had just ended not long ago, when the sky just brightened and the sun slowly floated in the distance. Chu Yun came to a wide river. It is called a river, and the two banks are extremely wide, and the boundaries are almost invisible at a glance. In the surging and roaring river, you can see a bit of a dragon-like posture. The water volume is so abundant and the water flow is so turbulent, it can be expected that once such a river overflows, it is absolutely not something that can be stopped by human power. No matter how strong one's cultivation is, one punch can widen the river and crush the mountain, but it is still too difficult to control the chaotic river water and prevent it from flowing turbulently. Flying upward along the river bank, Chu Yun patrolled the Sunset River, looking for monsters in the water. On weekdays, there are indeed monsters in this kind of river, but they are often low-key. Because it is too close to human cities, monsters will instinctively lurk under the water and will not easily show up. But now, the situation is special. Under the flooding of the river, the monsters in the river seem to have sensed some favorable situation. They are all churning and tumbling as if they have been holding back for a long time under the water and finally have the opportunity to jump out of the water. It can be expected that if there are ships sailing on this river at this time, it must be extremely dangerous. Even if there are warriors in the mountain and sea realm, it is difficult to protect the ship from the attack of so many monsters in the water. Even some water monsters with very low IQs who could only act on instinct dared to reach out to anyone. When they saw Chu Yun flying low, they jumped up and attacked Chu Yun. Swish! Chu Yun's figure did not move at all, and the invisible sword energy around him sent those fearless young men into reincarnation. It's really bad. The river is flooding, monsters are a disaster, and there is chaos. Chu Yun exhaled slowly. His brows were still furrowed. He patrolled the river from early morning until sunset, but did not find any trace of the dragon. Perhaps Chu Yun did not search carefully enough, but the river was too big, and the tributaries were connected in all directions. Each tributary was extremely wide. Even if the dragon was 100 feet long, it could easily hide in it and people could not easily detect it. However, this was normal. If the dragon was not hiding sincerely, the domain master of Kangnan territory would have already bumped into it, and the situation could have been confirmed without waiting for Chu Yun to come. It's not a good idea to keep looking like this. I still need to contact Kangnan territory and communicate with the domain master. Only by coordinating with each other can it be more efficient. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, thinking in his heart, and then he went to the Kangnan giant city according to his memory. It was the main city of Kangnan territory. When Chu Yun arrived at Kangnan giant city, he saw many tents outside the city at first glance. Judging from the traces, they were stationed recently. The people walking in the tent area were not the citizens of Kangnan giant city, but a group of people who came from other places to escape the famine. Seeing that they were wearing very simple clothes and looked dusty, Chu Yun knew that these people must have escaped from the disaster-stricken Qingxi giant city and Lingyi giant city. You know, Kangnan city is not close to the two disaster-stricken cities, and some of the victims seem to think that Guiling city on the high ground is not safe enough, so they came all the way to Kangnan city, the main city of Kangnan domain. Chu Yun looked at the scene outside and couldn't help but be silent for a while, thinking, if the dragon can really cause damage, unless you can escape from Kangnan domain, otherwise even in Kangnan city, it is not safe. The total amount of water in the Sunset River can almost cover half of Kangnan domain. Chapter 220 Moving Mountains. Chu Yun flew to the outside of the city. When his figure appeared, the victims outside the city below looked up and saw him. There was surprise in their eyes, but more of awe. For ordinary people, the strong who can fly in the air is completely out of reach and can only look up to. Where is the lord of Kangnan domain? Chu Yun, the leader of Bupinglu, Jingxia city, has something to meet. Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice, and the voice rolled away. If it were normal, Chu Yun could still enter the city according to the rules and then go to the city to meet the lord of Kangnan domain. But now the situation is urgent, and it would be a waste to delay for a moment. So he had to do this extraordinary thing. As soon as the voice fell, several figures jumped out from the top of the city. They were all the defense forces in the giant city of Kangnan, and looked at Chu Yun with vigilant eyes. According to the laws of the Tanji dynasty, Warriors are not allowed to fly in the air without reason in any giant city. It's okay outside the city, but if you are in the city, you may be shot down by the government if you fly in the air without permission. However, when these people saw Chu Yun stopped outside the city and did not move forward, they were relieved a little. After hearing what Chu Yun said, they couldn't help asking, "Are you from Jingxia City?" "Yes." Chu Yun nodded and looked at the person who was speaking. He seemed to be a general with a cultivation base of the late Shanhai realm. He said, "I came here for the matter of the monster in the Sunset River. I want to have a detailed discussion with the Lord of Kangnan Domain." "I wonder if the Lord is in the giant city now?" "No." The general shook his head and said, "Since the flood began to spread, the Lord has been patrolling near the Sunset River and has not returned to the giant city for a long time." Chu Yun was a little disappointed when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Then, General, do you know where to find the Lord?" "Go east, in the middle of the Sunset River. The Lord should have patrolled there by now," the general replied. Chu Yun cupped his hands, turned around and flew away. Returning to Sunset River again, he looked along the riverbank and found the first dam destroyed by the monster. Now the water was pouring down. On the surrounding banks and high ground, there were tens of thousands of people, and monsters carrying goods, trying to find a way to plug the breach in the dam. However, the great power of nature was irreversible. Even with the strength of 10,000 people, it would be impossible to plug the breach of the dam. The mud, sand and stones that had just been piled up would soon be washed away by the rushing water. If it weren't for a group of warriors who used their spiritual power to form an invisible wall to barely block some of the water, they would probably not be able to put these materials in, and they would disappear immediately if they were thrown into the river. Too difficult. Chu Yun took a look at the length of the dam. From south to north, it spanned a distance of thousands of feet. Such a long breach, even a Nirvana realm expert could not block it alone. For an ordinary person, even if everything went well, it would take at least a month to plug the breach. Frowning and thinking for a long time, Chu Yun's pace slowed down. He began to look around and soon set his sights on a small hill. Chu Yun took a deep breath and flew to the hill. The spiritual power in the ancient dragon sword in his hand surged and the sword light instantly rose and spread forward to a length of dozens of meters. Then, Chu Yun swung the sword energy and slashed from the root of the hill. The whole mountain did not move, but it was actually cut in half. Then, Chu Yun flew to the ground and took a deep breath. The soul light floated around him. When he stepped on the ground, a demon ape as tall as the hill emerged. Roar! With a deafening roar, Chu Yun reached forward with his big hand, and the ancient fierce ape immediately hugged the mountain, exerted force suddenly, and lifted the hill directly. After throwing it up to a certain height in the air, he tilted his neck and carried it directly on his shoulders. One man and one ape could actually move a mountain. The mountain was high and not far from the Sunset River. The rumbling mountain was naturally moved, which attracted the attention and panic of countless people. Then, they saw that the terrifying ancient fierce ape actually carried the hill on his shoulders, step by step, slowly but firmly walking towards the Sunset River. The crowd was shocked. Those warriors who were blocking the river water with spiritual power in the river were stunned when they saw this scene. Even if they were in the mountain and sea realm, they could only block the river water with their own strength. If the domain master of the Nirvana realm came, it would be difficult to stop the water flow by himself. But, what is this act of moving the mountain about? How can there be such a terrifying strange power in this world, which can really move mountains and overturn seas? Chu Yun tensed his body, dressed in white, and walked under the shadow of the hill. He was surrounded by the soul light of the ancient fierce ape. The illusory soul light in the past, under the pressure of the hill, became extremely solid, just like a real demon ape with blood and strength, exuding a strong sense of power. When he walked to the river, the power transmitted by the earth veins when the demon ape stepped on his feet was already very weak. Seeing this, Chu Yun could only stop and yell at the people in the river, "Get out of the way!" After the voice fell, the crowd in the river was at a loss, but still obeyed Chu Yun's order and retreated from the river one after another. They didn't even care about the accumulated materials, such as stones, mud and sand, and let them be scattered by the surging Sunset River water. Then, Everyone retreated to the other side and saw the most unforgettable scene in their lives. The man carrying the mountain suddenly exerted force, and his clothes were torn apart by his bulging muscles, and he broke into pieces. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was burning red, and he burst out with an incomparably terrifying power. Oh! Chu Yun roared and threw the hill directly into the river. Boom! In an instant, the water of Sunset River was completely blown up, and the hill flew down and hit the breach of the dam. The mountain fell into the water, immediately causing a huge wave. At that moment, the river water was splashed into the sky and fell down again. The entire Sunset River area was like a heavy rain. Even the people who hid on the other side were drenched by this heavy rain, but after a brief shock, a fierce cheer suddenly broke out in the crowd. Great! God has descended to earth. This is simply God has descended to earth. There is salvation. The people of Kangnan are saved. The crowd was extremely excited. Many people watched this scene with red eyes and tears falling, looking at the man with torn clothes and naked upper body across the road. The emotions in their eyes were so high that they were about to overflow. The flood situation has been going on for several days. Since the disaster, the warriors in Kangnan have almost no time to rest. They have been working for several days in a row just to block the breach of the dam, but they have been busy for several days but have not achieved any results. No matter how much mud, sand and stones they transported and put into the Sunset River, it was of no use at all. In less than half an hour, everything would be washed away by the river. Compared with the physical fatigue, this feeling of not seeing progress, not seeing hope, and doing nothing is useless is the most despairing. And now, as the hill crashed into the river, the huge breach was soon blocked by half, and the turbulent water flow immediately slowed down a lot, which was an outstanding effect that could be seen with the naked eye. Chu Yun panted deeply, and there was no place on his body that didn't hurt. Even with the unparalleled strength of the ancient fierce ape, moving the mountain was still too much of a stretch. With the weight and mass of the hill, a strong man in the Nirvana realm could easily smash it, but no one could lift it. Orthodox warriors, after the Wanchai realm, practiced their own strength, mainly martial arts skills, and rarely specialized in strength and physical strength. Therefore, even a strong man in the Nirvana realm, facing this turbulent water, could only use spiritual power to intercept it, and moving a mountain over was simply a fantasy, something that was impossible to do. Perhaps, in the entire Daming Prefecture, and even in the Tanji dynasty, only Chu Yun, who has the earth-grade martial spirit of the ancient fierce ape, can do such an incredible thing. After standing there for a long time and panting, Chu Yun took out a few pills from the system space to restore his physical strength and soul power. Moving this mountain almost exhausted his physical strength and the soul power of the ancient fierce ape. If he did not replenish it in time, his next actions would be restricted. Wait on the other side, and let me move another mountain. Chu Yun exhaled deeply and said to the people on the other side of the river. Then he flew up and did the same thing, moving a mountain that was slightly larger than the previous one. This time, Chu Yun walked slower. It took him almost half an hour to finally reach the river bank. During the whole process, tens of thousands of people on the other side of the river were watching him nervously, worrying about Chu Yun, fearing that he would not be able to hold on and be crushed by the mountain. But in the end, Chu Yun still came to the river bank, and with a sudden force, he also dropped the mountain into the water of Sunset River. Rumble, the scene of the collapse of the mountains and the crack of the earth made a deafening explosion, and the river water surged and exploded, causing a heavy rain in the Sunset River area again. The two mountains fell into the river, which had already breached the dam of the Sunset River, blocking more than 80%, and only a small stream of water was still flowing out. Brothers, follow me. With a roar from someone, tens of thousands of warriors on the other side of the river, as if they were ignited, rushed into the river without hesitation, and tried every means to block the gap between the two mountains. Chu Yun was exhausted at this moment, and his body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground, but he was supported by a pair of soft little hands on his back. He looked back unexpectedly and saw a dignified and beautiful woman looking at him with gratitude and joy. Judging from the fluctuations in his cultivation, this was a warrior in the Nirvana realm, the lord of Kangnan territory, Fu Qinyan, the woman took the initiative to speak, explained her identity, and said, "May I ask who you are, young master?" "I'm from Jingxia City." Chu Yun slowly exhaled. He didn't expect that the Lord of Kangnan territory was actually a woman. He fed himself 2 pills and recovered some strength. He raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need a woman's support, but Fu Qinyan still looked very worried about his condition. "I was looking for the trace of the monster on the Sunset River. When I got close to this place, I saw that the young master was so strong that he could move mountains and block the flood. It was really amazing." Fu Qinyan's eyes were shining, and the joy and gratitude in her emotions were beyond words. She said, "Please let me express the highest respect and gratitude to you on behalf of the people of the entire Kangnan territory. Your feat has saved thousands of families and innocent people. Please accept my greetings." After that, Fu Qinyan bowed to Chu Yun very solemnly as a dignified lord. "Master Fu, you don't have to do this." Chu Yun exhaled slowly. He wanted to stop her but he didn't have the strength. He saw Fu Qinyan bowing deeply, almost to the ground. With the strength of a Nirvana realm expert, even if he went to Beijing to meet the emperor, the greatest courtesy he could do was probably this. This world has great respect for the strong. It's not like the Qing dynasty dramas in the past, where the bigwigs kneel down and kowtow at every turn. This kind of etiquette of bowing deeply to the ground is almost the greatest way to show respect. Behind Fu Qinyan, the Kangnan domain warriors who came from the other side of the river also bowed deeply to Chu Yun. In just a moment, only Chu Yun was still standing on the river bank. "I feel a little uncomfortable with your politeness." Chu Yun shook his head, looked at Fu Qinyan who had already stood up, and said in a deep voice, "I came from Jingxia City to find the monster in the Sunset River. If this monster is not eliminated, the flood in Kangnan region will not stop. I think you should be clear about this, Lord Fu." "Of course." Fu Qinyan nodded, but soon exhaled slowly and said, "As soon as the monster attacked, it destroyed the largest dam in the Sunset River. It was obviously intentional destruction to cause a flood. I have been looking for it in the Sunset River for many days, but unfortunately, I have never seen the monster." Chu Yun frowned and said, "According to the information I received, it seems that someone said that they had witnessed the monster, which was a black dragon. Is this true?" After the voice fell, Fu Qinyan looked at the person behind him and said, "Adjutant Li, this matter is handled by you. You come and explain it to this young master." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Li immediately stepped forward, bowed to Chu Yun, and said, "The one who discovered the monster was a few fishermen in Kangnan. When they were fishing in the river, they vaguely saw a slender black figure in the distance, with hideous scales, swimming in the river, resembling a dragon. However, those fishermen had no cultivation and limited knowledge. Whether the thing they saw was a real dragon remains to be discussed. It is also possible that it was just a big black python." Chu Yun paused and turned to look at the river water, which had calmed down a little. Although the breach had been almost blocked by the 2 mountains, the water was still surging and had no intention of stopping. Its state was very different from that of an ordinary river, more turbulent and more furious. "The state of Sunset River is not usually like this, right?" Chu Yun asked slowly. "You mean?" Fu Qinyan seemed to be thinking about something. "The dragon controls water, with rivers and lakes as its main venues. It has the ability to control water. If there really is a dragon in the Sunset River, it can make the river water more turbulent than usual," Chu Yun said in a deep voice. Chapter 221 Initial Results. As soon as these words came out, Fu Qinyan's face darkened. Of course, she had thought of this possibility, but she had never wanted to think about it, because, if there really was a dragon causing trouble in the Sunset River, then with her ability, she would not be able to do anything to the other party. The dragon controls water, and in the river area, it is like being in its own domain. The ancient fierce ape can increase its strength through the earth veins, and the dragon can increase its strength through the river water, and the increase in this strength is not as simple as doubling. It can be said that the strength of an ordinary adult dragon in the outside world is basically equivalent to that of a warrior in the late Nirvana realm. If it is a dragon in the river, as long as there is water in the river, its strength will far exceed that of any Nirvana realm existence. If the strong men in the Fate Wheel realm do not come out, it is almost invincible. Thinking of this, Fu Qinyan couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Young master is from Jingxia City, but from Tongya Mansion?" "Unfortunately, no." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "The way Tongya Mansion handles this is local autonomy." Fu Qinyan heard this. Although she had expected this, her heart sank, and then she looked at Chu Yun and said, "Then why did you come?" "I accepted a commission and came to Sunset River to inquire about the situation. If there is really a dragon in this river, then the severity of this matter is definitely not something you can handle by yourself, Lord Fu." Chu Yun paused and said, "At that time, I will pass the news back to Jingxia City as quickly as possible, and ask Mansion Lord Zheng Tanyang to take action to suppress the monster. Under the flood situation, time is of the utmost importance. If the source of the disaster can be solved as soon as possible, the people will suffer less." After the words fell, Fu Qinyan could not help but respect Chu Yun, and said, "I didn't expect that there are such righteous men in this world, but I wonder who entrusted this matter to you?" "Zhu Binglai," Chu Yun replied. "She is on duty in the Tongya Mansion. She is very disappointed with the decision of the Tongya Mansion, so she mobilized her own connections and tried to find a way to help Kangnan Domain overcome the difficulties. She not only entrusted me to come here to confirm the situation, but also to collect food to deal with the next wave of disaster victims." Is it her? Fu Qinyan thought about it in his mind, and after a while, he finally remembered who Chu Yun was talking about. As for Zhu Binglai, Fu Qinyan had only met her once in Jingxia City. At that time, Fu Qinyan didn't even know her name. He just knew that her surname was Zhu and she was a heroic girl. The two had never even spoken to each other, so naturally they didn't know each other, let alone know each other at all. However, now that Kangnan Domain was flooded, the Tongya Mansion did nothing, but this girl who he didn't know at all was running around for it, which really touched Fu Qinyan's heart. Indeed, there is a large food shortage in Kangnan. The flooded Lingyi Giant City and Qingxi Giant City are both grain-producing areas near the river. This year's autumn harvest has not been harvested yet, and they were submerged by the flood. Even if there is no flood, Kangnan will be short of food, not to mention now. Fu Qinyan took a deep breath and said, "If there is not enough food support, many innocent people will starve to death in Kangnan this year. I will try my best to help with this," Chu Yun said calmly without making any promises, because after all, he was not familiar with Fu Qinyan, and there was no need to show too many cards to outsiders. If there is a shortage of food, he will naturally find his own way to get food. During the discussion, the Kangnan warriors on the Sunset River finally blocked the breach completely with concerted efforts. When the water flow was blocked, everyone present couldn't help but cheer loudly, and some even laughed and cried. With the two mountains that Chu Yun moved, the warriors of Kangnan Domain only needed to block the less than 10% of the whole. The difficulty was very different. After working hard for a while, they successfully blocked the flood. After the dam was completely blocked, the surging river water on the river surface was blocked for a while, but overall it was still very turbulent, far more intense than ordinary river water. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun slowly exhaled. In his judgment, this was the biggest ironclad evidence that there was a dragon here. "Everyone, you have worked hard for many days, you can go back and rest." Fu Qinyan saw this scene and felt a little depressed, but as the domain master, she had to take the lead. Now that the dam was repaired, she couldn't continue to be sad. So she smiled and said, "During special times, there is no need to waste any celebrations. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow we still have to do things like disaster relief and rebuilding homes." "Follow the order of the domain master," the crowd present said in unison. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. It can be seen that although this Fu Yuzu is just a woman, she is very prestigious. Come to think of it, from the mouth of the general on the top of the Kangnan Giant City, Chu Yun learned that from the first moment of the flood, this female Yuzu led the troops to patrol the Sunset River for many days and did not go back for a day. Many times, as a leader, the effect of shouting "Go for me" and shouting "Follow me" are two completely different concepts. Only leaders who lead by example can win the hearts of the people. "Sir, you are overworked. Please follow me back to the Kangnan Giant City to rest for a night. We will talk about the monster in the Sunset River in detail tomorrow. Fu Qinyan smiled at Chu Yun and said, "That's right." Chu Yun nodded. He was really tired now. The consumption brought to him by moving 2 mountains was really terrifying. His physical strength, spiritual power, and soul power were almost exhausted. In addition, the feeling of being under heavy pressure also caused some problems in his body, and he needed time to recuperate. In fact, this is the best demonstration of Chu Yun's supernatural physique. If it were someone else, even a warrior in the Nirvana realm, he would be useless now, let alone whether he can lift the mountain. Even if he can, the heavy pressure can crush a person to death. He is lucky not to be turned into a pool of meat paste now. Chu Yun let out a long breath and followed Fu Qinyan back to the giant city of Kangnan. Although it is a special period and it is not appropriate to hold a grand celebration, the enthusiasm of Kangnan region is so high that it is impossible not to drink a few glasses. As the biggest contributor in foreign aid, Chu Yun was naturally treated with great courtesy by everyone, and they had to toast him a few glasses no matter what. In the end, Chu Yun declined on the grounds that he needed to rest and did not participate. In the guest room, Chu Yun opened the portal and contacted his disciple. Chapter 222 Bad News. As soon as he entered the portable farm, a fresh aroma of medicine hit him. "Master, you're here." Little Yang Jian's voice came with a hint of surprise. Chu Yun smiled and said, "How long have you been waiting for me here?" "Not long." Little Yang Jian stood up from the grass. The gold-digging spirit beast Da Huang was lying on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air, panting and panting, with his tongue hanging out and radiating heat weakly. It was obvious that little Yang Jian had been waiting for Chu Yun in this portable farm for a long time. Even Da Huang, who was full of energy, played with him until he was exhausted. Little Yang Jian smiled and asked, "Master, what's the situation in Kangnan region now?" "Not bad." Chu Yun nodded, his lips slightly raised, and said, "The dam that was destroyed by the monster has been blocked by 2 small hills by your master. The source of the flood has been cut off. Next, we just need to find the monster, organize disaster relief, and help the refugees, and there will be no problem." Little Yang Jian listened and couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Master, are you saying you moved 2 mountains? This is too incredible." Although he has the mind of a child, little Yang Jian is relatively precocious and has perfect logical ability. If someone else said this to him, he would think that the other person was bragging, but Chu Yun said it. In addition to feeling incredible, he felt more that his master was simply amazing. "My master has twin martial souls. In addition to the most commonly used dragon martial soul Scorching Sun Sky Dragon, I also have a martial soul that is good at strength, named Ancient Ferocious Ape. These 2 martial souls are both ranked Earth grade. It is precisely because of the existence of the Ancient Ferocious Ape that my master can possess strength far beyond the same level." Chu Yun explained with a smile, "Twin martial souls, both are Earth grade. Isn't that a grade above the 9th grade?" Little Yang Jian was even more surprised. "That's right." Chu Yun nodded, then walked forward, patted little Yang Jian on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be discouraged, my disciple. Martial souls can be promoted in grade through some resources. The master's ancient fierce ape was not of Earth grade, but it was promoted from the 6th grade Great Earth Demon Ape to the Earth grade Ancient Fierce Ape by absorbing the power of the Earth veins. Although your martial soul Howling Moon Dog is only of the 5th grade, if it can obtain some corresponding resources, it will definitely be promoted. By then, it may be possible to be of Earth grade or Heaven grade." "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian nodded immediately. He was not a pessimistic person. He would not complain about himself because he did not have what others had. Since Chu Yun said that his martial soul also had the possibility of promotion, he just had to work hard to strive for it. Moreover, Master would definitely guide and help him. With Chu Yun here, Yang Jian had nothing to fear. Chu Yun smiled and patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, and asked, "Is there any situation in Jinxia City?" "Yes." Yang Jian looked a little strange, and said, "I am waiting for you here, and I mainly want to tell you this news." Chu Yun's expression became serious, and it seemed that it was not a trivial matter, so he said in a deep voice, "Tell me, What's the situation? It's like this. Little Yang Jian organized his words and said, after that dinner, Master Lin Duanyi took the people in Jinxia City to the ruins outside the city, saying that he wanted to break the formation of the ruins on the spot. Then I don't know what happened. After Master Lin broke the first layer of the ruins formation, there was another formation behind it, and it was more powerful than the first layer of protective formation. Chu Yun couldn't help twitching his mouth when he heard this, and coughed dryly. So, what is the situation now? It is said that this time the formation change has stumped Master Lin again. It was originally said that the formation could be opened within 5 days, but now no one knows how long it will take. Little Yang Jian had a strange look on his face. Chu Yun smiled and shook his head after listening to it. He did not expect that there would be such a thing. Master Lin, who had been waiting for so long, would actually have problems in breaking the formation. It was really fate, but it's good this way. I don't know when the things in Kangnan domain will be finished. If Master Lin opens the formation before then, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. Chu Yun smiled. A blessing in disguise. Master Lin can't open the formation now. It's a bit of a bargain for Chu Yun, but it doesn't matter if you can't open the formation now. But you mustn't keep it open. If you can't enter the ruins after finishing the things here, then this will be interesting. Apart from this, is there any other situation? Chu Yun asked. Nothing else. Brother Qian is recruiting people recently, trying to expand the team of Bupinglu, and has been collecting food from the outside world, but it seems that the situation is not very good, and the food can never be collected. The nearby cities are all raising prices, and there have been looting in many places. Little Yang Jian was worried. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was not only silent, but soon exhaled slowly and said, "This is how the world is. We can't expect everyone to be a good person who is kind to others. As for those profiteers, regardless of who the heavens will spare, the master will not spare them first." Yeah, little Yang Jian nodded vigorously. No matter when, he would believe in his master. Afterwards, Chu Yun gave a few more instructions, left the portable space, and returned to the guest room of Kangnan Giant City. While it was still night, he practiced his skills to recover. When the sky was slightly cool, Chu Yun was meditating in the room to regulate his breath, but was suddenly awakened by a burst of footsteps outside, and then there was a hurried knock on the door. "Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu." The voice outside the door sounded very anxious and hurried, saying, "Oh no. The monster attacked again last night and destroyed 4 dams in succession. Now the flood has spread completely in the Kangnan area." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun, who was meditating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, and then his brows frowned. He jumped up from the bed, pushed the door and walked out. The person outside the door was Adjutant Li in the giant city of Kangnan, who came here specifically to give Chu Yun a message. "Where is Master Fu?" Chu Yun asked with a frown. "He has gone to Sunset River, and asked this subordinate to come and inform you, Mr. Chu." Chu Yun nodded, then immediately flew up and flew quickly towards the direction of the Sunset River. As soon as he took off, he saw a scene that was completely different from before. When the largest dam was destroyed before, the river water poured out from one place and flooded the Lingyi Giant City and the Qingxi Giant City downstream. But now, the monster has destroyed several dams at once, and the water of the Sunset River is flowing everywhere, spreading to every giant city around. Not far away, Chu Yun has already seen a vast ocean spreading towards the Kangnan Giant City. You know, this is the main city of Kangnan Domain located on the high ground. From this, we can know how brutal the flood is now, and it is far from over. Not long after, Chu Yun came to the mouth of the dam yesterday. The 2 hills that he placed at the location of the dam breach have now completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. The distance to the river bank was much wider than yesterday, which meant that the shore where people could stand yesterday was now submerged by the flood. "Dragon, it's a dragon." The seriously injured people on the shore saw Chu Yun falling from the sky. Their lips trembled and their faces turned pale. "Did you see it?" Chu Yun frowned. A wounded soldier had his head broken and bleeding from the rubble, and said in a trembling voice, "We stayed by the dam last night, and we only heard a boom sound, and then we saw a dozens of feet long dragon in the Sunset River, which directly smashed the 2 hills where the dam breached. and then it left. All of us present saw it clearly. It was a black dragon. It simply disdained to pay attention to us. Chu Yun heard this and couldn't help but fall silent, because he knew that what the wounded soldier said was true. Ding! Congratulations, the first stage of the mission is completed. The mission rewards 8 Earth-grade baits, 50 spiritual-grade baits, and 100 ordinary-grade baits have been distributed to your system space. Please check them. Ding! Task triggered. Special mission, uneven building. Task target, kill the dragon. Phase 2, task deadline, within 1 day. Task rewards, 1 heavenly bait, 20 earthly baits, 100 spiritual baits, 300 ordinary baits. A series of system prompts sounded, buzzing in Chu Yun's mind. If it was a person who heard such a generous reward, Chu Yun would definitely feel very happy, but now, to be honest, he can't be happy at all, because the evil deeds done by this dragon are really too bad. For some unknown reason, it wantonly destroyed the dam and caused floods, which affected all the people in Kangnan district and even the entire Daming prefecture. This Sunset River can be said to be almost equivalent to the mother river of Daming prefecture. Once it is completely flooded, half of Daming prefecture will become a swamp. And how many people are there in Daming prefecture? Tens of millions. Under the evil deeds of this dragon, I am afraid that tens of millions of lives will be ended because of it. Unforgivable. Chu Yun took a deep breath. His whole body trembled a little, and felt a deep anger. This evil act of treating human life as grass is really the greatest sin in the world. Immediately, Chu Yun took a deep breath and asked, "Where is Domain Master Fu now?" He went to the remaining dams leading to Linyan Domain. The Domain Master speculated that since the dragon wanted to deliberately create a flood, it would not only flood Kangnan, the remaining dams would definitely not escape its clutches. If we go to those dams in advance, we may be able to stop the other party. The injured person said immediately. Not good. Chu Yun's heart sank suddenly. Fu Qinyan's idea was not wrong. However, the monster in the river has been determined to be a dragon. With the power of a dragon in the river, Fu Qinyan alone would definitely not be able to defeat it. If the dragon didn't go, it would be fine. Once they really met it, Fu Qinyan would be in danger, and her life might be in danger. So Chu Yun immediately asked where Fu Qinyan was going. He didn't even have time to fish. He rushed to the northern tributary of the Sunset River at the fastest speed, hoping to meet up with Fu Qinyan before she met the dragon. But, when Chu Yun hurried over, he found that he was too late. The sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. In the air, a tall figure flew in the air, surrounded by a law incarnation condensed by thunder. On the river below, a terrifying dragon several dozen feet long was holding its head high and launching a fierce attack on the law incarnation on the horizon. Although the monsters in the Nirvana realm did not understand the power of the law incarnation of humans, it did not mean that they could not use the power of the law themselves. As for the two sides in the battle, Fu Qinyan possessed the power of the law of thunder, while the black dragon in the river naturally possessed the power of the law of water. The incarnation of the law of thunder was powerful and strong, and its attack power was extremely strong, but half of the dragon's body was always in the river. Through the power of the water spirit, it transmitted Fu Qinyan's thunder attack to the entire river. Although it electrocuted countless fish and shrimps and even low-level monsters, the power dispersed in the dragon's body was almost negligible. In contrast, every time the dragon attacked, it would condense a huge amount of water spirit power to accompany it in front and on both sides. Whether it was attacking or defending, it had everything, without the slightest flaw. Roar! The dragon looked up to the sky, and as its dragon body swam, the huge water spirit power turned into several dragon shadows, rushing towards Fu Qinyan in the air. Fu Qinyan activated the power of the law incarnation, swung her big hand and smashed down thunders, defeating several of the dragon shadows, but more dragon shadows still came in front of her and completely defeated her shaky law incarnation. Boom! The thunder law incarnation collapsed. Before this, it had endured countless shocks, and finally it could not hold on. The law incarnation was destroyed, and Fu Qinyan was immediately backlashed. A mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and her figure fell from midair. The dragon and the river had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The huge dragon body suddenly flew up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Fu Qinyan. This attack was to swallow Fu Qinyan directly into her stomach. In an instant, a fatal sense of crisis came, and Fu Qinyan's heart was filled with despair. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She had been fighting with the dragon for a long time. Although she had known that the dragons in the Sunset River would be very strong, she never expected that they would be so strong that she had almost no power to fight against them. At this time, Fu Qinyan couldn't help but regret it very much. Her body couldn't move, but her mind was running fast. She regretted that her decision was too impulsive. If she could wait a little longer, if she could wait until the Master Chu came together, that might harm him. With the power of this dragon, in the Sunset River, unless the Lord of the Palace takes action personally, who can be its opponent? Fu Qinyan thought desperately. Chapter 223 Found. The dragon leaped up. This was the only time it had left the surface of the Sunset River since the battle began. Fu Qinyan had been looking for such an opportunity before, because only when the dragon left the river would its power be the weakest. But now, the dragon came out of the water, bringing a desperate killing move. In the next blink of an eye, Fu Qinyan's body would be swallowed by the dragon. The sharp dragon teeth could easily chew up Fu Qinyan's body. However, at this moment, a sharp sword intent suddenly roused. It was a purple shadow that stood tall and upright, completely different from Fu Qinyan's incarnation of the law, but possessed a more terrifying power and majesty. With a sword, it was like the master of all things above the 9 heavens, erasing something. The righteous God came to the world, the Emperor Ziwei. At this critical moment, it was Chu Yun who hurriedly arrived, and as soon as he made a move, it was the strongest blow, slashing at the dragon without reservation, because Chu Yun knew very well that the dragon out of the water was at its weakest. If he missed the attack and let the dragon return to the water of Sunset River, there would be endless troubles. He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the dragon with one strike. Swish! Under the blessing of the Purple Star Emperor's divine descent, Chu Yun's sword had an unprecedented terrifying power. When he drew his sword, the stars in the sky seemed to have an invisible force quickly gathered. With one sword, the surrounding star power formed an infinite bonus, providing Chu Yun's sword with a terrifying power like a meteorite falling to the ground. Puff! That was an extremely piercing sound of a sharp sword entering the flesh. The sword flashed, and the dragon's body was gushing blood wildly. The hot dragon blood fell into the river like magma, causing the water surface to be immediately burned red and boiling. The fish and shrimp in the river, any animal with will, followed their instinctive desire, swam like crazy, and devoured the dragon blood that fell into the river, as if the things hidden in it had a fatal attraction to them. But among them, the fish and shrimp that grabbed a trace of dragon blood did not all have a good result. More than 90% of them exploded and died on the spot. Only less than 10% of the fish and shrimp got the good fortune in the dragon blood and refined it. Their breath changed qualitatively, and they entered the ranks of monsters on the spot, and showed different degrees of dragonization. Dragon blood is a great tonic for monsters and any animals. Getting a drop is a blessing from heaven. And on this day, for all the creatures in the Sunset River, the good fortune is too much. The sky full of dragon blood, as if it was free, was madly poured into the river. Roar, roar, roar. Amid the dragon's roar, an extremely hideous bloodline began to spread from its neck to the dragon's belly before finally stopping. The wound looked like it was more than 10 feet away, and the bone was visible. No, it should be said that with this sword, hundreds of the dragon's bones were cut off, and it was almost directly disemboweled. But in fact, Chu Yun's sword was aimed at the dragon's head, wanting to cut off the dragon's head with one sword, but at the most critical moment, the dragon sensed the danger and immediately gave up attacking Fu Qinyan. It twisted its body and exposed its hardest body, that is, the back with the densest dragon scales, to Chu Yun, hoping to block it. Fortunately, the dragon's reaction was too sensitive, otherwise, the dragon's head would have been cut off with this sword. How could it be? Fu Qinyan's eyes went dark, and her body struggled to stabilize in midair. and then she saw that the dragon was chopped over by a sword and wailed in pain in midair. On the other side, Chu Yun stood with a sword in his hand. The shadow of the purple emperor around him was slowly dissipating, and with it, the stars in the sky also disappeared, becoming much dimmer. Chu Yun? Fu Qinyan looked at Chu Yun in surprise. In this extreme shock, she didn't even call Chu Yun Mr. Chu, but called him by his name, which was enough to show that her mind was shaken. Chu Yun took 2 deep breaths, and then calmed down the backlash in consumption after the use of the true God's advent for a moment. Then, looking at the huge dragon shadow that was about to plunge into the sunset river, he hurriedly said, "It is seriously injured and dying, and we can't let it run away." As soon as the voice fell, Fu Qinyan's expression became serious, and he immediately chased after the dragon. "While you are sick, I will kill you." This truth is very clear in everyone's mind. If this evil dragon is not killed this time, when it comes back in the future, I don't know how many disasters it will cause. However, the dragon's physical strength was invincible in the same level. It was still alive and kicking after being cut by a sword. In order to escape, it dived into the sunset river. Seeing this, Fu Qinyan was anxious and dived into the river. However, as soon as she entered the water, the dragon's strength immediately surged. With a flick of its tail, it knocked Fu Qinyan out. In fact, under normal circumstances, Fu Qinyan could still stop the injured dragon, but now, Fu Qinyan herself was also injured by the dragon, and even the law incarnation was broken. It was too difficult to stop the dragon in the river. Chu Yun saw the dragon's figure walking away, and couldn't help but tighten his cheeks. He flew over and caught Fu Qinyan, who was hit by the dragon. He looked at him and said, "Master Fu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fu Qinyan let out a long breath, then gritted his teeth, looking at the sunset river which had gradually returned to calm, and said with great regret, "I actually let it run away. It's all my fault that I was a little slow just now and missed such a good opportunity. It will be too difficult to kill this evil dragon in the future." As he said this, Fu Qinyan's eyes were full of regret. The dragon was so seriously injured. Unless its brain was broken, it would definitely not show up again in the next period of time. It would hide in the sunset river to recuperate. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for 2 humans to find a dragon in such a huge sunset river. "It doesn't matter." Chu Yun shook his head. "Nothing is difficult in the world as long as one is determined." The system task of the second stage required a time limit. The dragon must be killed within 1 day. No matter what, Chu Yun must kill it. He looked at the dragon blood on the river, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and immediately a series of hot blood beads flew into Chu Yun's hands. Feeling the power of the blood in the blood, Chu Yun sneered, and the soul light floated around his body, and the blazing sun sky dragon martial soul instantly emerged. The dragon energy and the blood was connected to each other. Chu Yun closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a strong light burst out of his eyes. Found it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Water Repellent Beads. Found it? Fu Qinyan was surprised, not knowing what Chu Yun meant. The dragon left behind dragon blood. With this, I can track its location, Chu Yun explained. Now, the dragon has dived to the bottom of the river, getting farther and farther away from us. But as long as it is still in the sunset river, I can always lock its location. The method Chu Yun used was the bloodline domination of the high-level dragon clan over the low-level dragon clan. Although the dragon is also a dragon clan, it is a relatively low-level existence in the dragon clan bloodline. Chu Yun, who has the blazing sun sky dragon martial spirit, is a high-level dragon in the dragon clan. With the blazing sun sky dragon's bloodline suppression of the dragon, Chu Yun can follow a drop of blood from the dragon to find its location. Then let's go and kill it. Fu Qinyan's eyes lit up. Chu Yun said, "Don't worry, it's still wandering and hasn't settled down completely. If it doesn't retreat to a place far enough away from us, it will not feel at ease. If we chase it now, it is very likely to alert the snake. It is better to wait for it to find a place it thinks is safe and stop, and then we will go over and catch it off guard. Okay, Fu Qinyan nodded after hearing this, mainly because her injuries were still serious and she needed time to recover. Chu Yun saw her thoughts and said, "It's okay, you can try to recover from your injuries. I have some spiritual medicine here. The dragon was torn apart by my sword, so it must not be easy to recover. Why don't you just stay here to recover? I'll leave you a mark along the way. When you recover, catch up with me." Okay, Fu Qinyan nodded and said, "I also have spiritual medicine here. I can recover in a cup of tea at most. In any case, you have to wait for me for a cup of tea." The fighting power of the dragon in the water cannot be underestimated. "It's too dangerous for you to be alone," Chu Yun responded, and then followed the dragon's moving direction, leaving a clear spiritual power mark every few hundred feet along the way. After chasing for a distance of several tributaries, Chu Yun clearly felt that the breath from the water became much slower. It was obvious that the dragon had found a more suitable position, so it slowed down. When the dragon completely stopped, Chu Yun was completely relieved and quickly followed it to the bank of the river. Now, only half a cup of tea had passed since he parted with Fu Qinyan. Seeing this, Chu Yun thought about it for a while and did not choose to act rashly. Instead, he took out the fishing rod from the system space, hung the bait, and started fishing. After completing the first stage of the task, Chu Yun obtained 8 earth-grade baits, 50 spiritual-grade baits, and 100 ordinary-grade baits. Among them, the spiritual-grade baits and ordinary-grade baits, which are the largest in number, have too few rewards to play a role in this level of battle, but earth-grade baits are never too much. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the earth-grade martial arts skill Dragon Catching Hand. Great perfection. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of water-repellent beads. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the 300-year martial arts enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a picture of the heavenly ice flow array. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the earth-grade martial arts shadow chasing soul stealing skill. Great perfection. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of earth-grade spiritual weapon Yunshan treasure cloth. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000,000 divine thunder talismans. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the earth-grade martial arts skill flowing light phantom Ju. Great perfection. 8 fishing trips, 8 kinds of rewards. Among them, the first 2 fishing trips made Chu Yun feel something was wrong. Whether it was the dragon catching hand or the water repellent beads, they seemed to be rewards deliberately given to deal with dragons. And the things that came after, martial arts enlightenment, martial arts, etc., could more or less play some role. Am I thinking too much, or is it that during special missions, the system will give some biased rewards? Chu Yun couldn't help thinking this way. If this conjecture is correct, then this matter is very interesting. In the future, he can keep some baits and not fish them. When he has to perform some particularly difficult tasks, he can fish up some rewards that can help complete the tasks. For example, the dragon catching hand and water repellent beads awarded this time. The former is a martial art that can target the dragon clan, which is extremely unconventional, but it can definitely work wonders against dragons. The latter, the water repellent beads, are a pair, which can be used together by Chu Yun and Fu Qinyan, who came immediately. The effect is that after holding the water repellent beads and entering the water, just like on land, the water repellent beads will open up a space that the water flow cannot invade, and can also ignore the pressure of the water flow and easily dive into the bottom of the water, ignoring the water pressure. In other words, as long as you hold the water repellent beads, you can walk in the water as if you were walking on flat ground, and you can go up and down freely. The combination of these 2 items will undoubtedly bring great benefits to Chu Yun and help him deal with the dragon better. As for the other rewards, they are of the standard level. 300 years of martial arts enlightenment, needless to say, old friend. And the ice flow array diagram that day is a one-time array diagram, which can create a cold current field. If used in water, it should not be a problem for the cold current to instantly freeze a piece of water. It can also play a role in dealing with the dragon. The earth-level skill, the shadow-chasing soul-stealing skill, is a skill that targets the soul and spiritual power. Its talent is to enhance its own soul power by devouring the soul power of others. It is an extremely domineering skill, but it has no effect when chasing the dragon. Next, there is a ground-level spruce treasure clothing, which has super strong defense, is invulnerable to water and fire, and is invulnerable to swords and guns. It has the function of spiritual power protection and can withstand an attack from a Nirvana-level warrior and remove a lot of its strength. Then, there was the Million Divine Thunder Talisman, which, like the Heavenly Ice Flow Array diagram, was a one-time use item. Its effect was to summon a million divine thunders, with extremely powerful attack power. As for how strong it was still unknown. Finally, there was a ground-level technique, the Flowing Light Phantom Technique. This technique was similar to the Eternal Rejuvenation Technique, both of which were extreme. The extreme route taken by the Flowing Light Phantom Technique was the extreme speed. As the name indicated, the speed of this technique was very fast. When walking, it was like a flowing light phantom. After practicing to the state of great perfection, it could allow a warrior at the peak of the mountain and sea realm to have a speed comparable to that of the Nirvana realm. Such a technique, in the eyes of the world, is an extremely unconventional and useless one. It is a pity to eat it and throw it away, because it can be said that it has no merit except for the extreme route it takes. However, in our Wujigong lineage, such a technique is as much as you want, and there is no such thing as too much. Chu Yun was very happy in his heart. After sighing, he thought that after returning, he must give priority to teaching the two techniques of the Eternal Rejuvenation Technique and the Flowing Light and Phantom Technique to Zhang, so that his Wujigong can reach a higher level. Speaking of Zhang's Wujigong, Chu Yun was also very worried, except for the technique of the Righteous God Chu Yun technique, which Zhang could share his cultivation progress. Chu Yun could only learn all the other techniques by himself, and Zhang could not enjoy any benefits. To be honest, this made Chu Yun, as a teacher, feel very sorry, so he could only try his best to select some of the best techniques for Zhang to practice. After all, it is unrealistic for Chu Yun to master hundreds of techniques at the same time. Ordinary people have limited time and energy. Specializing in a few techniques is enough to consume all their energy. Seeing that there is still a lot of time, Chu Yun took out the spiritual bait rewarded in the system space. Wow, there are 50 of them neatly placed there. There are really too many of them, not counting the 100 ordinary baits at the back. I don't know when I will be able to catch all of them. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a picture of the flowing light array. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 80 years of martial arts training. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the martial arts experience of the spiritual level technique Earth Escape Technique. Great perfection. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 80 years of martial arts enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the martial arts experience of the spiritual level martial art Broken Cloud Leg. Great perfection. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained Vajra Puppet. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 2 tails of special material Kina Sand. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a spiritual level spiritual weapon Demon Subduing Pestle. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained. The dinging sound of rewards kept ringing. Although spiritual level rewards are often outdated at today's level, there are still many things worth using. For example, during these fishing trips, the 80 years of martial arts comprehension and cultivation were the best rewards, and items like the King Kong puppet could also play some special roles. After fishing for about 30 or 40 times, Chu Yun felt that a familiar breath was approaching quickly from the distance, coming from the direction where he left the secret code. With a thought in his mind, he put the fishing rod back into the system space. What's the situation? The figure who hurried over must be someone else besides Fu Qin. As soon as he landed, he immediately asked Chu Yun, "Everything is under control." Chu Yun showed a confident smile, pointed to the Sunset River below, and said, "Not long ago, its breath stayed under this area of water and has not moved for a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, it is now recuperating from its injuries below. Upon hearing this, Fu Qinyan's expression immediately became serious. After a closer look, although he found that there was no blood in the river water, he did not question Chu Yun's decision. Whether it was Chu Yun's shocking move of moving mountains when they first met, or the dragon-slaying sword that just blocked the way, it fully proved Chu Yun's strength to Fu Qinyan. At the critical moment, you still have to trust professionals. There is no time to lose. If we delay for a while, the dragon may recover more. Let's go down and kill him by surprise. Fu Qinyan took a deep breath and said. Seeing this, Chu Yun quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Wait a minute." In Fu Qinyan's puzzled eyes, Chu Yun took out a pair of emerald green beads, kept one in his hand, and handed the other to Fu Qinyan, saying, "This thing is called the water repellent bead. With it, you can move freely in the water. It will be much more convenient than going down directly like this." Fu Qinyan took the bead. With her eyesight, she did feel some unusual aura in the water repellent bead, but in a short time, she couldn't see what was unusual about it. However, after several contacts and the last life and death battle, Fu Qinyan already trusted Chu Yun very much. Without any doubt, she put the water repellent bead into her arms. Chu Yun smiled slightly, looked at Fu Qinyan, and then flew into the water first, leading the way. Seeing this, Fu Qinyan immediately followed. As soon as the two entered the water, Fu Qinyan subconsciously wanted to open the spiritual barrier to block the surrounding water flow outside the body. This is also a common method for warriors when entering the water. However, when entering the river with a water repellent bead, it does not take any effort. The water repellent bead propped up a green fluorescence and formed a circular barrier around it, blocking all the river water outside. This effect is very similar to using spiritual power to support the barrier, but it is more advanced, because using spiritual power to support the barrier is nothing in shallow water, but once it enters the deep water area, the water pressure will increase. Supporting the spiritual barrier in it is equivalent to fighting against the water of the river, and the consumption can be imagined. Under the aura of the water repellent bead, their bodies almost merged with the river water, and they could not feel any pressure. They were extremely comfortable, as if they were born to stay in the river. "It's amazing," Fu Qinyan couldn't help but whispered. It was just a sentence she muttered to herself, and she didn't expect to get out of the water. But Chu Yun on the other side heard it clearly at the first time, turned his head and looked at her, and said, "With this thing, it will be easier for us to go to the sea to kill the dragon." After the voice fell, Chu Yun smiled, and then quickly approached the depths of the river. In theory, sinking from the shallow water area to the deep water area is to experience a stage of obvious pressure increase. However, under the aura of the water repellent bead, the two seemed to be walking on flat ground, and they easily followed their hearts and dived into deeper waters. The control of up and down displacement was more relaxed than on the ground. Soon, the two had already dived to the bottom of the river. To be honest, I didn't see many fish and shrimps along the way. It was empty. The main reason for this was that the dragon came and released some dragon power, which drove away all the fish and shrimps that were originally here. Seeing this scene, Fu Qinyan became more convinced of Chu Yun and hurriedly followed him closer. Chapter 225, Dragon Slaying. The deeper you go into the dark river, the less sunlight can shine in. The surrounding river water is pitch black, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Fortunately, Chu Yun and Fu Qinyan both have extraordinary eyesight. They can see things in the dark as if it were daytime. However, the dark atmosphere makes people feel depressed and nervous. "Don't be nervous. We are the ones who are attacking, not the dragon," Chu Yun said to Fu Qinyan. He found that since the surrounding environment became dark, Fu Qinyan has been approaching him intentionally or unintentionally, and her steps have also slowed down a lot. She feels timid when following behind. I'm not nervous. Fu Qinyan frowned and explained seriously. Coincidentally, a huge fish monster passed by from behind, and the waves stirred up scared Fu Qinyan so much that he retreated dozens of meters on the spot. Subconsciously, he wanted to take action and blast the fish monster to pieces. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hurried forward, held Fu Qinyan's hand, and said in a voice transmission, "It's just a fish that has not been graded. Don't alarm the snake." After the voice fell, Fu Qinyan also realized that she was a little nervous. Her face turned red. She didn't know whether it was because of what happened just now or because Chu Yun was holding her hand. Ahem. Chu Yun cleared his throat and pulled his hand back without leaving a trace. Then, he continued to look at the waters ahead and whispered, "It's not far below. It's the hiding place of the dragon. Lord Fu, follow closely." Fu Qinyan nodded and quickly recovered. She calmed down her emotions and followed behind Chu Yun. Although she had a profound cultivation and had been in a high position for a long time, the dark and deep underwater environment still made Fu Qinyan a little nervous, especially since their target was a powerful dragon. It was too bold to go into the dragon's cave alone. Soon, the two came to the bottom of the water, where they could already see the ground below, and they immediately floated down. Although they were still in the river, the feeling of having something under their feet was definitely different from floating in the water, and they felt much more at ease. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pointed to a cave in front of him. There were dense river grasses all around, but there were traces of scratches at the entrance of the cave, as if some huge monster had stumbled into the cave. "That's it." Fu Qinyan's eyes lit up. With her eyesight, if she still couldn't see that this was the dragon's cave, she might as well poke her eyes out. Chu Yun also nodded. The breath sensed in the dragon's blood eventually flowed to this cave. However, the appearance of this cave was very different from what Chu Yun had imagined, because according to the impression of the world, dragons like treasures, but in any dragon's cave, there must be jewels and mountains of gold and silver. The hiding place of this dragon seemed too shabby, not to mention gold, silver and jewelry. Even shiny things could not be seen. Maybe it is a temporary place to recuperate. Chu Yun thought to himself. He was unwilling to accept the ending that this dragon was a poor ghost, because in this way, his gains from this trip would be reduced a lot. After killing the dragon, he should make a lot of money. After giving Fu Qinyan a look, Chu Yun quietly approached the dragon cave and observed the terrain here. It was found that this cave was not a place with many connections. Chu Yun walked around several times and looked at the area of hundreds of feet. He did not find any other exits. It was expected that this was a cave with a single entrance. "That's easy." Chu Yun showed a hint of interest on his face. "How are you going to fight?" Fu Qinyan asked. "Of course. Catch the turtle in the jar," Chu Yun said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yun had already arrived in front of the cave entrance. He felt the connection position of the dragon blood and immediately locked the specific position of the dragon. Now, the dragon seemed to have entered a state of deep sleep and recuperation in the water. As long as there was no big noise, the dragon would not wake up. After all, Chu Yun had injured the dragon too badly. With one sword, a wound more than 10 feet long was left, almost as if the dragon had been disemboweled. In the face of such a serious injury, the dragon was able to survive, which was already an ironclad proof of the incomparable tenacity of the dragon race. After a long breath, Chu Yun reached out and grabbed the talisman from the system space, and pasted it directly above the dragon's head. Then, he took out the reward he had just caught, the Tanhun Ice Flow Array diagram, and threw it into the cave entrance. A huge spiritual power fluctuation immediately burst out from the cave entrance, and with the help of the scroll, it spread to the entire underwater space in an instant. In an instant, the cold air spread out, almost completely freezing the entire river area. Fu Qinyan was already a long distance away from the cave entrance, but at this moment, she was still affected by the cold air and her movements became slow. "You know, this is not the core of the Tanhun Ice Flow Array, but the area outside the array has been affected by the terrible cold air. The entrance of the cave where the dragon is hiding is located in the core area of the Tanhun Ice Flow Array, and the depth of the cold it bears can be imagined." Almost in the blink of an eye, the ice power that erupted from the scroll froze the water flow in the entire cave into ice. The water that was originally flowing was instantly frozen at this moment, and it turned from liquid to solid in an instant. The river grass, fish and shrimp nearby were immediately frozen into ice and lost all vitality, and in the entire Ray range, there was only one existence that was not killed by the Tanhun Ice Flow Array, and that was the dragon hiding deep in the cave. At the moment when the power of the formation erupted, the dragon sensed the danger and roared ferociously, trying to rush out of the cave, but it was too late. The moment Chu Yun threw out the scroll, the power of the formation had already formed a domain, locking the dragon in it. But the dragon's body burst out with terrible power, smashing the cave to pieces. Rumble, like a landslide. Its body rushed out of the cave, but it was still within the domain of the formation, and the cold current around it restricted its movements. At the same time, Chu Yun's mind moved, and the talisman placed above the cave immediately exploded. Boom! In an instant, countless violent thunder and lightning snakes danced wildly, and the power of millions of divine thunder talismans all acted on the dragon. The dragon was already seriously injured, and his skin and flesh were torn apart by Chu Yun's sword. Now he was bombarded by millions of thunders, and his life was in danger on the spot. But the Dragon Clan is the Dragon Clan after all. Their physical strength is beyond human comprehension. Even with such fatal injuries, the dragon was still ferocious and terrifying. Its huge body turned left and right in the formation, and its thick dragon tail and sharp dragon claws constantly attacked the boundaries of the formation. At the same time, the dragon mobilized the power of the entire river water, and condensed several transparent dragon shadows beside Chu Yun. The dragon shadow was completely condensed by the river water, and it contained the power of water spirits. Although it was just a thing made out of thin air, it possessed extraordinary power, which could be comparable to the combat power of warriors in the late stage of the mountain and sea realm. It was really terrifying. On the other side, Fu Qinyan was also entangled by these dragon shadows. The dragon took advantage of the fact that both enemies were entangled and burst out with all its strength, trying to break free. But how could Chu Yun let it get what it wanted? He swung his sword and chopped all the dragon shadows into pieces. Fu Qinyan on the other side also quickly killed the dragon shadows. Unexpectedly, in the river, the broken dragon shadow quickly recondensed and continued to kill the two. Chu Yun frowned, and did not care about the several dragon shadows around him. He saw that the dragon in the formation had knocked the Tanhun ice flow formation to the point of collapse. He shook his head and reached out. He took out a golden rope from the system space. This rope was the reward Chu Yun had received from fishing before, the dragon binding rope. After the upgrade of the blazing sun dragon, the dragon binding rope had evolved to the heavenly grade. Now in Chu Yun's hands, it was extremely powerful. When it was swung violently at the bottom of the river, it shattered all the dragon shadows around it again. Then, Chu Yun set his target on the dragon in the formation, and swung the dragon binding rope. The golden rope seemed to have life and wrapped around the dragon. The dragon sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to dodge, but under the restriction of the formation, its speed was slowed down and its reaction was also a bit slower. The dragon binding rope entered the formation, but was not affected by the cold current, and soon wrapped around the dragon's body. Chu Yun's mind moved, and the dragon binding rope immediately tightened, binding the dragon's claws and tail together, as solid as Zongcai. The dragon roared unyieldingly, and once again mobilized the water spirit power in the river, intending to launch a dying counterattack. Seeing this, Fu Qinyan immediately took a deep breath, raised both arms at the same time, and condensed a huge law incarnation around him. In an instant, thunder rolled, which was no less powerful than the million divine thunder talismans that Chu Yun had used before. After all, Fu Qinyan was a real Nirvana realm strongman, and his own strength was even stronger than Qin Wuji and his ilk. Otherwise he would not have been able to hold on for so long in front of the dragon in its prime. You know, the dragon in its prime is already at the peak of the Nirvana realm, and its power in the river is even more invincible under the Fate Wheel realm. Fu Qinyan fought hard with the dragon for so long, but only the law incarnation was defeated. From this point of view, it is enough to see how powerful Fu Qinyan is. After a cup of tea, Fu Qinyan's injuries have recovered a little, and he has been able to gather the strongest fighting power again, using the law incarnation to make the final blow to the dragon. Hold on, I'm going to mobilize the purple sky thunder to kill it. Fu Qinyan gritted his teeth and said. Chu Yun's heart sank. He knew that Fu Qinyan was going to use a trick, and this purple sky thunder, as soon as it sounded, was very powerful, but it was definitely not a trick that could be performed so easily, and it might take a long time to accumulate energy. Now the dragon is trapped in the formation, and can break free from the shackles of the Tanhan ice flow formation at any time. Every second is extremely precious. Although the death of the dragon was inevitable under Chu Yun's descent of the true god and the attack of the million divine thunder talismans, whether the dragon's fatal blow could be delivered would affect whether Chu Yun and Fu Qinyan could get out alive and well. If Fu Qinyan used the purple sky thunder before the dragon escaped, the dragon would be dead for sure, and there was nothing to say. But if the dragon broke through the formation first, Fu Qinyan would be in danger. She, who was accumulating power, would inevitably become the target of the dragon's death. If it really came to that time, Chu Yun could only rely on his own recovery and defense to forcibly resist the dragon's fatal blow to save Fu Qinyan. The reason why Chu Yun made this decision was not because he had any special ideas about Qinyan, but because his descent of the true god had already been used. This move with the strongest attack power could not be used a second time in a short period of time, but Fu Qinyan's purple sky thunder was a trick that could make the final decision. So now time is life, and the dragon must be trapped in the formation and unable to get out at all costs. Chu Yun took a deep breath, tightly grasped the dragon ancient sword, and continuously slashed out sword energy. Each sword light contained supreme power, which was the full power of the 9 swords of heavenly marks in the great perfection realm. Only the sound of metal pits was heard, and the dragon's body was chopped to pieces, and pieces of dragon scales were chopped by the sword light, revealing the hideous flesh and blood inside. But the dragon didn't care. As if it had foreseen its own death, the dragon ignored Chu Yun's attack on him, and only wanted to get out of the trap, and then gave the last blow back to Fu Qinyan. This barefoot attitude of not being afraid of wearing shoes really brought Chu Yun a lot of trouble. Finally, with the sound of ice breaking, the power of the formation of Tanhan Bingliu Town was completely broken by the dragon, turning into ice crystals, floating and dissipating in the river. Although the dragon's body was covered with wounds, it finally escaped from the formation. In its mouth, there was a shining black gas, which contained terrible power. It had obviously been accumulated for a long time, waiting to explode at this moment. Chu Yun frowned. Turning his head, he saw Fu Qinyan on the other side. His law incarnation had condensed to the top. One after another terrible purple lightning, like an electric snake dancing wildly, was in the big hand of the law incarnation, showing a state of being about to explode but not being able to explode. Obviously, in the competition of speed, Fu Qinyan was still slower than the dragon. Now that the dragon had escaped, Fu Qinyan failed to condense the purple sky thunder in time. The dragon opened its mouth, and the black gas in its mouth was about to spit out towards Fu Qinyan. The power contained in it was enough to kill Fu Qinyan. Fu Qinyan was also ruthless at this moment. She did not dodge or evade. The purple thunder in her hand was still condensing. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to die together with the dragon. In Fu Qinyan's view, as long as the dragon was killed, the flood in Kangnan Prefecture would be eradicated, and the source of all disasters would be eliminated from the source. Chu Yun took a deep breath. Of course, he would not let this happen. Seeing that the dragon was about to die, if Fu Qinyan died with it, it would be a big loss for this deal. So, Chu Yun's figure flashed and immediately came in front of Fu Qinyan. The soul light around him emerged and turned into 2 terrifying figures. One was the ancient fierce ape, and the other was the blazing sun dragon. The 2 martial spirits blocked Chu Yun together, forming an absolute defense for Chu Yun. The next moment, the black gas in the dragon's mouth, when it was about to spray out, for some reason, paused, as if it saw something extremely important. A trace of struggle and entanglement emerged in the cold dragon's vertical pupils. Chu Yun's heart moved. I don't know why the dragon stopped at this critical moment and didn't attack them, but this emergency situation didn't allow him to think too much. Fu Qinyan behind him had already condensed the purple sky thunder. There was a loud bang. Purple thunder burst out from Fu Qinyan's law incarnation, and hit the dragon's body in an instant. Under this terrible thunder, the dragon, which had already been scarred, finally couldn't bear this fatal blow. With a roar that shook the earth, it lost its breath of life. The dragon died here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.